media, entertainment, and AVGC industry over the last 20 years to ensure that it provides continued meaningful insights to markets, brands, agencies, and businesses from across the ecosystem. And we continue to grow with the 18th edition of the Video and Broadband Summit 2022. Well, covering a gamut of areas across the entire TV ecosystem, this summit intends to bring all the major stakeholders of the TV ecosystem from broadcasters, local cable operators, telecom and broadband platforms, technology and data platforms, MSOs and distributors under one roof, and conduct meaningful knowledge sharing sessions which help the industry in growing. Well, we have an exciting day, long sessions packed with some of the best names from the industry. Being one of the fastest growing industries right now, we thought of putting this forum to hear expert opinions, anecdotes, and tips for enthusiasts who want to be a part of this industry through meaningful conversations. Well, before we move forward, we request you all to kindly check the agenda for the day on VBS website, and also do check out the sessions planned out at the summit. Also, we encourage our viewers to share the questions for the speakers in the comment section and event chat box. You can also share your perspective on the day's proceedings through your social media accounts, and don't forget to use the hashtag VBS in caps lock 2022 in your post and tag our official handles. Well, we also can be found on ITV News with a Z on Twitter and Facebook, and IndianTelevision.com on Instagram and LinkedIn. Well, none of this would have been possible without the tremendous support of our partners. Our presenting partner, Disney Star Network. The event is co-powered by BroadBand, Summit partner, Next Digital, our industry support partner, SIA India, and this event is produced and executed by ITV 2.0 Productions. Well, now let's have a look at a few partner AVs. So, Vinny, can you please play the AVs?
Smashing United goal. It's dropped in! Sebastian Vettel, great performance for Aston Martin, his best finish. Oh, it gets dropped! It gets dropped! It's over!
Your favorite sporting events are best viewed in HD, only on Star Sports HD channels. To subscribe, call your cable or DTH operator today.
Namrata, you're back.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much, Vinny. Well, on this note, I would like to begin this power-packed day, and we have a special presentation on rising cost of video entertainment by Shrishti Chaudhary, managing editor of IndianTelevision.com. Over to you, Shrishti.
Yeah, a very warm welcome to everyone. Welcome to the VBS Summit 2022. Just give me a moment. I'll just set the presentation. Namrata, am I properly audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Thank you.
While she gets a presentation on the screen, I'd like to really thank everyone for being here. And this is Srishti's first major presentation online. So from our side, it's a big round of applause to her. And we basically, through this presentation, are trying to really make people aware that entertainment is not cheap. Yes, Free Dish is providing free entertainment to viewers and information as well, but entertainment is not cheap. And all over the world, it's not really cheap. So, with streaming services, with DTH, with cable TV, there's been a change in the way consumers are consuming content. So over to you, Srishti.
Yes, thank you so much. So this presentation, hello.
You, Srishti, we can hear you very clearly.
Okay, so this presentation is basically about the rise in cost of video entertainment. The Indian video entertainment industry has undergone nothing short of a revolution in the recent time. The increasing demand for high quality content, plus the rise of streaming platforms, has put pressure on the linear TV, cable, and DTH industry. And amid all this, there were the regulations like the NTO 2.0, attempting to make choices easier and affordable for the Indian consumer. But what happened eventually is another story. So I'll just start my presentation. Just to give a rough estimate of how the Indian TV universe is expanding, India is among the few countries where the TV viewing population is huge, and it is expanding, unlike other countries where there's a increasing trend of TV cord cutting. So if you take a look at the numbers, we have around 210 million TV viewing homes. Here is the distribution among the urban market and the rural market. And as the numbers suggest, there are another 90 million households which are yet to own a TV set. So there's a huge headroom for growth. Over the last 3 years, the TV viewership has also grown by at least 9% in 2020. So this BARC data has come from the comparison from 2018 to 2020. This data came in 2021. The latest data is yet to come. We have around 906 TV channels, out of which 348 are pay TV channels, and the rest are available or free. And interestingly, India continues to be a single TV market, with at least 98% TV owning households owning a single TV. So that presents an optimistic picture. Here is data related to the DTH subscriber base. The data is from the TRI report for the last quarter. If you take a look at this graph, starting from 30th September 2020 till now, the number of DTH subscribers increased marginally from September to December last year, then dropped, then increased marginally, and in the last quarter, the number has again come down. So as of now, we have around 68.89 million paid DTH active subscribers. Now, this includes DD Free Dish as well. We have around 40 million subscribers for DD Free Dish, which has recorded a huge growth in the recent time. But unfortunately, DTH has lost close to 1 million subscribers in the last quarter. Here's a rough number for the internet subscribers and the broadband internet subscribers. Now, interestingly, last year has been, significant in terms of regulation that has come into effect in the broadcast industry, especially post the N2O order, N2O 2.0. Now, the idea was, again, to make more choices available to consumers and bring down the cost, but eventually it ended up doing just the opposite. Broadcasters had revised their bouquet prices ahead of the implementation, which again got delayed to April 2022. The price of the channels in a bouquet was capped at rupees 12. from rupees 19 earlier. But channels outside of the bouquet could be priced higher. So what ended up was that several entertainment channels and sports channels, which were actually the driver channels, they became a little more costlier. What the MSOs and LCOs fear is that this will drive the average consumer bill that every consumer ends up paying. And they fear that this may lead to more cord cutting and they might lose subscribers. So my next question again that we all have been wondering is the rise in regulation stifling growth for the industry? At a time when television, there's a headroom for growth for the television industry, will the implementation of N2O 2.0 end up stifling the growth? There's a lot of concern among the LCOs and the MSOs. The question probably to ask is, why does the government really need to regulate channel pricing? Shouldn't the industry eventually decide? The cost of content production is going up globally. There's a huge demand for content, huge demand for high quality content, and consumers want it faster. There is suggestion from the cable industry that bundling of services should be allowed, especially at a time when the linear TV, cable and DTH is under pressure from the rise of OTT. Now, again, like this brings us to our next slide, which is the rise of OTT or the streaming revolution. As of now, we have around 40 OTT platforms, a little more than 40, and with the entry of a host of new regional players. According to the current reports, OTT is at a scaling stage with increase in the number of subscribers and continued investment in creating premium and digital content. According to a recent report from the CIA and Boston Consulting Group, the Indian OTT industry is expected to grow to $13 to 15 billion by 2030 at a CAGR of 22 to 25%. And this is another interesting point that the broadcast players highlight, that at a time when the global giants are offering affordable prices to compete with local players in the OTT space, the TV is becoming a little costlier than what it used to be. If you check the current rates that the OTT players are offering, the lowest Netflix plan is at $149 monthly. Amazon stands at $179. Disney plus Hotstar is at $499. This is the annual price. So Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Disney Hotstar are currently amassing a bigger share in the total OTT base that we currently have. And then there are a lot of regional players that have come and entered the industry. This gives an idea about the global online content investment. According to this report, which was released last year towards the end, this projects how the content investment is going to really rise in the next 4 years. Recent reports also point out that the time spent on video consumption has increased, from 1.8 hours a day per user in 2018 to 2.9 to 3.2 in 2021. And now this is for the digital and the video platforms. Now, when we come to television, the same has increased from 3.6 to 4.3 to 4.5 hours as per the CIA BCG report. And this comes at a time when, again, as I said, there's a rise in investment in creating premium and original content. So the cost of production has also gone up in order to meet this demand. Now, this slide will give you a little idea about what are the future growth trends for the industry. This has been taken from the latest report by Media Partners Asia. If you see, this report points to an increase in the number of SVOD subscribers, which may reach 7.6 billion the pay TV advertising revenues are pegged at $6.1 billion. This is another interesting trend to see, how the transition is going to take place from the AVOD to the SVOD format. It's a bit slow in India if we compare to other countries, but eventually that is how the industry is going to evolve in the years to come. But in order for the evolution to take place, I think it's time that the industry really takes a call on how, how the current regulations are going to help the industry, or will they help? Because it doesn't seem like that in the current scheme of things. Yeah, thank you so much.
That was very interesting, Srishti. You really pointed that the pay TV industry is being squeezed on the top end by streaming service and at the bottom end by free-to-air services like DD Free Dish, and very interesting points, and how the industry is going to handle this. Anyway, that was very interesting. We'll have our speakers give their feedback on the presentation as they speak going forward. Over to you, Dinal. Oh, sorry, Namrata.
Okay, sir. Thank you, Srishti, for this presentation. And let's move forward. We would now like to welcome Mr. Shashi Shekhar Vempati, Chief Executive Officer, Prasar Bharati, for a special keynote address.
Thank you, Namrata. Good morning, and thank you, Anil, and to the entire India television team for this opportunity to be with all of you this morning. Cold morning in Delhi here, but I'm sure the discussions will generate enough heat. I think your opening presentation has already set the tone for that. This is my first time at this summit, so very happy to be here. Some of the themes and the topics that I had in mind, I think, have kind of been laid out there with this presentation. So very interesting insights and data points. So let me just begin with a recap of how I have seen the industry evolve in the last 5 years that I have been involved with the media industry from around 2017 to where we are today in 2022. And I think one of the striking changes that I have experienced over these 5 years, and your data also shows that, is how dramatically the television viewing market and the video viewing market has changed and evolved. When I joined Prasar Bharati, I think Free Dish was perhaps about a 2 crore household kind of base. And today, as your data points out, we are almost at 40 million households, which is the latest estimate. But my suspicion is that estimate is still on the lower side. And there is a kind of an invisible base of Free Dish homes. And that number is perhaps a little higher than the 40 million, which the surveys are estimating at. And one of the key factors which has driven this change, one is, of course, what you were describing, the regulatory interventions, the pricing impact on homes and so on. But I think there's been another big shift which we were driving, which was to phase out analog terrestrial TV, which was a large network of terrestrial TV transmitters where free-to-air content of Doordarshan was available. And I think one of the key drivers for the Free Dish growth has also been the ATT phase out, which has compelled several homes which were content with the old rooftop antenna way of watching TV to finally take the plunge and get themselves a set-top box and become part of the larger television viewing universe. So that is one change that we've seen. The second thing, which I think is also interesting to me, is that how Free Dish has emerged as a sort of enabler of competitiveness in the media entertainment sector. You have had channels such as Dangal, genres such as Bhojpuri come of age develop a niche for themselves, develop a base for themselves, again, thanks to Fredish and its reach into rural homes, especially in the Hindi-speaking market. And you have several new channels, upstart channels, challenging the incumbents, challenging the bigger media houses. So in that sense, I think Fredish should also be seen as an enabler of competitiveness, which is, I think, helped the overall industry. It has created jobs, created new opportunities. And also it has created a platform for people to sample content. And then if they're, interested in that content, then they could go on and, subscribe and pay to, whichever service that they want. So in that sense, it is also a stepping stone for a lot of new kinds of content to be sampled. It is an enabler for competition. So in that sense, I see Fredish as a greater public good, which is not just delivering the Doordarshan channels, the large collection of educational channels, nearly 50 educational channels, but also acting as a force for the greater good within the media entertainment sector. So that's one big change. The other big change, of course, is what is happening with OTT and digital. We've ourselves seen our digital growth almost double every year since 2018, 2019. And today we are clocking about 1 billion plus views, digital views on YouTube alone every day, every month across our network. And this is, a big shift for the public broadcaster because the public broadcaster was always used to one-way communication, just putting out content on the airwaves. And what has changed with digital is that now there is instant real-time feedback, especially on social media. The feedback is not just instant, it is also sharp, very candid. And so across our network of services, and TV is just a small part of our operation, just 35 channels. While on the radio side, we have a much more complex network. We have 400 plus, stations, transmitters, services. So on the radio side, it's a big shift for us to go digital and be able to get a real-time pulse of what people are tuning into, what people are listening into. While television has always been measurable with audience measurement systems, radio has, technically it has always been challenging on how to make radio measurable. So one of the things that we did in the last couple of years was to put all of our radio services on our app called the News on Air app. So no matter where you are, whether you are in India, whether you're in any part of India or anywhere in the world, you can tune in online through the app to your favorite radio service of All India Radio. And you can listen in to the live stream. Now, what this has done is the app has, several million downloads and a very active listener base. And that has given us a measurement of, what are people interested in radio? What are people listening to radio? So in a sense, it has become a proxy for us to make radio measurable. And so we've started releasing what we call News on Air live stream rankings. We do it every other week, both for the Indian market and the global market. And it gives us insights into, which cities people are tuning into. So for example, it was very interesting to us to learn that Pune is the top city for online radio listening. And then we also know which streams people are interested in every city, whether it's Vivid Bharati, whether it is FM Gold, FM Rainbow, and so on. So that is another interesting insight that has come from all this analytics. And also within a stream, which is the most popular program. So while we knew that, Vivid Bharati is continuing to be popular and continuing to have a large listener base, what was very interesting for us to know was what time of the day are people listening to Vivid Bharati the most and which program. And so insights of this nature have started to emerge with all the data that's coming in. So that is a big change for us. The pandemic, of course, I'm sorry. The pandemic, of course, has had a tremendous impact in the way we work. It has forced us to think more IT, more digital. When I joined this organization 5 years back, everything was paper-based. We've gone from there to becoming an IT-based organization, a huge transition. Files have disappeared. Now everyone is on e-office and so on. So the pandemic has forced us to think differently, think more innovatively, more nimbly, think technology first, think digital first. And then, of course, everyone has read about how during the lockdown, there was a throwback to nostalgia and all of the old popular Doordarshan content, and how Doordarshan ended up at the top of the ratings deck. Of course, sustaining that was definitely going to be a challenging thing for the public broadcaster, because the public broadcaster has limited resources. We can't invest in content in the same scale that the private industry does, and which brings me to your opening presentation and one of the remarks about the cost of content. Why is content so expensive? I think this calls for some out-of-the-box thinking. It calls for some innovative thinking, especially a country like India, which has such enormous talent and such a large talent base, such diversity. We should perhaps be cost leaders as well in being able to produce high quality content at much lower costs. Perhaps this industry is looking for a Walmart moment. The way how supply side economics changed in the manufacturing retail world. Perhaps something similar needs to happen in the media world as well, where we should find innovative means, innovative technologies, innovative approaches, which can bring down the cost of creating good content. I think that is something, a problem that is waiting to be solved. The other area, which I wanted to dwell on a bit, given the broad focus of this platform on both broadband and television, is in fact a topic which is quite dear to the Honorable Prime Minister, and he's been talking about it over the last year or so, on self-reliance, Atmanirbhar Bharat. I mean, it is astounding that we have not leveraged our strength as one of the biggest media markets, the largest English-speaking market as such in the open free world, that almost entire technology in the media entertainment sector is imported. And that's very unfortunate that we have not sufficiently built a local ecosystem of tech vendors to service this industry, be it transmitters, be it codecs, be it all kinds of equipment. Practically everything is imported. And as a public broadcaster, I don't know, many of you may not know this, but we invest, this is capital spending I'm talking about, with the support of the government from the grants. We invest close to between 100 and 200 crores in technology every year. And it is very unfortunate that all this infusion of funds into technology is leaving the country, because there is a very, very small base of indigenous tech vendors, tech ecosystem. And I think there is something that the entire industry should come together and do something about, because the public broadcaster alone will not be able to make this happen. It requires an industry-wide effort so that we can build self-reliance, we can build a strong tech vendor base, we can drive innovation, innovation which not only services needs in India, but is able to take great products to the rest of the world. And I think here, one of the things that I would like to highlight is the importance of standards. Take the example of 5G, for example, right? It is a fact that most of the tech standards for the broadcast industry have been framed by other countries, by entities in other markets. So when we spend on technology, the royalties go to those different entities and different companies. And I was astounded, for example, when I looked at the digital standards for television, that the royalty beneficiaries of most of the digital terrestrial standards were foreign broadcasters. So India, being the largest market, will spend money on all this infrastructure, and then the royalties go to a few foreign broadcasters. So it's very important that we also focus on indigenous standards development. And in this context, I would like to highlight the work done by IIT Kanpur and TSDSI and IIT Bombay and some of our institutions on the telecom side with 5G standards, which has finally led to an Indian version of India-specific needs being reflected in the global standards being adopted for 5G. Taking the same line of thought, we have entered into an MOU with IIT Kanpur to develop similar set of standards from a broadcasting standpoint, so that we can look at convergence between broadband world and the broadcast world. We can look at new opportunity areas like direct to mobile broadcasting by ensuring that the standards that are being framed for broadcasting in the 5G world are in line with our unique needs for being able to deliver content directly to mobiles. So this is a new area, new opportunity. I'm hopeful that our work with IIT Kanpur, with TSDSI and others will see fruition. And as was shared earlier in your presentation, the vast amounts of live streaming that is currently happening over the internet is going to raise the costs of the network as well, because the pipes are going to choke. You can't have millions of people live streaming, every match or every event, and expect that the telecom networks will be able to handle it. There will be buffering, there will be increasing data costs. That's bound to happen. So the way out for that is that you should have the ability to be able to offload this streaming traffic to the broadcast infrastructure when necessary. So if it is the same match being watched by millions of people, there's no reason why you need that much of traffic to flow through the internet. All of that traffic can be very easily offloaded onto the broadcast infrastructure, provided there's a way where the same apps are able to seamlessly switch from the broadband pipe to the broadcast airwaves when required. And that is where the opportunity for standards like direct to mobile broadcasting comes in. So this is a new area, and I think there is benefits for everyone here, not just the public broadcaster, but also for the big OTT platforms and all those who are invested in live streaming of mass events, be it cricket matches, be it any of our public events and so on. So this is an emerging area where we have the opportunity to establish leadership, establish standards, build a local tech ecosystem, and then spur innovation. So with these thoughts, once again, thank you to Mr. Vanwari and the entire team at India Television for this opportunity, and my very best wishes to this Video and Broadband Summit. Look forward to being associated with this platform in the years to come.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and taking out time to join us today at the summit. Thank you so much. Well, we now move on to the first fireside chat of the day between. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you very clearly.
It's audible.
Yes. We now move on to the first fireside chat of the day between Mr. Anuj Gandhi, M&E consultant, and Mr. Anil Vanwari, founder, editor-in-chief, CEO of IndianTelevision.com Group. Over to you, sir.
Oh, Anuj, good to have you here. You've been in the industry for so many years, being in the corporate sector. You've just kind of left after a long journey at IndiaCast. What prompted you to move out of the company? And I believe you're turning entrepreneur in the not too distant future.
I'm hoping to turn entrepreneur. I think bit presumptuous there, but I think the opportunity here, Anil, in our business is huge. And I am going to start challenging some of these summits and the names of it in this talk in the next 10-15 minutes, because video and broadband itself is now so vast and so big that it cannot be actually constrained by like, for example, broadband. I don't know whether broadband is directly linked to video anymore. Broadband is a much more, it's a utility today. So I think, some of these myths are being broken, and I want to, as they get broken, and, thanks to Sashiji's keynote address, you can see even the government is looking at, from a tech perspective, making things change during the 5G innovation. And I think there is so much happening in the market that the opportunity is immense for some of the, what should I say, edtech, fintech, and I think now is the time for a media tech. So let's look at what's going to happen there. So
fantastic. So thank you for that. And I won't waste any time. We've got a short fireside chat. Let's get on to what I'd like to hear from you. The 5 major trends that you're seeing impacting the industry of both video delivery as well as broadband delivery. The 5 major trends. And I'm not going to talk. People want to listen to you. They keep hearing me all the time.
Yeah, I think thanks Anil, and thanks again for inviting me. I know it's been it's a busy day for everybody. In one day you packed so much action, so I will also be very short and crisp. But I think for me, going back to your presentation in the morning, one of the things that has really been challenging for all of us is to figure out these video trends, right? That's your first thing, video trends. I think it's beyond pricing issue. We have to now start acknowledging a fact that this will follow, video trends will follow a demand supply equation. It's a classic thing of what's happening during pandemic. Look at the rise of free dish. It's going to coexist with pay TV. It's going to coexist with OTT. I think we have to give enough credit to consumers and subscribers of today. They are not dumb anymore. They are not the guys who were 50 years back, probably, or 40 years back looking at Doordarshan, or 20 years back looking at what we were giving them in a pipe. Today, they have freedom to choose what they want. I would love to see, competition between YouTube and free dish. If YouTube today says 400 million monthly active users, and if I have to believe Sashiji, he's saying 50 million probably free dish users. If I multiply that with household, it's 250 million. So 250 million people are watching free dish versus a 400 million YouTube claim. Is that being converted to monetization as YouTube is doing? I think those are the kind of debates that we need to do in video now. It's no longer, a vanilla thing that, okay, pay TV, everybody needs to be on pay TV. No, free dish will exist. There will be OTT. OTT will keep growing. Pay TV will also exist in some way or form. It's how long we will, I'll come to that, but nobody knows how it will. And then I think one of the things that we keep missing in video is the importance of social media. I know people who spend 5 hours on Instagram Reels every day, right? Is that content? Yes, it is content. Is that competing with pay TV at some level? I'm sure it is. So I think the definition of video, we'll have to leave it to the subscribers and consumers of today to decide. We can all form our strategies based on what our audience is, but clearly they will be the kingmakers. They are already the kingmakers in this respect. I think second, like I said, is the broadband. So that's the video. There is a broadband. I think broadband is now way beyond just the video. The amount of consumption of whether it's work from home, education, multiple kids using the broadband. I think video is just very, very small service of broadband today. And I think going forward with this hybrid ecosystem of pandemic, God knows how many years it will be here with us, is a reality that we have to all live. So broadband will keep going. And I think, and Anil, you will know, for many, many years, if you see TRAI reports on wired broadband, it used to be stuck at some 10, 12 million. I just saw in your report, it is 25 million today. And I think that is thanks to not video, but other services that broadband is providing. And mind you, the numbers that we all discuss are the numbers that come out of TRAI. There is a huge market of wired broadband which is not declared, run by our friends in cable. They are doing fabulous service to the local consumer base, which is not even counted. So I think that number is much bigger. from a wired broadband perspective. And I think we have to assume that that is one trend which will continue, where video will ride on it, but will not be the main focus. My big trend that I am, observing, and that is cause of worry and excitement at the same time, is what will happen to linear TV. I think whether it is in India or globally, there is certain trend of people consuming less and less of pay TV and linear TV. And I'm not talking the free dish. Probably free dish is a market where there is no major broadband penetration today. I mean, tomorrow when there is satellite broadband communication, you will see a massive change in that market, but we're probably 2-3 years away from it. But at least in the main markets, you can see that trend, and that is a worry that people are spending less and less time on pay TV. And I think it's something to do with both with content, because we've taken the consumer for granted there. We need to improve the content, because today you can spend time on YouTube and say, excellent content there, but I'm not too sure whether pay TV is giving you that. So I think that is we need to pull up our socks and do it. I think globally also, one of the big trends, so if you follow the markets, is the way investors are looking at B2B business versus B2C business in media. And clearly the excitement seems to be in B2C. So if a big network says that, I have my B2C product and I didn't add any subscribers in the last quarter, it takes a beating. Even if he says that, my traditional revenue went up by a couple of $1 billion, doesn't matter. I think the investors, and because the future seems to be B2C, and I think that is a big, what I would say in media companies, a big talent change also, because most of us traditionally have been B2B thinking. We need to now more and more get into a B2C mindset in these in media and video companies. I think that my final, like I said, it will be a short one, but this rise of FAST, the free ad-supported television networks in the West, is clearly a big trend to watch. And I think in our own subtle way, we have done it with free dish. We have done it with YouTube, or with OTT players like MX. That's the market that we really need to watch. While I would like to believe, I think like Srishti said earlier, that Asia will probably move first to major SVOD and digital transaction kind of ecosystem on OTT. But clearly West is moving to AVOD. If you see the growth of advertising driven services in the last 2-3 years in US and Europe, it's just astonishing the way those numbers are happening. And I think that's something to watch out for. We will go through this cycle, but that's the number and that's the ecosystem that cannot be ignored. My final trend or the final observation is clearly on, this whole concept of windowing, quality of content, pricing of OTT, and the actual segmentation of consumers in a multi-screen environment. I think that's a very interesting trend to watch. I mean, I know HBO tried to, do simultaneous release. Of course, they blame it on pandemic, but that's the reality. I mean, today, the cost of pricing of a content can be divided between 4 to 8 weeks to 2 weeks of windowing. And I think those walls collapsing will have a far-reaching impact on the way consumption is done, the way pricing is done, the way the growth of, a traditional pay TV versus free-to-air versus OTT will happen going forward. So for me, some of these trends are, like I said, some of them are worrisome, some of them are exciting, but they will all coexist, and that's the world we live in. My final point is on regulation. I know Srishti covered it. I think we are trying to, in a highway, we are all moving on a supersonic speeds, where suddenly in one of the ecosystem, there is somebody who's giving speed breakers. And I think that's something that the industry needs to seriously look at, because at the end of the day, consumer is not going to wait. He's going to make his choice. Right? We make more complication for the whole ecosystem, and the consumer, he's not going to wait. He's going to make his choice and say, okay, I will either go to, like a free dish or an OTT. We need to make things simpler. We need to let the market decide on some of these things. At the end of the day, It is a competing world. And I think there are enough and more choices today available, which were not available, 18 years back when we needed regulation properly. So I think that's my final thing. And that's the trend, again, we are seeing all over the world, whether it is FCC or Ofcom, you can see that happening when Ofcom is today also looking at OTT very, very closely.
Yeah, so there's one more point we talked about. We talked about the entire change in the way the industry is structured, with telco, with studios merging, with platforms, DPOs merging world over. How is that going to impact the world of video and broadband going forward? DTH platforms have been acquired. Sky was acquired. So those are trends which, and in India we have a Z and Sony merger happening. So the forces are pressurizing, apart from, of course, corporate decisions which were taken. So how do you see that?
I think it's to do with as I see, it's clearly to do with B2C versus B2B conversation that I had. I think when you move it to a B2C ecosystem, and that's the future. Everybody's many years back, again, Anil, when we have been in business, most of us who've grown in the industry, and we spent many years have been spent only on doing B2B business. What was as media companies, and this is not India, this is globally, were either advertisers or our friends in distribution business, whether it's the DTH players or cable companies and MSOs, and we managed our business. It's only in the last 7, 8, 10 years, probably, when we've opened up to an ecosystem of going to the consumer directly. And I like what Sashi said, that how the radio, which was being thrown out, and suddenly when they get into a digital system, they know exactly what is being heard in Pune and in markets. And I think that learning is driving a lot of this consolidation. It's very interesting that you asked this. Last week I was reading about Comcast and Viacom CBS outside of US wanting to work together on OTT. I think there is a clear indication here that as we get into more and more B2C OTT product, it will be very difficult for consumer to decide. See, there is an importance in traditional business or media of a DTH player or a MSO. They were consolidating. There was an EPG. There was a method in madness to make discovery of content easy. In a complete, 40 OTTs and more regional coming, discovery of content, the usage of OTT is not going to be an easy thing. And I think more and more consolidation in a B2C environment is going to happen. Of course, strategic decisions on corporates and their life cycle is a separate conversation. But I think my view is that it is just starting. You will see a lot more consolidation on these fronts going forward.
All right. Thank you very much. That's been interesting. Now let's hand it over to Namrata to take the show on the road. Thank you.
So that was quite an interesting chat. Thank you, Mr. Gandhi and Mr. Banwari. Well, coming up next is an interesting panel discussion on getting back to basics and to a post-pandemic world. And for this session, I would like to invite Anil Malhotra, Head, Public and Regulatory Affairs, Z Entertainment Enterprises Limited. Next, we have Prem Ojha, Group CEO, Fastway, Net Plus Broadband. Next, we have Prashant Chotani, Founder and CEO, Travel XP. Rajdeep Singh Gohil, Senior Sales Manager, ME, Central and South Asia, Asia Satellite Telecommunications Holdings Limited. Then we have Sandeep Gupta, COO, Broadcasting Business, Shimaru Entertainment. Sunil Joshi, Head of Distribution, South Asia from BBC Global News. And this session will be moderated by Shaji Matthews, FSCTE, ex-Senior VP, Star TV and CEO, KCCL. Over to you, sir.
Let me unmute myself. Hi. Thank you, Namrata. Let me first thank Anil and the Indian television team for inviting me over here. And we have our our panel. Prem is there, Prashant is there, Sunil Joshi, Rajdeep Goel is there, Sandeep is there. Did I mention Remoja?
Yeah.
I think Prem's video is not on yet. Is it? Okay, he's smiling. Very good. Okay. Okay. So,
you did not mention Anil Malhotra.
Anil Malhotra, he doesn't need a mention. He's always there. Where is he?
I'm here.
Malhotra sahab.
I can see you, Shaji.
I can't see. Okay. I've seen him. Okay. So Banwariji, congratulations. First of all, this is, I think, if I remember rightly, starting from IDOS, we have reached BBS. This is 18th year, if I am not wrong, and that is coming of age. What used to be a summit where we all used to gather together and exchange ideas and discuss a lot and talk about the past of the industry. We have come to an online discussion now, thanks to the pandemic. So what we are now going to discuss, our topic is getting back to basics and a post-pandemic world. So the question raised by many of the panelists was, is COVID still has it come to an end, or can we say it is post-pandemic? Well, that's a topic to discuss in another forum. We will discuss about our video and broadcasting sector in the post-pandemic world. So let us get on with the discussion. Let me start with Sunil Joshi. Sunil has been head of distribution for BBC, the most respected brand in news broadcasting. He's a veteran in the industry and has been around for a pretty long time. Has contributed in big way to distribution and broadcasting world. Sunil, from the broadcaster, how different the whole period of pandemic is, and what impact was there on BBC? What are your learnings? What are the learnings from your point of view? Over to you, Sunil.
Yeah, thanks, Shaji, and thanks Indian Television for inviting me. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah. So, the whole thing, it started the beginning of 2020. If we have to look at those things, from the experience and learning point of view, is that market was in a sort of disruption, which was a technology-oriented disruption. Market was trying to figure out its way out of it. And then it was implementing a new tariff order during that time, and understanding and interpretation and rollout of the regulation was on the way. And then came the pandemic. Okay, so now these all three were disruptions in the market. Generally market would understand the disruption and take care of it in terms of handling their own businesses, in terms of the stakeholders like broadcasters and DPOs and LCOs, of course, for the major stakeholder called consumer in the value chain. So now, in this case, what happened, while this all happened together, there was a sort of chaos in the market, and how and what and when, etc. was there, on the air, a lot of confusion. And the interpretation also, played a major role. The cable cable households were like, blacked out. the number of pay channels went off air in cable. Then, of course, DTH continued broadcasting pay channels during that time. And we saw a huge surge in terms of DTH numbers then. Well, then cable also had to gear up and understanding and everything. And as this technology disruption was anyway there, what actually impacted, the most is the high ARPU consumers that we had all the way in the market. And that's where we have been seeing the churn. And then this is one aspect of it. Second, there was a concept called second TV at household, which would range depending on the DPO's approach to the second TV and the promotion and the importance of retaining or grabbing additional connection. So it ranged between 5 to 7% of the universe any DPO would hold. So, this also caused, while cable lost initially few consumers to DTH, and then this second TV, which was actually also lost because of the regulation implementation, no clarity on price points, and then this OTT whole game, this high ARPU consumer, shifting from the second TV connection to OTT. Ideally, a high ARPU consumer would have a DTH connection at one main TV, and then suppose if we average take an additional TV, which could be in bedroom, would have a cable connection, for example. That permanently went on to, now we can say, to OTT, and the churn caused in approximately 10 to 15% has permanently moved out of the ecosystem, and then they come and go out, and as and when they think it's essential, they charge their packs, and all this is happening. And we saw this, quite a, everyone has to figure out their ways. Of course, consumer to the extent realized their rights, what they should want, and how they should be serviced, and what content they needs to be provided with. But the whole thing of understanding, decoding the regulation from the consumer point of view, his first regulator would be the last mile cable operator, which he would approach, and then for him it would be MSO, and then it is broadcasters and DPOs who tried to figure out the way of NTO1. While they were doing it, the NTO2 came in life, and again there was an additional disruption. So while all this happening, broadcasters and all guys, all the stakeholders, they tried to figure their ways out, which was complicated enough. The way I tried to explain, the layman would understand how difficult it is, to figure out and the way from this issues. It is probably more difficult to understand and execute all these things at a time. So in whole these things, BBC actually, because of the nature of the product and its international coverage, that BBC kept on investing, in spite of all these challenges, like any other broadcasters we had. Of course, news has a content production, it's ongoing thing, unlike any other broadcaster who would be in business of general entertainment, etc. Of course, there was a dearth on general entertainment content, wherein, as Mr. Shashi figured it out, they could launch the most appreciated content at some point of time, and they could walk away with the maximum share for quite some time in the pandemic period. So BBC, along with their digital, our digital presence in the market in Hindi and other languages, we kept serving the products, we kept investing into the product, and provided the required coverage so that consumer get appraised. Of course, like other broadcasters, there was a contraction on advertisement, but then subscription and the revenue was intact, as we witnessed unprecedented increment in viewership, India and all across the globe, Shaji. That's what I would like to, sum it.
Yeah, Sunil, I can hear that you are echoing the view of the news broadcasters, wherein in the pandemic the news became the most important element for any uh, any consumer to be availing. We'll come back to you later. In the meanwhile, Prashant bhai, I'm going to come last to you because please bear with me. There is because I'm sure there is a lot that you will want to talk about. Let me go to Rajdeep. He is talking from Hong Kong and he is ahead of us in time. So let me hear. Let us have him here. Rajdeep, you are in the satellite segment. You are operating in the skies. Now, has this virus reached somewhere in the skies also and hit something over there? How has it been during the pandemic for you? As you can see, there has been a lot happening on the ground. And what have you all done? Have you done anything to support the ground? What I can also see that in the future, there is a potential virus for the industry, which is in the form of the C-band allocations versus the 5G infrastructure. What are your views on that? Also, this infrastructure sharing to happen. Is that going to be a game changer? Your views, Rajdeep?
Yeah, hi. I mean, namaskar and good morning to everyone. I'm happy to be here from AsiaSat. And also the gamut of question that you have thrown to me, to great extent, I will also sort of represent the sentiments and outlook of the satellite industry. I think we've been fortunate as AsiaSat and also a satellite operator that virus hasn't reached to the space yet. But the people who manage the satellite are on the ground. And we have put in the SOPs in a place to ensure that our services remain uninterrupted to all our customers across the regions. But having said that, I mean, we all know, we have heard it from Sunil, across the industry, there has been been confronting with the challenging time of the pandemic, and there has been lockdown. So we have, as a company, has been very agile and sensitive towards the challenges that has been faced by our customers. So we've taken various measures in different format, because each of the industry and the customers are facing a different kind of challenges. For example, we have seen broadcasters facing challenges of cancellation of the event. So if I have to take an example, that in 2020-21, we have done the IPL, which has been into 2 break, despite the fact that our services commodity is something which is perishable. I cannot generate a revenue for what has not been used yesterday. But we've been supporting our customer into a lot of flexibility in order to support their event into the breaks and the time. Customer has faced sustainability challenges because of the lockdown. There has been a significant drop into the revenues of a lot of broadcasters, which has been FTA. There's been as deep as 90%. We have supported them to the time of sustainability by offering a lot of flexibility into our services. And as a lot of broadcasters are evolving and finding out the right balance of optimum operation and reducing their cost, AsiaSat has come out with various new innovative solutions for our customers. Today, our customers can just have a content and have a plug and play from us, including play out, uplink, and bandwidth. So we sort of have created an opportunity for them to quick start and reduce their cost. Beyond that, also, we have known that traditionally broadcasters find satellite cost to be very high in their distribution. So we have also come out with our own distribution platform on AsiaSat, which enables broadcasters to come onto our platform and distribute the content. And also, we have been entering into a syndication whereby a lot of broadcasters who are not presenting into the each and corner of the region, we enable them to distribute and make revenue. So these sort of the changes that we adopted during the time, and we have continued to support our broadcaster. But one of the second part, which is very sensitive that you just asked me, is about on the 5G. And it's a very sensitive subject, very hotly debated nowadays in the industry. More so as I'm sure our viewers and participants are aware about the fact that specifically in India, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India has floated a consultation paper, which I would urge all of you to go on a TRI website and see. We have submitted a comprehensive submission directly as well as with a rigorous amount of work through SIA India and Avia. I can assure you that the experts from the spectrum across the globe has contributed to their recommendations. But coming back to the point of your question on 5G and my views, I think it would be inappropriate for me to sort of comment on the policy matters of the country, as long as the interest of all the stakeholders is taken care. I think all the technology which is time has come is always welcome. So from the satellite standpoint, our outlook is that as an operator, we have been working on the 5G and advocating the C-band spectrum since WRC 16 and as recent as WRC 19. So all our viewers, participants would be aware that ITU is the international body which recommends the harmonized allocation of the spectrum across the country. However, as India falls into the ITU Region 3, the policy decision lies with the Indian administration. And in that context, the question today is, what is the optimum allocation that should be done? And while the viewers will take a look at the comprehensive submission that we have done to the TRAI, just here on the panel for our participant, I would like to submit that today the C-band, the broadcasters has been using the C-band between 3.7 to 4.2. And the earlier recommendation, 3.3 to 3.6 gigahertz frequency has been allocated for the 5G. And right now in the contention, it is there to be used up to 3670. As well as this is related to the broadband, in the waveband, which is millimeter waveband, 2425 to 2725 has been guided, which is now is been contended up to 28.5. And in my view, it is very important that when we look at the MNO market, which is contributes significantly to the GDP of our country, it is also important that we take the cognizance of the broadcasting sector. Today, with about 200 million TV households, we are talking about more than 800 million to about 1 billion eyeballs, which will get impacted if sort of the spectrum gets above 3.6. It's also important that sufficient guard band has been put in place so that there is no interference onto the broadcasting side 3.7 to 4.2. And if I have to put it in a very lighter context, that imagine we have a 2-story hotel with 14 rooms on each floor, and right adjoining to that we have a 3-room hotel which has a continuous noise coming in. All we are saying is to put a room in between so that the noise doesn't come in and impact the other hotel. So if the 5G and C-band spectrum allocation should be allocated in an harmony, in an optimum way. So that is my brief view on the 5G allocation. I'm sure all the participants would take time to go through the comprehensive, since this is a subject which pertaining to a technology and a future of the allocation of the spectrum. You've asked me the third question, which was again a very important one on the infrastructure.
I think we will come back to your question. The last part of your question we can come back later.
Sure.
Because we are now running short of time, and these are topics which can go which actually can become a topic for a complete discussion altogether.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Anyway. But we would like to hear a few more words from you once everybody has spoken.
Sure.
So let me now move to Sandeep Gupta. He has been with Shemaru. Shemaru has been in the industry from the beginning. They are pioneers in this field. Sandeep, the viewing habits of consumers, they have undergone changes during this pandemic, and new viewing habits, new priorities have come to light. Also, there has been there is OTT, which has made a major presence during COVID. Social media has emerged. So, what is your take? What has been your experience? Over to you, Sandeep.
Thank you, Shaji. Thank you, and thank you, Indian Television, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I hope I'm audible. Yeah. Okay. So, as you guys correctly saying, Shaji, Shemaru has been an old entity, and we are dominating this content business for 60 years, and this is the 60th year of Shemaru. And happy to share this with you all. In terms of the pandemic change, yes, pandemic has forced upon us new ways of doing and modifying our existing practices. From the simple things like how do we transact, what do we consume, how do we interact, everything has changed within the last few years, last 2 years, in fact. And if I remember correctly, in one of the McKinsey's report, a statement I had seen that the changes of which could have happened for 5 years to adopt digital happened in just 8 weeks. So that is the speed with which pandemic has created a disruption. This disruption has affected broadcast. I will speak more about the broadcast impact that Shemaru had, while we also have the benefit of having OTT, having YouTube, the digital scope. So we had all aspects of changes of pandemic. Somewhere we grew, somewhere we had a larger impact. So I'll on this panel, I'll speak more about the broadcasting aspect. So in the broadcasting aspect, I think there was a big turmoil because there are two ecosystems operating in the broadcasting system because of the kind of data that comes from BAC is the free and pay. The pay's impact was significant. There has been degrowth in pay, and our panelists have spoken about why there has been a degrowth, because people are, with the adoption of digital, people are being more considerate about how they are spending, where they are spending, and the kind of content they can have at this amount that they can spend. So because of pandemic, when content creation was interrupted from the major GCs and even movies were not coming in, people had the option of going to search for their kind of content, because they had nothing much to do than to sit at home and to keep themselves stress-free and entertained. So that's where the speed of the growth of YouTube, the growth of Facebook, the growth of the OTT platforms came in. And most of the OTT and digital platforms have taken growth from there. And so has Shemaru as well, because we have our OTT platform, we have our sizable presence in YouTube and Facebook. So we have that kind of, we were fortunate to have that growth. TV, which we were just in nascent stage because we had just launched channels, unfortunately were severely hit. But free as a platform where we had launched, because we saw opportunity in free, because we were already estimating that the growth for TV or even the economy as such is more in the 2-tier and 3-tier states and the places. Penetration of TV would have grown there, and that's how business will also grow. So that's the reason we focused on the FTA platform. The pandemic impacted us and for all the other channels there in FTA because the content bank that was suddenly being made available to the FTA audience was huge. While the prime time for pay was maybe from 6 o'clock in the evening, but the prime time for FT audience, while I'm saying prime time, it's the non-prime time actually. It had become from 8 o'clock in the morning. So the content offering or the magnitude of the content is being offered in the free audience space is huge, and that's where while I've been hearing and everybody is saying, and nothing to deny about the fact that yes, there is changing viewing pattern from people, and they are consuming more of digital content. But in the free ecosystem, I fairly feel that the behavior has changed, the consumption hasn't changed much. Because the free ecosystem is more about family, single TV household setup, where family viewing is more preferred over watching content which is more on the OTT platforms. So the time that they spend on TV has not reduced much, but yes, the preferences and the choices, they're spoiled with choice. So there, any broadcaster or any content provider has to be more tuned or have to be more aware about how things have changed, because content consumption is one habitual and one contextual. So while they were habitual earlier to come to TV, they used to make a routine that I will schedule my time based on this content and I'll come to watch TV. That changed. And right now that is not there even in pay, because now people are more with the mindset that what they want to see, they have the opportunity to see it in digital as well. They want to see their kind of content at that time. So it has been more customized content. You have to be more sharply targeting your TG and adapting your content strategy based on your audience. That is the biggest change that I feel that has happened. While in the pay ecosystem, there has been a migration or a little shift of the age group. A little older age group has come to the limelight for GC, but for the free ecosystem, since it represents the true India actually, because the larger pie or the free ecosystem is a younger audience. So that ecosystem entirely has changed, and you have to really address to your correct TG. That's what my take is on the changing behavior of television consumption. And this migration has been definitely because of not just for pandemic, also for NTO one. Yeah, Sajid.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that definitely patterns of viewing have changed, and that is significant. Okay. Let us move on to Prem. Prem, you have been in telecom, broadband, IT, all related fields, and you have seen that the onset of pandemic, social media and OTT became the buzzwords in the broadcast industry. Don't you think that the atmosphere was right for major expansion on broadband? And if you look at establishing broadband, one of the things that we keep forgetting is that the MSO across the country, the DPO MSO has access to over 100 million homes. There is a wire going into 100 million homes. Yeah. And they are best poised to establish broadband. And there was a great opportunity for the MSO to take advantage of the demand from consumers for broadband due to social media, work from home, OTT, all those things. Numbers have gone up, but do you think this has been, it has sufficiently worked, or was there any, what was holding the MSOs from really taking off into broadband during this time? Over to you, Prem.
Good morning, Sajay. Good morning, everybody. And thank you to India TV for giving me this opportunity to be here and share my views. Sajay, I couldn't agree more with you, on what you've just said. Just at the time when the pandemic broke, and maybe slightly before that, we all had a thought that broadband is going to be the sunrise area, and we all need to gear up to have our service reach there everywhere, so that people who are interested in high speed connectivity can easily be served. Now, that drive has been there for last, if I talk about our effort, last 4 years, we've been focused on this area, and, a lot of energy and time and, thoughts have gone in this direction. We've tried to create the, one important thing in this whole ecosystem is to actually have the service reach. Till you have your services or your fiber reaching out to every home, we work entirely on fiber to the home technology. So till you have every home connected or home pass created, you cannot deliver the service, and that by itself is a very, very challenging and a very, very labor extensive effort, if I may put it. So we've been in this direction, and we've nearly created 6 million home passes already in the areas where we operate. And I think that has been the case with most of the telcos and the serious broadband players across the nation. Everybody is trying to build up service reach for broadband. Now, pandemic has basically worked as a catalyst. Initially, because of the work from home compulsions and study from home compulsions, but I think, like you pointed out, somewhere in between, OTT suddenly took off, and I think has worked as the biggest catalyst in the entire growth journey. Initially, the connectivity was driven by the requirement to stay connected even when you are at your home, and to continue to do whatever you wanted to do, whether at office or education or anything else. But then what we were skeptical that once the situation becomes normal, it is likely that many of those connections may roll back, and the customers may not use it anymore. But that's not been the case. In fact, during this period, OTT has provided that kind of stickiness to the customers, and now OTT is in fact become the bigger driver of broadband connectivity at home. And there are some very unique things that OTT brings on the table, which I'm sure will further propel the broadband journey for all the serious operators in this direction. So, unlimited content, uncensored content, content for every segment. I think these are certain things. Number of hours of usage, the kind of data consumption that is happening, the number of devices, from say, let's say 20 million, 200 million devices to suddenly 800 million devices, almost 4 times the screens. So I think all these things are propelling broadband growth, and we are, though pandemic has not been a good time for any one of us, and but I think on the business front we had a lot of effort and a lot of distance to travel, and we continue to do that. It's been a very, very fast-paced phase of growth as far as broadband goes in our setup, and we see that the markets have actually opened up, and it has this broadband has now taken form of a utility. So everyone needs to have a broadband at their home, and everyone finds a need for having this connectivity. And I think it's just a matter of rolling out the services and connecting the homes. I think this is a bicycle with 2 wheels, one where you create your service reach, and the other where you reach out to the customers and give them quality service, high throughput, unlimited data, which is what the customer is looking at.
Yeah. Shaji, we are running short on time. You'll have to really rush through Prashant and
Yes.
and
I'm going
Anil,
to do
because
that.
otherwise I'd be,
The only
11:30.
thing is that we can't rush through Prashant. let me try.
No, Prashant is very precise and Prashant is very, very focused. He can actually give answers in about one sentence and you'll have your answer, as well as Anil sir. Okay.
Prashant, I'm not asking you any question. Go ahead on your own.
No, let Anil ji first take off.
मैं तो चुप बैठ गया यार प्रशांत जी, मैं तो चुप बैठ गया.
नहीं, अनिल मल्होत्रा जी की बात कर रहा हूँ.
No, you talk. We'll come to Anil ji.
See,
Over to you, Prashant bhai.
Yes. We are in a post-pandemic world is what if we think we are. This pandemic, we have grown with the pay TV offering. I would beg to differ with what Sandeep said that pay TV has suffered. What we have seen is phenomenal growth, not only in India, but also across the globe. We were in 62 countries before the pandemic began. Right now, we are in 105 countries all over the world. And in every country, wherever we are seeing significant growth as far as content consumption is concerned and as far as our new platform additions are concerned. So we are seeing significant growth across the platform. We also have our OTT service, which is available. Patterns and habits will change. They are constantly evolving. The way we create content is also changing. But people, what is happening is the time spent of every viewer is increasing across all screens. So if you see at the mark data, even the television, the linear television time spent is increasing. Even in US, linear television time spent is increasing. What is happening on the overall economy of the entertainment ecosystem, whether it comes from B2C or B2B2C or B2B2B2C, the way we have in India, where we have an MSO going through an LCO to the end consumer, that pie is growing. So what is happening is that some segments have attained maturity, and some segments are at a nascent stage. So they will see phenomenal growth. 200% growth can come when the base is small, and so when you look at relativity, everything looks different. But on a whole, there is growth. What is required now for the whole ecosystem and the to work with the regulator to make them appraise of the situation, that where the problem lies, where the opportunity lies. The entire distribution sector in India needs a complete repositioning and refocusing on marketing and thinking of content, because aggregation of OTT is the next big thing, where I see the Tata Sky Binge Plus, the product that they have launched, is going to be a very big game changer in my opinion. Because what we saw, if every broadcaster would have been B2C, we would have seen 10 dishes on every house. So it's not going to happen. Today, it's very difficult to find which show is on which OTT platform, and sometimes we miss a lot of shows. So aggregation and hybrid boxes for the MSOs are the way forward, where they have an Android set-top box or whatever platform they want to use, and they need to market to the consumer, which has never been done. They need to think content, they need to think marketing. The consumer is ready to accept only if you are going to willing to push to the consumer that this is what you want. You need to force. Otherwise, without entertainment also anybody can live. It's not do or die job. So it's very important that the whole ecosystem functions together. And back to the basics means we need to get to the basics. A distribution platform is a content providing platform. It's not a wiring platform that we are wiring cables and we are just connecting consumers to our head ends and all that. So we need to get to the basic of providing content to consumers. That's what I want to say.
Okay. Prashant bhai, you really put things in perspective in a very, very compressed and short discourse. I remember you saying in the last VBS that consumer doesn't want anything. It is that we have to create the habits in the consumer. Yes. So thank you for bringing the consumer into the focus. Anil ji, Malhotra Saab, over to you.
Malhotra Saab, unmute karo.
Yeah, Shaji.
Okay, Anilji, over to you. Now, you have been in the industry, you have been entrepreneur, you have been operator, you have been MSO, everything. Now you're moving to content side, but let us hear more from you on your previous experience. Did the cable and broadband networks use this opportunity to build on infrastructure and proliferate broadband? Wasn't this a great time to do that? Now there was NTO and all that, which can call for big discussions. AGR, there has been some good news on the AGR. So there are elements which have helped. There were so many things. Over to you, Anilji.
Shaji, you are right. This was an opportunity, but please note that this was a pandemic where there were lockdowns. People were not allowed to move. There was an access issue. There were red zones created where you can't enter. So the basic thing which the industry needed and which industry has delivered was that the services to the consumers were intact during this period, whether it was cable or DTH. Cable has one issue that it is the whole collection from cable, which cable operators were doing from consumer was in a postpaid kind of a thing. They were going home to home. And when there was a lockdown, you can understand the payments were not coming to them, but they were still required to pay to the MSO, and MSO was required to pay to the broadcasters. So in all those uncertain times, we survived. Yes, we saw traction of broadband, high-speed broadband, which cable operators were giving. But the challenge was that you were not allowed to move. You were not allowed to create infrastructure. And whatever period people have got in between, because we have seen first wave, second wave, now third wave, we are talking. Now, in between these waves, whatever time was given, people have gone ahead, laid infrastructure, and MSOs who are serious have created high-speed broadband infrastructure for the country, which in times to come, now it is home pass, it will get converted into home connected also. So I think that is the learning from the industry, that this industry, which was at the forefront of pandemic, means we are talking of front warriors. So cable operators, their manpower, similarly DTH service technicians were the warriors who were in forefront to allow people to remain at home and get entertained or connected at least. Thank you, Shaji. That is what I wanted to say.
Sure. I'm sure that you have covered your points in a very compressed manner. Now, as I told before, we are coming to the end of the discussion. So let me invite each one of you one by one to give a one-line closing remark. So who did we start with? Sunil.
Yeah, quickly. Now we've got to keep it sharp and short, Sunil and Sandeep and everyone. If it's short and sharp, one, two sentences.
Yes. Going forward, I would see that the all stakeholders, the consumer first, and then DPOs, broadcaster, and regulator work together to create a policy which will be, useful for all the stakeholders. And then looking as far as the developments are concerned, making connections really digital, addressable both sides, so that DPOs get into the next level of their business. Of course, OTTs are there already. They are addressable in terms of machine languages and artificial intelligence. So I would like to see that DPOs also get into that zone and then create additional revenue streams for themselves, Shaji.
Okay. Sandeep.
Yeah, so I feel, yes, the audience have changed, but audiences are content loyal and not channel loyal. So good and personalized content is the key to win the heart of the viewers. TV will be seen as a medium of entertainment and not the final destination. And others will also have a fair play.
Okay. Rajdeep, we can't take up the other discussion, but please give your quick remarks in one line.
Unmute yourself.
Rajdeep.
Yes, I'm saying that in the current given context, I think collaboration and consolidation is the way forward, according to us. And something which we have not discussed, infrastructure sharing, I think it will play a critical role in order to enable a new technology services at a lower cost to the consumers.
Okay.
To my mind, I think there are a couple of things that we need to do going forward. One, there is a natural consolidation in the market that is going to happen with smaller ISPs making way for people who can deliver quality broadband services. The other thing that we need to focus and work on is, how do we let the customer leverage this broadband connectivity or this utility which is now available to them in form of various applications or value added services and all. So that's one area where a lot of work needs to be done.
Okay. Prashant bhai.
A travel XP, we say one world, no boundaries. The virus also has shown us that. And content creators across India and the world have a great opportunity. This is a new beginning for the Indian content industry to conquer the world with our great storytelling habits and techniques.
And go with travel. Anilji.
Yes.
I think we have entered into the decade of convergence now. Everything will converge. It is all data now. It will converge, whether it is delivery services, content, or whatever we are seeing. So we used to hear about convergence. Time has come now.
Okay. To sum up, what I can say is that several game changers have emerged, and the industry has moved forward. The industry has set the wheel rolling on proliferation of broadband, and it will get converted. Of course, the consumer focus once again has become the most important thing, and the industry will have to work on the consumer with more focus to bring things to the consumers' preference and liking. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Anil. Thank you, Indian Television. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, everybody, for this wonderful session. And now we move on to the next fireside chat of the day between Winsley Fernandez, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer from Next Digital Limited, and Anil Banwari, Founder, CEO, and Editor-in-Chief of IndianTelevision.com Group. Over to you, sir.
Wins, are you there? Wins, good afternoon. We've got to really skim through this.
Very much. I know. We'll fly through it. I promise.
You're wearing similar jackets. Good. I mean, excepting yours is sharper looking. Yeah. So coming back again, what are the changes you brought about at Next Digital since you took it over? Earlier, it was seen as a kind of a, it wasn't seen as a professional company. It was seen as a company which was there, which was a provider. It was still seen as an entrepreneurial company. But since you've come in, I think it's got a lot of veneer of professionalism, and you've set in systems, and you've got the support of the management, and you've also set the tone right. So what have you done right at Next Digital over the past, how many years has it been? 4 years?
Well, it's in the 4th year now running.
Yeah. So over to you. I want to talk less. You have to talk more.
Thank you, Anil. And thanks to Indian Television. Anil, in 2014 at IDOS in Goa, I'm not sure if you remember, but you opened the session, the entire event, saying that the future will belong to those who innovate, and those who don't innovate will perish. These were your words, okay? And if you go back to IDOS, you'll see that there. And it's something that we've done, Anil, right? As Next Digital, we've metamorphosized from a cable company, traditional distribution company, into a digital platforms company. We don't use the term cable anymore. We use the term digital television, right? And digital television can be delivered via digital cable or by head end in the sky. It doesn't really matter. So over the last 3.5 years, we've focused on that metamorphosis to be able to provide digital solutions to consumers and to our franchisees. And we've made that metamorphosis over the last 3 years. It's not been easy because obviously we had to do a lot of re-engineering. We had to do a lot of unlearn, relearn, reapply to the business. Couple of things that we did, for instance, which is really good today. More than 35% of our workforce today is upskilled in digital technology. They know what digital means. It's not that they use the term digital loosely. They know what digital means. We've gone through the process of becoming a 100% prepaid model. We've gone through the process of becoming a digital payments mechanism company. And, every event serves as a trigger point for growth. So if you look at the Asian Games, that served as a trigger point for color television coming into India. London Olympics served as a trigger point for 4K and 8K being tested. The same thing we've seen in Japan, etc. And now we're seeing the next level. So for us, the pandemic was actually one of those trigger points to actually take it to the next level. So we realized that consumer preferences and consumer requirements were changing. So we said, listen, we need to stay ahead of the curve. So we launched our work from home bundle, which was not just digital television and broadband, but also included a lot of content that was relevant to people working from home, whether it was education channels, whether it was information channels, all of that. And down the line, we've been able to change our entire process and complete that transition into a digital company, right? We today, when you look at it, we're 100% prepaid model. Our platform, thanks to our head in the skies and over 4,500 pin codes across the country, everything is seamless because we use digital technology by and large to kind of manage the whole process. But I think just going back to your point of what did we do right, the last 1.5 years has been the pandemic. And 3 things we realized in the pandemic, which has taken us till today. One is that digital aspirations, Anil, are not just for the city dweller. Digital aspirations have also extended to tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4 markets, which are poorly connected markets, right? Poorly connected in terms of whether it be television or whether it be broadband, they've been poorly connected. That was number one, the first learning that we had. The second learning is that platforms like ours and others were facing challenges because of these changing preferences, right? And therefore, it forced us to look at new strategies for growth, forced us to look at new technology products. And the third most important thing, customers want a single window. They do not want to deal with multiple people for multiple products and solutions. That's gone. And that was the challenge that allowed us to rethink our objective and rethink our focus. And, that's where we are today. We've been able in the last 1 year to launch some very interesting solutions. And I'll just share them with you, Anil, if you allow me.
Please go ahead.
We launched 3 things that really have changed the game for us. The first thing is we realized that it was so important to support markets outside of the cities because 60% of our base actually comes from semi-urban, semi-rural, and rural India, which, by the way, are not just the most aspirational, but also where significant growth is still to be achieved. So we focused on those markets very, very strongly and effectively. And we even went to the extent of setting up these digital Next hubs. We call them a Next hub. It's basically a point of presence of Next Digital, where we set up our own, it's a device called Advanced Digital Delivery System, this piece of technology that we place in there, which today delivers not just digital television, up to about 650 television channels, but it also delivers broadband and OTT. So already consumers there, through a network of last mile owners or digital service providers, as we call them, are getting access to our television, our broadband service, and our over-the-top service, which could be multiple platforms. I think you're aware we partnered. And as a happy byproduct of that, or actually as something that was, if you look at backward integration, we launched a combo product. That combo product today for consumers, a typical consumer in Mumbai, from a single window can access up to 700 television channels. He can get broadband with speeds up to 1000 Mbps, and he can get OTT, about 300,000 hours of content from the best OTT platforms in his regional language, in his regional genre. Now, that is a very important backward integration step. And we took it one step further. We said, not only that, there's a whole bunch of customers in cities who want to be able to experience the next generation of technology. And we launched our advanced Android set-top box in the last week of December. We also launched a very innovative product called a television stick, where a lot of people have invested in smart TVs, which is the wave of the future. You can plug in this television stick and you can get access to your linear television as well. So I think we've been very cognizant of the fact that times are changing and we need to be at the forefront. We need to be able to harness technology and be able to deliver an experience to customers where customers are demanding. It is up to us to be able to fulfill that demand. So that is how we've been able to make the transition, Anil, over the last 3.5, 4 years.
And how have the LMOs reacted to your taking Next Digital to a next generation video, broadband, and other services provider? How have they reacted, and how has it been a challenge for you, or has it been a lot of door knocking, which has got them to, and a lot of sitting down with them, having beers with them, and convincing them? How has it been?
So, Anil, it was, the initial days were difficult. We had to, for example, I'll give you a simple example. When the lockdown happened, we told our last mile owners and digital service providers, it's imperative that, to ensure safety and social distancing, to move to a digital collection mechanism from the subscribers. We partnered with a couple of companies, Easy Pay and others at that point in time, EaseBuzz, and Lazy Pay. We partnered with them to help our LMOs. We conducted over 150 online workshops for our last mile owners to understand the importance of being able to collect payments digitally, or being able to do that. And now when we launched the product, which is the combo product, which is broadband plus OTT plus digital television, the funny part is the reaction now is that I'm getting is, what next? What else can we offer our consumers? They've been asking about, they're hearing about the Prime Minister has the scheme called the PM Vani scheme, which is for Wi-Fi access in across the country. And they've been hearing about things in terms of surveillance being another way. So they're very excited to be a part of it, because they've realized that while their absolute value of revenue or their absolute growth has actually improved, while individual verticals may have seen some amount of softening, the fact is, when going with a combo product like a department store concept, their ticket size is increasing, Anil. That has helped them to look at this business very differently.
Okay, so ARPUs have gone northwards, and how are your partners reacting to it in terms of the content providers, as well as the the guys who are offering you the pipe for the broadband? How has that been in terms of evolution, growth, etc., in their revenue streams?
So we have been able to see significant, I won't say significant growth, and I'll use the term steady growth, because that is the right term in terms of this business. In terms of partnerships, I think our partners have been very supportive. In fact, we worked with them to design packages that were effective and that were required during the lockdown, for instance. So they've been able to work with us very effectively and understand the ground, right? They understand the ground very, very strongly, and were able to kind of support us on that. We've also, Anil, we got permission finally last April for infrastructure sharing. We've got our approvals from everyone. We're really hoping that our broadcaster partners see the importance of it. See, as someone mentioned, I think Rajdeep on the previous, the previous conference was mentioning that it's so important. And the government has come out now with infrastructure sharing for MSOs as well, just in December. I think broadcasters will be a beneficiary to that. They need to understand that everyone's facing challenges. And rather than DPOs saying, I can't service X clients because the cost of connectivity is too high, it's better to say, I can service those customers through infrastructure sharing, and therefore continue to earn my revenues. I think we'll see that happening. I think broadcasters at the top of the pyramid understand it. It's the metrics that need to be worked out. It's the kind of innards of such a model that needs to be worked out. But I think the kind of support mechanism, everyone understands that the industry is changing, and everyone wants to ride on the wave that will perhaps take them to the next level, Anil. So that is where we see, that aspect of relationships.
Yeah, but the fact that are you seeing other broadcast partners and are seeing a significant uptake in the kind of revenues you're providing to them? Is there an uptick, or is it's still plateaued over there? Because at the end of the day, collections from the ground are very crucial. You've got prepayments. So have they seen an uptick?
So if you've tracked the numbers of the business that we are in, I'm looking at Next Digital specifically for a moment, we've seen growth quarter on quarter, right? Now the growth quarter on quarter, Anil, is not necessarily just the video business. It's also the broadband usage, and it's also in the last quarter, we've seen OTT. So the absolute value would have gone up by vertical. That, yes, like I said, would see some level of softening if you look at each individual one. But when you say the entire pie has improved, it's not that the pie has gone smaller. It's the stakes are getting bigger, right? And I think that is one very important thing, that if you're able to do it, you're going to see broadcasters automatically getting the benefit of that. We've seen in the last quarter that there's been an improvement in revenues. We've seen events that have triggered it off, whether it's the IPL, whether it's other shows, etc. So I think we're all coming out of a phase where we were, clustered together to be able to deal with this situation and the issues. But I think going forward, as long as innovation comes into play, for example, I'll give you Next Digital, right? Today, when we do our annual operating plans, our focus is not just on linear television. Our focus is on what is the revenue associated with linear television vis-a-vis OTT. Our focus is what is the broadband that I can push out packages to also ensure my customers take linear television, OTT, as well as broadband. So I think effectively that works pretty strongly, Anil.
So great, fantastic. So, you've transformed into a video, broadband, and additional services company, which is what we are looking at addressing. So that's great. And when do the broadcast partners really start seeing a benefit to them, real benefit on upscaling of what they can get for the content that they're creating? Their costs are going up, they're pressured.
So I think it's a matter of cohesive, of working together in collaboration, right? The process has only just started. And when the process did start in 2019, when the new regulatory framework came into play, when the process started, unfortunately, we got hit with the pandemic, and the pandemic has brought its own set of challenges with it in terms of connectivity and customer base. But I think as we've emerged out, if you look at the third quarter of fiscal 22, we're starting to see at least we're starting to see the lights at the end of the runway. I won't say the lights at the end of the tunnel, because that's an cliched term. But we're now able to see the runway clearly, and we know exactly how long the runway is and what is it that we need to do along the runway to get there. So I think that is something which will take time. How long will it take? It's like, saying how long is a piece of string. I think once we work together with the broadcasters, as we're doing, not just with the broadcasters, with our digital service providers, our last mile owners, when we give them a combined offering, when we give them a well-rounded offering, I think there's a tremendous amount of scope to take revenues up, Anil.
Fantastic. So what's your vision for Next Digital and for your wired cable service? Rather than the head in the sky service. What's your vision for that over the next 5 years? That's the last question, and then we'll move into the panel discussion.
So, Anil, there are 4 things that we have to all be cautious about, right? And this is something that I have said in not so many words, of course, but it's the first time I'm saying it to you. There are 4 things I think that are very important. One is wired cable, okay, will continue to grow, albeit slowly, right? However, you will see significant growth in terms of broadband. And why? Because also the AGR order that came in, which is, the government has been very pro-industry. If you look at December, in October, the government brought in the AGR clarity, which has helped wired connectivity to grow, because we are struggling at 22 million wired homes. We'll suddenly see an uptick happening. And I think Mr. Oja in the previous session also was alluding to that. So you'll see significant growth. The second was infrastructure sharing that the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has announced. So they're very clear that they're looking at facilitating the growth of the industry. So I think we have to look at those 2 pieces. The third thing is broadband over satellite and regionalized OTT will start to make its inroads over the next couple of years. And the fourth, I think the most important thing that everyone has to be cautious of, the characteristics of the business will impact single product companies. The future belongs to those who can align their products. For example, I've said this, cable on its own, difficult. Broadband on its own, difficult. OTT on its own, difficult. But when you combine broadband, cable, OTT together, and you either internally or through external collaboration, I think you've got a really, really robust product. And the happy part about that all is that the changing dynamics of digital consumption right, in terms of these 4 points that I mentioned to you, actually gives Next Digital a clear advantage. Because when you look at Next Digital and you look at the product portfolio, we've got Head End in the Sky, which connects everyone to across 4,500 pin codes. We've got wired connectivity in the cities. We've got a broadband company that has crossed 750,000. We've got a tele-shopping and a content syndication company. So when you look at the key ingredients that a company requires to collaborate and grow, I think we've been able to have those 3 or 4 verticals very clearly in place, right? Whether it's infrastructure sharing, combo products, broadband, and of course, growth in terms of new digital products. So I think the industry is on the cusp of the next level of growth. I think every one of us who's a player in this industry needs to understand the significance of collaborating and ensuring that when we go out with a portfolio of products and services. And that is something for sure that can stand us for the next decade of digital growth.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. It was interesting listening to your perspective. Stay on, please, while Namrata introduces the next panel, please.
Thank you, Anil.
Yeah.
Well, that was quite an insightful chat. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Vanwari. Well, coming up next is an interesting panel discussion on shaping the growth of linear TV distribution and subscription. And for this session, I would now like to invite Amit Arora, President, Affiliate Sales, India, South Asia and APAC from IndiaCast, Ashish Sherwani, Partner Media and Entertainment Advisory Services, Ernst & Young, Gurjeet Singh Kapoor, Head, Distribution and International India, Star and Disney India, Sambhasivan G, Chief Financial Officer from Tata Sky, SN Sharma, Chief Executive Officer, Den Networks Limited, Winsley Fernandez, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer from Next Digital Limited. This session will be moderated by Anil Vanwari, Founder, CEO and Editor-in-Chief of IndianTelevision.com.
Thank you.
Sir.
Great. Lovely to see you, Gurjeev, and good to see you in good health, finally. So let's begin with Gurjeev. And actually, all the panelists, no offense meant to the rest, because you all might take offense there. I only said good to see you, Gurjeev. But I think Gurjeev was going through a bout of illness, so he's recovered, which is great. I'll begin with you. Give us a sense of what is the TV business, the ecosystem of distribution looking like from the perspective of a broadcaster, a leading broadcaster like Star.
Well, thank you, Anil, and good afternoon to all the panelists and people who are watching us for this session. Anil, you talked about what's the state of our TV and the pay TV business. Let me start by saying India is a large and highly diverse country with a population we all know is 1.3 billion, very robust population, having more than 320 million homes, and the estimated television penetration is close to 60%, which basically states that in India, we have more than 1/3 of the homes which still don't have television sets. So basically a big headroom or a massive headroom for growth. The BARC report of 2020 suggests that the TV base in India has grown to 210 million, which is a healthy 7% growth despite of pandemic. So I think that's a good sign. Every year in India, there are close to 12 to 14 million television sets which are being sold. Out of this, 50% goes as part of replacement for the old ones, and we add close to 6 to 7 million new TV homes. I think that's a good sign. And there are states in India where TV penetration is quite robust. Markets like Tamil Nadu and Kerala, according to BARC, they have a very strong TV penetration of 98 and 92% respectively. But there are markets which are having problems in TV penetration, which are grossly underpenetrated. Markets like Bihar, Jharkhand, and Orissa have very, very low TV penetration. And also markets like UP, Uttarakhand, MP, Chhattisgarh, where the TV penetration moves around 40-odd%. So basically a good potential for selling television in these markets, and followed by converting these television homes to pay TV at a foreseeable future. So all this is very sound, very good for the business. I think that TRI and FICCI reported that there are 130 million pay TV homes in the country. And recent BARC report also suggested because of pandemic, there has been implementing of the pay TV homes, which have tumbled down by 2 to 3 million. This, to my mind, is primarily because of pandemic, poor economic conditions where people lost jobs. We had huge issues as far as the commercial business was concerned. So I think this is more of a one-off phenomena and an aberration where people move from pay to FTA because they didn't have disposable income. My take is that as economy will bounce back, income levels will rise, homes will adopt to television as a medium of entertainment. Linear pay TV business, which is in a very, very good position, where I think the ARPUs who were around 240 odd rupees, which is less than $3.50. TV remains most affordable and the cheapest form of entertainment for the entire family and is poised to grow. That's what I think. I think, Anil, we have seen in distribution, especially at the top end, we have competition coming from OTT, and at the bottom end, we have competition which is thrown by a free dish, where it has taken, especially because of pandemic, some subscriber base. So we are, I think, because television penetrations are improving, there is a big possibility that the pay TV numbers will continue to grow, but the growth has slowed down a bit.
Okay, Ashish, you've been observing this industry for a while. Your perspective on what Gurjeev just said, there's been a slowdown. Do you see this changing? Do you see it like he's optimistic about that? Do you see that changing, Ashish?
Yeah, so I look at it as a summation of all the people whose faces I can see out here. They've taught me everything I know on the sector. Samba gives me a quarterly dose of his point of view, which is always very enlightening. Winsley teaches me everything I need to know on hits, and Gurjeev is, of course, Gurjeev and SN and Amit, coming from everywhere. My take is slightly different. I think we've got to redefine how we look at TV. All right. And TV is basically a large screen, right? Now, yes, I'll be releasing the FICCI report hopefully around March. We will show a further 6 million fall or whatever in pay TV universe. But that's not really the true picture the way I see it. I will also be showing a very big growth in the connected TV side. And that's pay as well, right? So I think the industry is kind of going through a phase where it's seeing what Gurjeev said, that the connected TV is growing, free dish is coming down, growing, pay TV is coming down. But if I look at pay TV plus connected TV, I would say there's a growth, and that growth will continue into the future. All right, 2 points more around this. One is that we are 300 million homes today, right? If 130 million are paying for TV, say 10 are paying for connected TV, that's about 140 million homes today. There's still 160 million homes more theoretically who will pay or not pay, right? I always believe in this gold mine at the bottom of the pyramid called free dish, and I've been talking about it in the FICCI report for the last 4 years. That's 40 million, 45 million or whatever. We don't know how to get the correct numbers, but that's 40 million. We're still looking at a 185 million versus 300 million. Government's doing a lot of stuff to do direct transfer of benefits, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, mobile, all of that stuff. It's all going to trickle down, give it time. So I think overall the base will grow. And then finally it's segmentation, right? You have 45 million at the bottom, 50 million at the bottom who will never pay for it. They will be happy with their free dish. You'll have a 130 million, 140, 150 million who will pay for it. And you'll have, like any luxury product, 50, 60 million who will always be connected TV customers and pay a higher amount for that. I think that's how the market will evolve. We'll reach 200, 220, 225 million homes by maybe 2027 or somewhere there. I think that's a good way to look at it, because that's really how the market for any product, not just television, will always have a free, a pay, a mass pay, and a premium, right? You can't expect Mercedes-Benz to go and sell to more than 100 million homes in the country. That's never going to happen, right? They send 12,000 cars in a year. It's awesome for them. But I'm just saying that's pretty much how any market would work. I don't see this different.
Okay, thank you. Amit, over to you, and then I'll come to the platforms.
What do you want me to speak on? I mean,
Basically, we're talking about with the optimistic outlook that both Gurjeev and Ashish have laid out, and the positive outlook. Are you positive about linear TV?
I'll tell you, honestly, I mean, I would pretty much chime into what my thoughts resonate with what Gurjeev and Ashish have just said. Ashish has beautifully put it in three buckets. One at the bottom with free TV, which pretty much exists whether you go to Europe or US or Australia or India. And then you've got the mass paying 120, 130 million subs, and you'll have the 30, 40, 50 million will move on to devices, connected TVs. That's pretty much the way India is. Second point, again, what Gurjeev said, $3.50. I mean, nowhere in the world you'll find 300 channels onto your screen for $3.50. And India, as I always said, Indian consumer has always been a consumer which wants more for less. I mean, the challenge for every marketing manager in this country, be it any sector, is going to be, how do I give you more for less? The last point that I'm keeping it short, last point I want to make is that, we all need to now fundamentally step back for a while and see, how things have changed over the last 5 years. I mean, there was so much of conversation around the tariff order, which was envisaged in somewhere in 2016. I think the biggest black swan event that not only our sector, be it hotel, aviation, any other sector, consumption behavior, consumption patterns, which have changed is because of the pandemic. Now, what was true 5 years ago, then when you wanted to move from a wholesale regime to a retail regime, you wanted more restrictions, you wanted more regulations, you wanted more deals to be out in the public. Is that really going to work? I mean, where do you go from here is really the question. I mean, you've seen a drop of about 20, 30 million subs between transitioning of NTO from one regime to the other regime. Now, are all these restrictions going to work in times to come for future? I mean, do you still want so many restrictions in a broadcaster's life or a DPO's life that when you form a bouquet, you got to follow these three parameters? If you do a scheme, it has to be one, do it for one, you do it for all. I mean, the spirit of entrepreneurship to increase fundamentally the pay TV universe needs to now really need to kick in. And the challenges that I see is that we'll have to all break down our challenges, including the regulator. Is what do I do in the short term? What do I do in the midterm? What do I do in the long term? The answer to my mind, and I was listening to Anuj in the morning, the answer does not lie in over and over regulation at all. It is going to kill the business spirit over a longer period of time. Now, what kind of regulations you want in your life? You want a broad paradigm with a must provide, with a addressal of non-payments, your addressal of piracy. Do you want a broad paradigm, or do you want everything to be over-regulated? I think lots of economic sectors, a lot of economies across the globe have shown that over restrictive policies have not led to the fundamental growth of business. But I remain positive about the linear TV piece. I'm not saying that 120 million today is going to grow to 200 million in the next 3 years, but the way most of the people are writing it off in today's world, I don't think so. India is going to remain that. There's a whole bulk of DAS3 and DAS4 markets which are going to remain connected to television. Of course, you'll see DAS1 and DAS2, lots of people moving to small screens. You'll have cord cutters, you'll have cord nevers. But overall, it is all going to exist together. How do we grow it is going to be the bigger challenge, as I see.
Great. That was pretty well rounded up. In terms of, let's listen to SN now. SN, you've heard these two, the content providers actually talking here now. From your perspective, what do you envisage for this entire video distribution and broadband distribution system that you're operating? Winsley is moving towards digital platform services. What do you envisage for DEN in terms of and cable TV as a whole? Just unmute QJ, please. SN sir. SN sir, can you hear me? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So Anil, they muted me initially, so it wasn't me.
Okay, apologies. Yeah.
And good noon to you and to all the fellow colleagues and friends in the audience on the panel. Anil, your hairstyle has undergone some change, or
yes, I've grown a ponytail. No, I haven't managed to go to the barber because of the pandemic, and I've got a ponytail.
Amit Arora or something like that.
Yes, I follow the leaders. He's leading India Cast now.
Amit, you are the leader now.
Yes, so these are lockdown effects.
Lockdown hairstyle. That's what I was going to say. Lockdown hairstyle.
Yeah. So we all have grown together in this industry, and time to time we keep interacting. It's so good, and I really enjoy such sessions and a lot to learn from these sessions. Anil, I'll take you back maybe 2.5 months back. You called me up, भाई क्या हो रहा है? केबल का क्या होने लगा है? केबल खत्म हो रहा है? What is it? ये तुम लोग किधर जा रहे हो यार? क्या कर रहे हो? कुछ कर रहे हो? नहीं कर रहे हो? So this is a typical question that people normally have started asking. Is it a era where cable is seeing the end? ये क्या केबल का दौर खत्म हो रहा है? Or anything like that? I'll share a Sanskrit phrase with you. Navaram Adyam Bhasyam Ta Anaditi. यानी कि every new beginning comes from the end of another beginning. कोई भी अच्छी चीज शुरू होती है, उसका कुछ चेंज होता है और उसके बाद एक नई चीज शुरू होती है.
Very profound.
So in our trade also, as my fellow colleagues also just now mentioned, there are transitions happening. There are different buckets getting developed. There are a lot of changes that are happening in our life. That doesn't mean that cable is going to end. In fact, just to share at this stage only, our group itself has a strong ambition of growing 2x from where we are today. So this can't come from a belief, from a confidence that cable is going to be there. Cable, this linear business is going to prosper and is going to go miles. As my fellow colleague from Ansiang also mentioned, we are sitting on a gold mine. Gurjeev also gave you figures what kind of opportunity lies ahead. There is enough headroom for everybody to grow. And we definitely see a lot of opportunity over there. Definitely, there are challenges. It's easier said than done. And challenges, केवल को आदत पड़ गई है. Challenge स्वीकार करने की, challenge के साथ झेलने की. It's something like पानी में गिरने से मौत नहीं होती. I'll repeat, पानी में गिरने से मौत नहीं होती. मौत तो तब होती है जब तैरना नहीं आता. So we cable operators, we MSOs are strong enough. It's a entrepreneur-driven business. You very well know how the cable business started. I need not repeat. Our last mile, who is well entrenched, very near to the subscribers and homes, are strong enough, and we as MSO are working hand in glove with them. Things are changing. We both have strong presence on the ground, and we are determined to strengthen each other's hand and move along together. Move in the journey together, providing strength to our distribution. Fellow colleagues, अभी परसों आपका बात होती थी, VCR आया, CD आया कि सिनेमा हॉल बंद हो जाएगा. Cinema halls have undergone a change. 2 days back, I read in Times of India, at least in daily edition of Times of India, what I get in news at home. The CDs, we all thought have disappeared, download business aa gaya hai, CD khatam ho gaya hai. The top 5 albums in UK, 50% of sale is from CD. So things are changing. It's we got to realize that ये खत्म नहीं हो रहा है. We are transforming from one way of doing business to another way of performance. So in the whole process, we need to understand the consumer is not an outsider. He is key part of the business. We need to service him properly. By serving him with OTT, by serving him broadband, by servicing him digital media or any such mode of services. We are not doing any favor to him. Rather, he is giving us a favor by giving us an opportunity to service him. So we need to change ourselves with time. And that is what we have been doing in last few months. When you asked me, I said, "Jab milenge to bataunga." We have been investing heavily in technology. We have been investing in our boxes. We have been investing in our networks. The box that we are providing with double tuner and recording facilities, I can claim on this platform, none of my peers is able to deliver that kind of quality product that we are giving. And it's a highly subsidized box. There are a variety of schemes It's all consumer friendly only. So we are doing all this. It's not just the box, it's just not the SMS, it's not the entire backend has been overhauled. Why are we investing? We are investing with a viewpoint that changes are there in the country, changes are there in the air. Globally, the technology is growing and technology overtakes us. So we got to strengthen our network to match up to the standards that the consumer is going to ask for. The choices of consumer are changing. For that, broadcasters also need to tighten their belts, pull up their socks. The products, we are creating a highway. So the product is there. So they need to work on the product so that the consumer likes that product. So all I am trying to assure from this platform that we are well determined and we have strong ambition to grow in the business of linear TV. Isme couple of challenges as I would like to share with you. I'll take a few minutes
please
that you are giving me an opportunity. मेरे को बड़े time बाद मौका मिला है तो मैंने कहा चलो 5-10 मिनट बात कर लेते हैं. And fellow colleagues are also there. They can contribute in the brief punch. So the foremost is free days. Free days बहुत बढ़िया चीज है. I mean लाखों लोगों का इसके अंदर entertainment का इंतजाम है. And it's a noble service being driven by Government of India, प्रसार भारती और वो सब है. The challenge comes when the content providers charges us money for the content to be shown on cable TV, but they go running after free days. They start participating in the auctions over there and give it free of cost. So we are very happy. We know we also can devise products, but this level playing field needs to be ensured. At least the content provider, we have been following up with MIB. We have been following up with regulator. Regulator for last 3 years is telling us, see, we can't do much. It's beyond regulation. All right, accept it. But as content provider, they should also have broadened their view. After all, their business, their stakes are also involved with a paid television concept. The subscription that they are always hungry for. Gurjeet Singh Kapoor, Amit Arora keeps hunting me, 20% increase, 30% increase. I don't know from where they will call me for these increases when they themselves want to encourage free-to-air mode. So
that's one point. Next point.
So next point. So now you are pushing me.
No, I'm not pushing you. Listen, please forgive me in the interest of time so that we can cover everything. The second.
Yeah. You cut me short. I'll stop there. The next point is, of course, OTT. बहुत बढ़िया चीज है, बहुत ही अच्छा जुगाड़ है, बहुत ही उम्दा चीज है. जहां खोलो वहां देखो, जहां छोड़ा था वहां से शुरू करो और वहां से दोबारा देखना शुरू कर दो. Wonderful. Absolutely. I mean, I'm not afraid. I also would be watching it once in a while. छोटा स्क्रीन वर्सेस बड़ा स्क्रीन एक है, जंग है, वो चल रही है, शुरू हुई है, कहीं भी जा सकती है, टेक्नोलॉजी है. But the question comes, every broadcaster has its own OTT. उनको कंज्यूमर चाहिए, उनको आईबॉल चाहिए, करिए. But the level playing field needs to be ensured. The pricing over there and the pricing to cable TV needs to be at par. मैं अक्सर बात करता हूँ, गुरजीत अभी मीटिंग के बाद लड़ेगा मेरे से. नहीं हमारा सेम है, तेरे को पता ही नहीं है, तू देखता नहीं है, तू मेरी नजर से देख, सब ठीक है.
या उसका सवाल, उसका जवाब भी है जो आपने सवाल किया, वो देगा उसका.
वो बहुत सारे मेरे पास इतने सारे रहेगा, but the fact remains, we can't run away from the fact. Fact is, it proves to be cheaper mechanism when you watch it on OTT. There are certain shows, there are certain events which they bring before the time that is shown on cable. Why so? Why are they afraid of linear business? We are their friends. They want us to grow. They should also facilitate the same service what they are giving to OTT. So ऐसा नहीं है कि we are afraid. We are geared enough to handle all these. संघर्ष करना तो हमारी आदत है. संघर्ष से डरेंगे तो कहीं भी नहीं जा सकते. So all I would like OTT players to, the content providers to OTT players to play at par. You see, when it comes to OTT or broadband video, it's huge. वो जितना choose करें, वो अपने आप में एक प्रॉब्लम है. After all, a customer, if given 10,000 channels, he will end up confused and he will not know what to watch, when to watch, and वो समझ ही नहीं आएगी क्या. That way, केबल टीवी एक सच्चाई है, हमारे साथ जुड़ी हुई है, हम उसके साथ जी रहे हैं, हमारे जीवन का वो पार्ट है. I have households where I have visited. Our cable TV box is off because of pandemic reasons, because of financial stress. But if I ask the house owner to return the box, he refuses. He says, "Sir, ये थोड़ा time निकल जाएगा. I'll get it on." या बीच में मैच आता है, मेरे को मैच देखना है. That applies to even bungalows also, where you have one DTH connection, one cable connection, and one our box is lying off. But if I want a retrieval of the box, that owner is refusing to return that box. Majority of it, be it you go to Varanasi, be you go to Azamgarh, be you go to Kanyakumari, the situation is same. So people have a mechanism, have a set mind that they are accustomed to life with cable TV, large screen, and they are very happy to watch it. It's just momentarily there are changes and we are facing those challenges. वो निकल जाएंगे. Thirdly, my request is to honorable regulator. वो थोड़ा हमारे को भी बीमारी सर्दी जुकाम आया है, कभी केबल ऑपरेटर की तरफ भी देख लें. They always get maximized and driven by powers, I would say powers of broadcasters. They refuse to apply balm to us. They refuse to give medicine to what we are going through. We have been submitting with them. From your platform, I would like to request both regulator as well as ministry also to look at our issues and our pains and help us overcome these minor struggling issues that we have in our life. बाकी हम अपना business देख लेंगे, Anil, that is not a issue, and cable is bound to grow. And when I'm seeing you are now eager, you are tempting to stop me.
No, I'm not. Everyone wants to listen to you. S&P, बहुत लोग आपको नहीं सुनाए.
नहीं, तूफान में ताश का घर नहीं बनाया जाता, रोने से बिगड़ा काम नहीं बनता. दुनिया को जीतने का हौसला रखिए, दुनिया को जीतने का हौसला रखिए. एक हार से कोई हार नहीं होती, एक जीत से कोई सिकंदर नहीं बनता. वाह, इरशाद. So that's all I have to submit, and thank you very much, Anil, for giving me time, and you please carry on.
Anil ji, sorry, may I interrupt and take over your role for 1 minute? I want this chance to ask SNG one more question.
Please go ahead.
SNG, I've heard so many people say that the future of TV in this India will be 2 wires in each household. One will carry linear, one will carry OTT. Do you think we are capable of something like this? And if so, by when?
So future में तो बहुत कुछ होना है. अभी 3D भी होना है, 4D भी होना है. So future is definitely, and you are right, people like you only can. I leave it to you to make these forecasts, but it's not going to be so, sir. It's not. The journey is still a long way. Please appreciate one part: how much wireline broadband has grown.
20 million, 22 million, bus.
You have the figure, so
yeah.
फिर उसमें आपका आंसर मिल जाएगा ना सर. 2
टाइम लगेगा इसको, टाइम
लगेगा. ये चेंज है, वो इंडियंस की आदत है. धोनी था कैप्टन, वो आफ्टर गिविंग फैंटास्टिक परफॉर्मेंस यू स्टार्ट मसलिंग हिम. अभी कोहली साहब का हुआ है, सच ए फैंटास्टिक स्पोर्ट्समैन, ऑल ऑफ अ सडन वी स्टार्ट टॉकिंग समथिंग एल्स. So ये दुनिया का दस्तूर है. It's nothing. People strong enough, like Kapil Dev, if we meet him today, he got trophy for us in way back in 80s. Now the movie is there. So time लगेगा sir. OTT, 2 wires. Yes, home is going to be a challenge, and all these service providers are eager to service, and the race is on. It's going to take a lot of time.
Thank you,
I
sir.
don't know whether you are happy with my answer or not.
I would have loved to hear a year to say that यहाँ हमें 100 million connected homes मिलते, but I will live with this for the time being. Over to you, Anil ji.
Yeah, thank you very much, SN. Moving on to Samba. Samba's company has been doing a Samba in distribution really very well, excepting this last. I think we've heard that there's been churn happening over there. So despite the churn, are you optimistic, Samba, about distribution?
Thank you. First of all, thanks everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, Samba.
Yeah. So thank you. It's a very tough act to follow after Sharma ji.
Yeah.
It's a comprehensive overview of the industry and everything. Yeah. And I totally agree with what I think Gurjeev started with. And each one of the speakers spoke about a different aspect of it. Like Gurjeev was very optimistic about this 100 million homes, which is there. And Ashish spoke about the segmentation possibility. There will be a market for high, medium, and low-end segments. And I think Amit also touched about the regulator, the level playing field and the regulator. And Sharma ji spoke about everything, right? So in terms of the overall health of the industry. So it will be very difficult for me to add on to these points. When I was just thinking, what is it that I can add on to be more optimistic than any of them? So there is just one thought in my mind, is that this 300 million homes is based on a certain number of people every household has, right? So it is based on a 4.5 kind of an average. So my thinking or gut feel as of now, this aspect of nuclearization of families has not been given much thought about, right? So with the same population, if that 4.25 becomes say 4 or 3.75, without any increase in population, the households go up. So more households means more opportunities for pay TV, even without a multi-TV. So that is one angle I think we may want to think about, because there is a huge opportunity there. As more and more nuclearization, more and more urbanization happens, and which we are seeing, right? We are already seeing, but still India is a rural market. But I believe that 10, 15 years down the line, even though the population may not be growing, it is growing at a paltry 0.7, 0.8%, but the number of households will keep on increasing. So that is one reason, in addition to all the other reasons, and the temporary phenomenon, I totally agree with. In fact, one perspective which we found using our customer survey on this pandemic situation, people are not getting money to repair their existing televisions. Because we know that a lot of televisions which are being watched through in the rural market are older televisions. And when there is a repair happens to a television, it costs say 500 rupees or say 400 rupees. They don't have money for that, and they wait for the money, because of which, even though they want to watch content, they can't watch it just because they couldn't repair their television. That percentage is growing. So these are the two perspectives I wanted to add. Otherwise, I think everything, whatever I had thought about, has been covered. Thank you.
Yeah, so Samba, you're seeing this as temporary, and
Yes.
as we emerge from this, and as income levels start improving, let's say by end this year, I expect this roller coaster ride of the pandemic at least till end this year,
Yes.
and continuing with us for a long time. But the roller coaster will not be there. It'll just be part of our life. So,
Yes.
so
I'm very optimistic. I'm very optimistic about the future. Once this pandemic situation goes and the economy comes back, even the SME segment will come back. I'm sure people will come back to, still not all the people who have gone to their rural villages have not come back. Maybe 50, 60% have come back. Another 40% are still sitting in the villages, and still, and many hotels are not running. Many establishments are not running. So they are all like currently in a deactivated mode. That's a large percentage. So all these things will reverse is what I feel in the next 12 months or so.
I think, Anil, just one more point I would like to add what Samba just said. And I am, again, you might call me very optimistic about or bullish about the linear pay TV business. But if you look at how the FTA business or free dish business grew over last 5 years, it has doubled the number. So from a 20 million, which was in 2017 or 2018, today, I think the estimated number on free dish is close to 40 odd million. And this again primarily is in last 2 years where we saw the movement getting a big momentum, where people moved away from pay to free. And I think like SN and Samba were mentioning, the moment we have economy bouncing back, these numbers should come back to pay TV. And I think Samba also talked about where the people don't have money to repair television also. The first thing they would do is to probably start sampling content which they've been used to, but the money was a question earlier. So I think there is a big possibility when economy improves, these people coming back to the pay TV business.
Okay, great. Winsley, you haven't spoken as yet. They were their views. You seem to be very optimistic at becoming a digital platform services provider and many other services, including tele-shopping, including broadband, including linear video, including OTT bundles, combo packs, etc., which I think Tata Sky has been doing also for some time now. So what is your, and as is SN also, no, not to leave out SN, otherwise, he might say you didn't mention me. Okay. So coming back again, so what do you see going forward for linear television, and how do we get this to really, apart from the economy turning around and people having money to repair the TV sets and to start paying for cable TV again, rather than DD free dish, which is free. So what is needed? Some of the changes, some of the things that were hurting them. SN mentioned some of the things which are hurting them. So what do you think is needed from linear television to help it to have a long and sustainable life?
So, Anil, thank you again for this. So, SN sir is absolutely right, and he's pointed out the reality of where the industry is. But I think when you look at what Gurjeev and Amit and Ashish were alluding to, there is light at the end of the tunnel, right? We've seen a bit of a rough patch right now, and we're seeing growth again. And he's absolutely right about the pyramid structure. The point is that we need to create products which help people take it a step by step rather than jumping to the top of the pyramid. What do I mean? I mean that someone who's paid, say, 800 rupees for free dish, which gives them access for about, say, 100 channels, 120 channels for life, needs a step-up product. The step-up product has to be able to compete with the product that the consumer is already accessing. What do I mean by that? So I'll give you an example of what we did about 6 or 8 months ago when we faced a similar challenge. We launched a lifetime free product. What was that lifetime free product? We bundled all the free-to-air channels, and we basically offered a bundled offering of a digital set-top box and all the free-to-air channels bundled, which could be got at obviously a price that was comparable with Dish TV, but with free dish. But from a consumer perspective, it was, I'm getting 800 rupees for 100 channels on free dish. Now for 850 rupees, I'm getting 300 channels and a digital set-top box. And anytime that I want, I can also upgrade my service to be able to access pay channels in the future. So I think the one important thing, and I kind of mentioned it in the earlier session that we had, Anil, is I think broadcasters and platforms need to go back to the old philosophy of working together. We've not been able to do much, mainly because of the pandemic. I've not been able to catch up with Gurjeev personally or with Amit personally, but I think we need to get back into that and put out the whiteboards again and say, listen, these markets in rural India, which are now coming out of the pandemic or coming out of the economical downturn, don't want to move from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour. They want to go from 0 to 20, 20 to 40. There may be some who obviously want to go higher. But can we work and come up with a product or a solution or an offering that allows every segment? So effectively, I'm saying the one thing that could be very successful, and I know SN sir and all the DPOs are looking at it, Samba definitely at Tata Sky, is that what are the step-up products we can create? The super product is the 700 television channels and 300,000 hours of OTT and 1,000 Mbps connectivity to the home. There's also a consumer who wants just 100 television channels, happy with 5 Mbps connectivity, and okay with 1,000 hours of OTT content, specifically on 3 OTT content platforms, which are regionalized. So I think that demographic, that segmentation, creating products with different segments, that is the challenge, Anil. The challenge is not going to be about, can we get those markets back? The challenge is going to be, what are the products that we can create that cater to different socioeconomic classifications of those segments? And how do we ensure that each one has a tier? Which then goes back to the point that Amit made, that content regulation needs to be rethought, right? very important to regulate piracy, very important to regulate measures that are negative. But do we want to really regulate things where we know we need to create step-up models in terms of content, etc.? That is worth a collaborative effort to discuss and to look, take it forward. So that's my simple thought. We're struggling today with figuring out what are those step-up products that you can't create a portfolio of 1,000 products, right? Technically, the backend can't really manage it. But can you create 100 products, or can you create state-wise, say 3 products, or can you create, again, within a state, what are the 3 products you create? In Bihar, what do you create for rural Bihar? What do you create for semi-urban Bihar, and what do you create for urban Bihar? So I think that is going to be the challenge for all of us, to be able to create a product portfolio that sees linear television as well as OTT, as well as broadband, forming part of that tube from the bottom of the pyramid all the way to the top. Anil. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Can I just point out one thing? I'll just take a leap. I'll just take a leap from what Winsley just said. So Vince said that this is exactly what I meant by look at your short-term and your medium-term goals. On one hand, he's saying I want to only cater to that DD free dish customer. Tomorrow, I want to sit with Winsley and tell him, listen, I'm going to give you 100 hours of archival content. Can you create 2 services and only look at these 40 villages of Uttar Pradesh? Can you do that? That's one end of the solution. The other end of the solution, probably which Samba can throw more light, is something that Tata Sky did about 10 days back. They've launched binge plus linear channels, addressing the top end of the customer who dabbles between a Wi-Fi home, watching content on a Netflix, on an Amazon or a Hotstar or a Woot, and at the same time does not want to take away linear. So they've launched something that addresses, price points between 450 onwards, going up to 750, 850, and remarkable effort. 9 languages cut across the country, bundle of OTT and linear services. So that is something that my sense is it is going to kick excitement into the industry, and I see more people following suit, following the footsteps of Tata Sky now.
Samba.
Yeah, so the topic I think is regionalization of content and what you can say segmented approach towards giving what the customer wants. So it will be cliche that we always use that we want to keep customer at the center of our decision making. So that is always the case. So this regionalization of content is something which we have been doing for a long time through the linear route all the time. So this is the first time I think we have brought in the OTT aspect also, because we always believe that it's an and game. It is not an or game.
Correct.
It is not linear or versus. It is and. So both can coexist, and there are people who want both, and there's a lot of people who want selected content of both. Not every content of everything, right? So because every content of everything, we can't have the cost lower, right? So you'll have to be selective, and you'll have to give what the customer wants. So that's why the more choices we create, again, I come back to Winsley, that is always a technological nightmare to have 1,000 products, right? Because customers are, it's now we are talking about customer as a n equal to 1 kind of a customer base. Then we'll have to have millions of products. That way we cannot do it. So therefore, we'll have to do some kind of intelligent segmentation and keep the number a meaningful, say maybe a 2-digit number or a 3-digit number. In hundreds, you can have the kind of products, but you cannot have thousands of such combinations. It will be very difficult to manage at the back end. So somewhere we will have a balance. Yeah.
Sorry, Samba, I interrupted you. Anil, if I may, just to take Samba's point, so as I mentioned to you last month, in December, we launched our combo product, right? Which was linear television plus OTT plus broadband. And the top end product is, as I mentioned to you, 1 Gbps of speed to the home, 300,000 hours of OTT, and 700 linear television channels. Have we seen demand for that? Not really. Where we're seeing demand is actually the midriff, right? It's the midriff which says, I want 100 Mbps of content, 100 Mbps of broadband speed. I want my 400 television channels, right? And my OTT, I want my select 3 platforms. So we've had to step back a bit and recraft it. Because again, to Samba's point and what I was saying earlier, we can't have every product in the portfolio. You can't do a matrix and say, I'm going to do 1,000 products. So we've had to, rethink. So the best part is, because it's a new model, because it's a new technology model, because it's a new product model, we're able to recraft and to be able to recast as we move along.
Yeah. So like I was saying, it's not either or, it's and.
It's and.
Right. It's and. So SN, are you there? SN, आप मुझे दिखाई नहीं दे रहे हो, sir.
No, SN's there very much.
Okay. So, television to have legs needs OTT and broadband to be bundled along with it. Television alone cannot, linear television cannot sustain on its own, apart from a free service. That's the reality. Your reaction to that, SN?
That's not the reality.
Okay.
That's not the reality. That's a presumption, and in times to come, that's what I emphasized, and you will see it. I'm going to prove it. Having spent so many years, yes, there can be addition. You can call it add-on services. After all, if we are seeding the high-quality boxes at a high cost, there must be certain value additions. Definitely, customer definitely needs to be serviced properly. If he wants OTT, it's not necessary that the linear service provider only goes and gives him OTT. Let there be another player, let there be another service provider. If it suits him, let him, it's his business model. All I am saying, I rephrase that, मैं जैसा भी हूं मुझे रहने दो, मैं जैसा भी हूं मुझे स्वतंत्र रहने दो, मुझे अपने गीत अपने स्वर में गाने दो, बेकार के बंधनों में मत बांधो मुझे, बेकार के बंधनों में मत बांधो मुझे, मैं हवा का झोंका हूं, मुझे फ्री बहने दो. If OTT can be unregulated, it can reach households free. Let me also be unregulated. I'll show what is there. जो उसमें क्या है कि मैंने कहा तारीफ करी, सब दिखता है तो बिकता है. आप दिखा दीजिए केवल पे, कुछ OTT चाहिए ही नहीं किसी को. आप रेगुलेट कीजिए OTT को, आप सेंसर ले आइए OTT पे, सब पता चल जाए.
Gurjeev, now you have to answer this. He's really pained, and so does Amit. And so are, while products are being, I'm sure SN is also developing products at various segments. He's not admitting it, but he also wants his freedom.
No, there will be a lot of, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I know you will. I know you will. You're one of the pioneers.
I am not choosing this platform to, at this stage, this won't be right. You will see a lot of strengths emerging in our network. I don't want to make that announcement today. वो हमारा तरीका है कि कुछ कर देते हैं तो अब बोलते हैं, नहीं तो एस्पिरेशंस बहुत होती हैं. एंड डेफिनेटली वी आर अवेयर ऑफ, कॉन्शियसली अवेयर ऑफ व्हाट वी नीड टू डू. और अगर मैं आपको बोलूं, every operator that is connected to our network will have an underground feed emerging into his office. How would you take it? Today, the wires are going
all over,
kilometers overhead. All right. So we are working in a lot of directions, and everything will be there. You will see a lot of magic products coming out of the costly.
No, I accepted that also. But you're not admitting, you're not saying it now, but you're pained about the fact that linear is available for free and OTT is unregulated. So Gurjeev, you're offering linear on OTT for free. You told me that it's to allow for sampling and to allow, and you're also putting on DD free dish so that you allow them to upgrade to pay TV at some stage. And you're giving archived and dated content on DD free dish.
That's right.
But it's still paining him. He's saying that that's preventing, because of the DD free dish package, it's hurting because the migration is happening towards the free services rather than away from paid services.
So, Anil, to answer that question, I think very clearly SN is really peeved about the presence of few channels on Free Dish. We have 2 channels right now, which is Star Utsav and Utsav Movies. And I think very clearly these are more of, these are channels which are carrying dated content. And this is more for sampling. And as I said, when people have disposable income, they would definitely pick up the pay TV content and through either DTH or through cable. And that's the reason why I think sampling is a preferred option. We had vacated that platform, but we saw the other channels emerging on those platforms. So to vacate that is not a sensible proposition. In fact, we should be present in all platforms to make sure that you are catering to the needs of consumers. If they don't have enough disposable income, there is a content which sits there, which is not fresh, it is dated, but yet it is there to entertain people with less disposable income.
But you have to remember, Gurjeev, I'm going to interrupt you. For people who are watching it, despite it being dated, it's fresh for them, for many people who are watching it. So therefore, it's a bit of a loss as far as SN is concerned, because those people might come onto the fresh content that Star is showing rather than dated fresh content for the users in the homes. And then
I agree, but let's say if and why are these people not watching fresh content? Because their ability to pay or propensity to pay is not there, and that's the reason why they're looking at cheaper options. So like I said, when we vacated that platform, we saw it didn't affect. There were other channels which kind of occupied that position and became number one in the FTA market. So right now we have Star Utsav, which is the lead GC FTA channel in that market. So we are catering to the needs of consumers, and we would not let that go. But I agree with him that there could be some movement from pay to FTA, and I endorse the point which SN made. But again, this is to cater to a segment of population which can't afford pay TV.
What about OTT and linear? Having linear on OTT?
Okay, even for OTT, I think we talked about OTT. To my mind, OTT in India is predominantly a second screen phenomenon, where large portion of OTT content gets consumed on the go, on mobile, and it's still not a living room entertainment experience. So when you are comparing with the linear TV, where linear TV is in living room or in the bedroom, so I don't think so it's a fair comparison. And I think even today, the number of living room experience from OTT is very, very limited. I think Ashish will give you a figure.
No, the numbers are anywhere between 10 and 15 million of connected TVs.
My take is it's not more than 10%. In a market of India where you have 320 million homes, if you're talking about 10 odd million, is it a big number? So I think I'll be missing wood for the trees.
Okay. Amit.
So 3 points here, actually. The first point is, Gurjeev mentioned it, and I'll just elaborate this. Somewhere in 2019, when we all went off free dish was estimated to be about 32 million. We all went off, it remained at 30 million, which complements what Ashish said, that bunch of segment will always be there. Can you get every private channel off from DD free dish? I mean, that is something for all of us to go and tell the government, ki, Arey Baba, you just do your DD channels, please don't allow any of the private channels. Can you do that in the short term? The answer is no. So what is the solution that you do? All of us put together, the total number of pay channels today available on DD free dish will not be more than 10. All of them are priced less than ₹1. So you're talking about $10 in total. So we should rather look at a different solution, that we work together and attack the market where DD free dish customers are there, rather than wishing that this will completely go away if all of us, get knocked off from DD free dish. Second, all our linear channels are behind the paywall on OTT services. They are not on AVOD. I think there is a misconception that, linear channels are available for free on OTT platforms. It is not like that. Even if it premieres before television, it is behind the paywall. Now, paywall conversation has started already happening. You've seen Netflix dropping prices, Hotstar actually restricting the number of screens. Sooner than later, the concept of restricting screens, big screen, small screen, and the price points is going to become relevant. You've seen Amazon recently, going for a 50% price hike. So there are various combinations happening in the market. But one point that I would agree with Sharma ji is what he said about being a free bird. I also echo in what he said, that hum panchiyan unmukt gagan ke pinjar band na reh payenge. So it is better to be unregulated and start dealing with things like unregulation rather than getting more and more regulation in our life.
So coming back to that, the elephant in the room, NTO 2.0, which is we haven't discussed so far. I mean, the confusion around it. I'm sure, by March end, you'll have to start working under that regime. I believe there could be another consultation paper coming around it. I don't know for sure, but give your views on NTO 2.0 and the fact that there is so much regulation on cable TV and television. Whereas on newspaper, nobody tells anyone how much to price a newspaper. There's no regulation on newspapers. There's no regulation on how much soap should cost.
You want me to start first?
Whoever wants to start. It's the ball is set. You can become like bulls in the china shop. Perfect.
Guruji, may I? So I'll tell you, in the first place, I don't even know why NTO2 was required in the first. I mean, if things were settled, everything was going fine. I mean, to have another round of amendments in regulation and asking 115 million subs to go and actually make another round of choice, I don't know what purpose. To me, I mean, it did not serve any purpose. But be that as it may, it is law. I mean, one has to follow law. I think where we are currently poised is that all the stakeholders are speaking to the regulator, and regulator has indicated that in the longer term of scheme of things, they want to move away from over regulation, which is a very positive thing. In the shorter terms of things, I think there is some degree of realization within all stakeholders in this sector that such kind of changes are turning out to be a little more regressive and disruptive at the subscriber end. So as we talk, what we understand is that some intervention or some hand-holding will be done by the regulator sooner than later. And including all broadcasters, we're all part of IBDF. We are in constant touch. As a matter of fact, a committee has also been formed by the regulator to, figure out how do we implement NTO2, but we're waiting to hear what happens. Till that time, I mean, we remain in that deep freezer, which is not liked by anyone.
So the uncharitable say this was done. Uncharitable say that this was done to benefit DD Free Dish.
So, no. I mean,
listen, let somebody else answer, Amit. Let somebody else answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anil, can I go?
Please go ahead.
Okay. I think I would not talk about what Amit mentioned about NTO1 and NTO2. I just want to simply say that I think in India, especially in the broadcasting sector, there is immense amount of competition. We have 900 plus channels. And if you think that 900 plus channels is not competition enough, so I don't know what to say about it. Sharma Saab, I think, mentioned that we're getting stifled under these kind of regulations. And I completely endorse the point, because I don't think so these regulations are doing us any good. And it is just kind of coming one after the other. We barely settled in NTO 1.1. 9.1 thereafter, I think the regulator thought this didn't take care of what they had envisaged, and they came out with NTO2. So I don't know whether what they thought for good 2-3 years before implementing NTO1 was not good enough, or probably they had a change of heart. So I don't want to get into nitty-gritties, but to my mind, these kind of regulations are not helping. 900 plus channels, immense competition, not just amongst channels, which have, I think, fighting in each and every genre and space. There are platforms which you talked about, pay linear, OTT, free dish, which are looking at wooing subscribers at large. If this kind of competition is there in the industry, do we require any kind of regulation? I think we should leave it to forbearance and let the market forces prevail. And I think this is the reason why we are not in a position to grow our business, because we're just getting stifled with what they call it a light touch regulation, but these are very, very heavy regulations which have come.
Okay. SN?
Yeah, Anil, actually, I won't be the right fellow. Our president from AIDCF, Mr. Anirudh Jadeja ji, should be speaking about it. Sure. But definitely, the matter is seized with the regulator, and he is, as Amit also mentioned, he has made a committee. We also feel that this kind of disruption is doing no good. It will be half-baked dish that will be served and disturbing the whole ecosystem. Status quo should be maintained for some time. Lot of introspection, because court case हुआ, सब कुछ delay हो गया. आज jet age है, 3 साल पहले कुछ सोचा था, आज कर रहे हैं. Things have changed. Lot of water has flown. A lot of homework needs to be done, and relook and need to be fresh look need to be given to what has been done. And using, I mean, regulator has enough powers to put it under hold and do a fresh open house session into it and take it forward accordingly. Otherwise, as I am hearing, Rather, I am surprised to hear what Amit and Gurjeev have to state. I thought they would be the happiest people with NTO2. The kind of growth they are looking at is phenomenal. Star is looking at 80% growth, and Amit also, Colors also, the way they announce the prices is huge. But I don't think the platforms are in a position to handle these kind of price hikes. So we need to really look at it afresh. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Samba?
Yeah, I don't have much to add to what both Gurjeev and Mr. Sharmaji and Amit have said. Actually, so we will follow whatever. See, there is something which DPOs had to do, which I think the DPOs did sometime in February 2020 on NTO 2.0. So this one actually we will have to follow. If the broadcasters do follow the NTO2, we will have to make the necessary changes to make sure that we are in a position to implement that.
But
So
won't that be detrimental? Won't that be detrimental to you, or will that be beneficial? You're already seeing some erosion.
So it's for the customer to decide. Actually, if you ask me, my personal view, it's based on whatever I have seen in this industry. We are charging today customer 50% of what we were charging 20 years back for double the content. So yes, effectively, the customer is getting the value at 25% of the amount which he was spending, say 20 years back. So there ends the matter, right?
Yeah. And actually, inflation has hit the whole world.
Yeah. So he is getting 4 times the value what he was getting 20 years
back. So TRA has succeeded in that sense, and the government has succeeded.
Exactly the point. So therefore, I don't think we should flinch from any price increase. We are still the lowest in the world. And I think there is enough and more when all other prices, all the necessity prices are going up. And we can see petrol prices, compare it what it was 20 years back versus what it is today. Compare that with the DTH prices, what it was 20 years back versus what it is today. That's all. Simple. Then you will see that delta, you will see.
Yeah. And just one more point I just want to mention while we keep talking about, very high price broadcasters have been asking. If you look at, I talked about an average ARPU in cable and satellite business is closer to a 240. If you look at what broadcasters walk away with, is not even $1. So I don't know what kind of a business we are in, providing close to 900 channels, and we all broadcasters put together get not more than $1. So is there a business which is sustainable? I think we need to just kind of, like Samba said, look for some kind of introspection and look at what best a consumer can pay. To my mind, if he would not ask, we'll not get.
Sure. Winsley, and then finally Ashish.
So, no, I completely agree with Samba's point of view, because I think it's, every business wants to look at growth going forward. And obviously, like any other business, one would look to grow, and you can only grow if your revenues grow, and your basic business is content, right? As in content distribution. And I think from a perspective, you mentioned it also, that the new regulatory framework, which was NTO1, in terms of bringing down the price, has achieved it, right? It has achieved it. So the rush of getting into something else, I think, requires a lot of introspection, because going back to the entire consumer base, getting consumer preferences, creating then packaging to be able to do that, and then ensuring that everyone's backend is robust enough to be able to do it, create packaging that's on parity. I think it's a bit of a far-fetched approach. So, and again, alluding to what Samba said, the new regulatory framework, which was NTO1, came out in Feb 2019, right? And it took us at least 6 or 7 months to bring in stability. And just while stability was happening, in less than 3 months after stability was the lockdown in March 2020. I think we really need to go back to the drawing board and look at it as a collaborative effort and figure out how can we actually stabilize this whole thing going forward. There's no question of it. From a compliance perspective, I think all of us believe very strongly that we will ensure complete compliance. But I think it's worth a second and a third look.
Yeah. There are other things also which require audits are not happening for the last few years. Those are challenges the industry is facing 2 years now. I think many operators are not letting themselves get audited. So broadcasters are actually bleeding in terms of there are leakages happening all over.
I mean, we have, and Sharmaji mentioned, right, as AIDCF, we are very particular about piracy. But now we've seen a lot of piracy happening at smaller operators who are not necessarily part of our federation, right? And how do we ensure, compliance with that? That is something that needs to be brought up. And now the broadcaster can't even go and audit them, right? For based on the regulations. I think all those things require discussion and requires significant discussion.
So you're okay with broadcaster audits rather than third-party audits?
So Anil, my point to you was, for example, when we complain about piracy, right? When piracy is complained, what is the next action point? If I see a competitor in a particular region or a particular market pirating the signals, and I complain to the broadcasters short of switching them off, right? And which they can't, by the way, because there's a whole regulatory process. It's a challenge. So I think that is something where, and maybe this doesn't need to go back to the regulator. Maybe it's something that the broadcasters and the federations sit together and figure out what is the appropriate measures. And as AIDCF, Sharmaji will agree with me, we even raised this a few months ago, and we set up these regional panels for anti-piracy, etc. Right? We've set up state-wise nodal officers, etc. I think there's a lot more to do before we can really say that we're good for the next level of doing business.
Okay, Ashish, as an outsider looking in, like I'm an outsider looking in, but I'm an insider as well, because we are servicing some of the cable ecosystems, cable providers. Yeah.
I think this entire discussion on NTO is pointless. All right. Because in my mind, the consumer is king, and consumer is clearly saying that I want to consume content digitally as well as on linear. I don't think, like you very rightly said, across the board, it's not an or, it's an and, right? Samba here has a digital and linear feed, so does SN, so does Winsley. So does Gurjeev, so does Amit, right? We are sitting and doing an NTO on television and television and television. And I don't know, I don't understand this. I think as Winsley correctly said, let's go back to the drawing board and let's see what that futuristic product is going to be for the end customer. Okay, screw DTH, cable, broadband.
Yeah, let's look at an IoT universe, which is totally.
We haven't
even
even
IoT.
There.
Yeah.
We haven't even gone there. My personal take, and like I said, I'm an outsider, and like John Lennon, I never did a days of honest work. I just dream about it. But I will say that it's eventually going to be a 2x4 model. And what I mean by 2x4 is 2 wires and 4 products. Okay, and we need to reimagine television as far wider into this 2 wire and 4 product model. The 2 wire will be linear and broadband. Okay. Within linear, there will be different TV packages. That's product 1. There will be different OTT packages. That's product 2. There will be 2 other products in my mind, right? Some guys have started going extensively onto home services, whether it's security or education. But if I take a step back and, after 20 years in media and entertainment on the outside, what is M&E? M&E is basically 2 things, right? It's escapism and knowledge. That's it. In whatever shape, size, and form, it's escapism and knowledge. None of you guys, I'm sorry, are doing enough on knowledge. All right. And that's my personal take on the matter, right? You're just forgetting knowledge. You can't trust the news guys only to keep coming up with knowledge. There's a whole world out there on knowledge, right? Escapism is not only linear content or digital content. There's so much more around there. I think the whole industry just has to go back to the drawing board, figure out its, 2x4 matrix, and reposition itself perhaps. And then the government needs to look at that new industry and the new world and perhaps create regulations over there if required. NTO
I don't think it's required really for edtech right? and distribution tech. You don't require regulation.
Yeah, so
apart from protecting the consumer, which is, and the consumer will pay if it's priced right. If it's not priced, he will not pay.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sorry, I don't have a quarterly revenue target to give my shareholders, so it's easy for me to sit back and say all this. But I'm just feeling that if I take a 2025 point of view, my FICCI report will be very different from today. And it will talk about very different things that are happening. I mean, I'm in the process of creating this year's report. And from last year, there are at least 8 or 9 new areas we are covering. 8 or 9 areas in 1 year, making such a big difference. Short video, for example. What a phenomenal take. I can always go back and say that, why did the large broadcasters not do short video? Why did it take a TikTok? I mean, that's hypothetical. But I'm just saying that the customer pulse is something that we need to really go deeper. Let's expand on education and escapism. I think there's a lot more opportunity. The regulating buckets will happen. There'll be happy times, there'll be sad times, there'll be over-regulation, there'll be under-regulation. I think in the long term, it will correct itself. My point of view from someone outside, you all can call me later and blast me independently because
No,
I
they
said a
won't
lot
blast
of
you.
things you
Relax.
didn't like.
This is a discussion. I hope you all won't blast him. SN, Amit, Gurjeev, Samba, Winsley, and
No, absolutely not.
yeah, but that's the point. You'll have to weigh this in mind. How do we service the short video needs? How do we service possible local connectivity? That I think that bird has flown out of the window. I'm talking about voice connectivity. How do we address that? And how do we address security? Gurjeev needs to leave, by the way, but we can continue. Thank you, Gurjeev, for being a part of this, and the rest of us can
Thank you,
continue.
Anil. Thank you, everybody. I just need to get out. Sorry about that, but there is some.
Me too. Even I need to get out before this.
Just 2 minutes more.
All have
2
a
minutes more.
fantastic week
Ashish.
ahead. All
Yeah,
the best.
Gurjeev, you can leave. I know you're going for health reasons. You can leave, but Ashish is not going for health reasons. Going for work reasons. So the voice connectivity bird flew out of the window. Now what's left? Why doesn't the infrastructure business, like distribution of video, get into other services in a bigger way? Like you started doing a tele shopping, Wednesday, and SN is looking at organizing his existing infrastructure. But we need, and Samba is looking at other services also. So why not get into further services? Why not partner with delivery? Why not partner with other platforms to get into that ecosystem, which is revenue? You'll have home connectivity, like nobody's business with your LMOs. Who's going to answer this? Am I being too aggressive? If I am,
Anil, wait and watch. And as far as bashing is concerned, you are the fittest to bash anybody and everybody.
I'm not bashing anybody, sir. I'm just giving my point of view.
Your profession is bashing only. That's all.
नहीं यार, मैं bash नहीं करता, मैं धंधा वाला हूँ यार. No, I'm just giving points of view, like Ashish has given his points of
I
view.
have nothing more to add as of now.
Winsley.
So Anil, you're absolutely right. I think from a perspective, we have the consumers. As SN Saab was saying and Samba, we have the consumers. The point is, when you have the consumers, you can't stop at that and say, I'm only going to give him video because that is the future, etc. You have to give him a whole bunch of other services. You have to load on broadband. You have to load on OTT. Broadband, yes, one could argue that, okay, the regulatory environment was not conducive.
No, it's gone. The AGR thing is gone. No, so what's
it's come out?
Yeah.
So now broadband can become a reality. OTT is happy to look at aggregation, so you can bundle OTT with your solution that's going on. Surveillance is going to become a big thing. Again, you're absolutely right. There is no one who is better connected to people's homes than a last mile owner or a local cable operator, right? There's no one better than that. Can each LMO become a surveillance point of presence, right? Where rather than people buying cameras, he takes over surveillance, SaaS, surveillance as a service. Can Wi-Fi, under the Prime Minister's PM Money scheme, can our operators provide Wi-Fi?
Hotspots also.
Absolutely. And then not only that, you brought up one thing, which is something that I know a lot of LMOs are looking at. How do we leverage the fact that you have over 10, 50, 100, 200, 100,000 last mile owners who are in the most remotest of India, who can easily become your delivery mechanisms for the rural version of an Amazon or a Flipkart or a Myntra or someone, right? So I think there's a lot of work going on that, Anil. There's a lot of work. I think it's a question of, there are multiple pieces to the jigsaw puzzle. Everyone's kind of looking at how to bring it all together. Are they working towards bringing it together? Absolutely. I can speak for myself, and I know other platforms are working on it. Is it taking time? Yes. And one of the reasons why it's taken time is because the pandemic, for whatever reason, good, bad, ugly, indifferent, did impact our face-to-face connections with a lot of people. You need to sit with them, work on models. I think you'll see 2022, as in the financial year, not just the finance, sorry, as in the calendar year, you'll see a lot of announcements happening in this space. You'll see people partnering with like-minded, as I mentioned in the earlier session. I think single product windows are not going to work. We need to be able to have collaborative business models and leverage the footprint.
So you're distribution platform operators.
Yes.
So we are going to see video continue, live linear video continuing with you all, but being supported to help you all have a robust business by other services.
Absolutely.
Am I right? I mean, that's what we are concluding from this.
Absolutely.
Not just simple. And SN and Samba and you are all moving towards that. Amit is going to get, you're going to work closer together, the broadcasters, to help ensure that the pricing restrictions go away, that packaging restrictions go away. You all are free to operate the way you all are through AIDCF and IBDF. So all in all, well, linear TV seems to be having a linear video and cable and DTH, despite the temporary hiccups, they seem to have a bright future.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, all of you all. I hope next year's VBS will show a story which has progressed beyond what was there this year. I hope all of us will be speaking we'll be actually bearing the fruits of what we envisioned, rather than just again having a wish list. Thank you, all of you all, and thank you, Ashish, for your input. Thank you, SNG. Thank you, Winston. Thank you, Amit.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So there are a few questions from the viewers.
Yeah.
Anil sir, Siddesh has sent you on WhatsApp.
Okay, give me a second. This is the 5G things. When is 5G coming to India? It's going to be a little while away. Probably by later this year. I think they're expecting it by later this year. But let the panelists also talk about it. Will wireless internet impact cable TV? What is the future of video and broadband when 5G optimizes? TV screens is no longer just household TV set, but mobile smartphones which are wireless. So will mobile phones impact screen viewing pattern? Will set-top box disappear when 5G takes center stage and the Android app becomes the mother platform where OTT is available? Google Play Store and Apple app replaces the distribution system. Will consumers prefer TV over OTT in future? There are tons of questions. You all can read it in the question in the chat panel. So who's going to take these up? SN ko lene ka hai? Or have I lost Winsley? Or who's going to take it? Some of the questions.
So I'm happy to answer. I mean, if there's anything. So one is about this 5G technology that people keep on talking about, right? I think from a perspective, if you look at it, interestingly, there was an article just on CNN News last night, and it's still continuing on CNN News, where a lot of airlines have stopped flying to airports where 5G technology is being tested on it, right? I was just looking at it a while earlier. Now, what is the impact? I mean, the caveat that I'm saying is that it's a matter of discussion. Will it impact the video business? Will it impact our linear television? Certainly not. I think the applications of 5G, and the deployment of 5G in terms of what it will deliver in terms of services will remain in parallel to what we are doing on the linear side of the business. Linear television requires significant bandwidth for usage. It requires certain protocols for people, consumers to use it. I really don't see 5G impacting this business, at least for a long time to come. Will it happen eventually? Possibly, but I think there's no real, is there a fear on the horizon? There's no real fear on the horizon from the business perspective. Then was the talk about set-top boxes getting replaced by other technology. I think set-top box is a misnomer as a device. The device can be anything. The device could be a card. It could be, it's like, if you recall, we had laptops in the good old days, and the laptops had a wireless adapter that you would plug in, that big card that would slip in. Then it became a wireless dongle to be able to access Wi-Fi. And now the Wi-Fi service is built inside the laptop. So similarly, set-top boxes, or as we refer to them as gateways, media gateways, will keep on evolving. They will evolve, whether they can get integrated within a device, within a television set, or within a laptop, or within a mobile. I'm sure time will tell, and we're seeing technology getting miniaturized to be able to deliver it. We're having this VC today. Earlier, you needed huge amounts of VC equipment, right? Video conference equipment. Today, you don't need it. You've got your laptop.
So you're saying, in a sense, you're saying yes, it could happen that you'd have an Android app.
Yeah, you'd look at devices, delivering. So the concept of delivery is not going to be a.
Anybody else wants to give their inputs? Amit, SN?
Unfortunately, I can't see the questions on my panel, so.
Yeah, it's in the chat box. It's in the, if you go and show your panelists, participants, click on participants.
I've done everything, but somehow they're not appearing in my
So can you just repeat that once again for Amit's convenience?
Yeah. So there are many questions, right? From basically, but the major one is talking about the fact that 5G is going to come. Is that going to impact broadcast and linear television distribution via satellite and via cable TV and via DTH? That's one question which is there. Then they're talking about
which is what I just answered.
I know, but he wanted to know the questions. Then the other one is whether apps will disappear, will replace set-top boxes, which he said it might. It could happen. Then there's another one. Is digital technology changing business models of media and entertainment, including all related businesses supporting this business? as mobile smartphones with internet connections via SIM is becoming cheaper and accessible to all with deep penetration, will it replace TV viewing habit to OTT viewing habit? Then 1 second, then 1 second. Yeah, that's about it. And when do they feel that there'll be an OTT tariff order, which I think is not welcome by anyone? Does SN want an OTT tariff order?
OTT should be regulated immediately.
No, but you want a tariff order? No tariff order.
Tariff order is a different thing. First, let them regulate at least.
Yeah. So there were the new rules. IT rules were promulgated, and they've made it.
Let it be level playing field.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Amit?
I mean, I'm a different protagonist. I'm not a protagonist of. I would rather say support as in what he had earlier said, that there needs to be a deregulation in TV business rather than you getting everybody to regulate all over again.
Okay,
it should be level playing field, I am saying.
So what Amit is saying, don't regulate OTT, but deregulate TV.
Yeah,
so that's
what I also said. That's what
again, level playing.
Yeah,
it's a level playing.
I don't think AIDCF, and I say this because SN Sharma ji told, I don't think the demand has ever been the negative way. It's been the positive way, that you deregulate television as well, right? Yeah. We have the same checks and balances. If you're talking about, for example, parental controls, the parental controls have been available from day one on the set-top boxes, where people could use parental controls. So if you want to create a level playing field, please feel free to deregulate our television business. We believe that we will be able to continue. We're not asking for anything, what do you call it? We're not saying, no, stifle the other one. We're saying, allow us to be able to also upgrade our game. And we're happy to play that game. We will follow the laws of the land and ensure parity there.
Thank you very much. So anyone wants to say anything else? But thanks, SN. Thanks, Amit.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Gurjeev. Thanks, all of you. I think it's been a pretty fruitful discussion. We're going to see a lot more collaboration. We're going to see a lot more innovation, and hopefully have a very healthy distribution platform operator business, as well as a linear television business going forward. I didn't touch upon subscription versus advertising for broadcasters and the dependence on subscription versus advertising. We'll do that next year probably.
Sure.
Then hope your confidence is restored in linear TV.
No, I've always been very confident. I'm the biggest pusher of linear TV. We just raised these questions to make us think, all of us think again. We've been running something called televised Tamil, televised Bangla, where we are trying to ensure, tell advertisers that linear television is not going away. So we've run Marathi, televised Marathi.
Messenger. You need to be a positive messenger for us.
I am very positive. I'm very positive for all segments. We are an independent observer of the industry, and we want every segment to prosper and grow. Whether it's OTT, whether it's television, whether it's cable, whether it's DTH. At the end of the day, we'd love it if you all want us to grow also.
Thank you, Anil.
As a platform. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So thank you everybody for this wonderful session. And now we will have a short break, lunch break, and we will be back with an exciting lineup of sessions at 2 p.m. So see you soon, everybody. Bye-bye.
Mr. Gambhir, good afternoon, sir. Hello, Mr. Gambhir, good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, Abhishek.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Nagesh bhai, good afternoon. Hi, Jan. How are you doing? You're on mute, Jan.
Okay, fixed now. Hi, everyone. Nice to be with you.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, Vyasji. Good afternoon.
Hi, hi. Hi, Rajiv.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. Upasana?
Yes, Soumitra.
Okay, so we start at 2.
Yes.
Namrata is also there, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Soumitra.
So Namrata, you start at 2 and then we play the AVs, then introduce the panelists, and then the session starts.
Okay, Soumitra.
Okay, thank you all. And you can just keep your audio and video off for a moment. And when you're introduced, then you can come on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah. Rajiv ji, all the best.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm just checking my audio. I hope audio is clear from my end. Thank you.
Yes, the audio is very clear.
Audio is clear.
Crystal.
What about me? Can you hear me well?
Pretty well.
You're just sounding as if you're sitting next to me, Jan.
Okay, that's perfect then.
Yeah, how about me? I hope it's okay.
It's perfectly fine, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Namrata?
Yes,
Yeah, hi.
we
We
begin.
got 2 more minutes to go. Binny,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
you have to play the AV also, eh?
Yes, sir. It's ready, sir.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So you guys, Namrata, you can start exactly at 2 o'clock. Yeah?
Okay, Soumitra.
You can start on your own, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay, I think we are good to go. Okay. So welcome back, everybody. And without much further ado, let's begin with another interesting panel discussion on the 5G opportunity. And for this session, I would like to invite Abhishek Gupta, Vice President IT, Dish TV, MN Vyas, Founder Director from Planetcast, Salil Thomas, General Manager and Head, ACV and Technology, Asianet Satellite Communications Limited, Jan Begasit, Business Development Director from BroadBand. And this session will be moderated by Rajiv Gambhir, Senior Director, Technology and Policy, Statcom Industry Association India. Over to you, Mr. Gambhir.
Before we start, just for a moment, I think Salil has got some medical emergency. Salil is not been able to attend. Apologies for the same. And Rajiv, before we start, Binny, can you just play the couple of AVs and Rajiv sir will take it from there.
Beautiful.
आयरेनच्या खरंच लाभ शकून आहेस तू.
सून म्हणून घरात येतो आणि सगळ्यांची आई होऊन बसतो. बाबा, मला माझी स्वतःची स्वप्न आहे. आज मी तुला सलाम कर. जोडं छान दिसतोय ना? होय वहिनी.
डान्स सुपरस्टार मात्र एकच होणार. वाह उस्ताद. उस्ताद नाही, छोटे उस्ताद. आपलं कुटुंब आपला सोहळा नंबर 1 परिवार नंबर 1 वाहिनी चला नव्या वर्षाची सुरुवात धूमधडाक्यात करूया
To you, Rajiv sir.
Rajiv, are you there? Rajiv, Anil here. If you can get some of the panelists to talk about as additional, since we don't have Salil who's in hospital right now with fever. So we could also have them talk about DVB over IP as a distribution going forward, because that's something that Chairaman was talking about on a chat. Who's heading Geo, who's with Geo at one stage, and thanks.
Thank you. So, the power and utility of connectivity could not have been emphasized more than was during these multiple waves of lockdowns, work from home, and lack of face-to-face communications. We are having this conference in a virtual mode. That's a testimony to that. Technical advances are being made on various wireless connectivity options, be it Wi-Fi through the new implementations and designs, satellite connectivity through the high throughput satellites and the LEO and MEO constellations providing broadband connectivity, and the next generation of CGPP standards for IMT, which is 5G. And that's what we are going to discuss today. The advantages of 5G are clubbed on 3 pillars of EMBB, that is the Enhanced Mobile Broadband, URLLC, which is the low latency feature, and the MMTC, which enables a multiple of devices to be connected to the network. It is important to understand that these benefits are brought about by a lot of technological innovations, be it on the RAN side, architectures, standalone mode, dynamic spectrum sharing, pair aggregation, network slicing, or bringing the core to the edge. It is also important to note that the latest release of 5G standards have considered non-terrestrial networks like satellites to deliver the 5G services to users in urban, rural, uninhabited areas, industrial applications, and over vessels in air and sea. There is no doubt that the benefits will usher in a new wave of application innovations. Video, however, has been the leading driver of bandwidth consumption. Service providers have been delivering video and broadband services to households and mobile users. In this session, I'll be talking to a panel of experts to try and uncover for you the benefits to the users, the architectural complexities, and the resources requirement like spectrum and network densification. So as we move on, unfortunately, one of our expert panelists, Mr. Salil, is not able to join, he's unwell. So may I come on to you, Abhishek? As a leading provider for video services and broadband through a different arm of yours, how do you see the user demand evolving in the last few years?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks, Ajay, for the question. Yeah, it has increased at a very fast pace, to put it succinctly. And as seen, the consumption pattern has evolved to match the changing customer taste. So a customer or a consumer is looking for being entertained anytime, anywhere. And this has happened and being accelerated with the availability of so many different OTT platforms. We saw some of the foreign players coming in, and then there are not many Indian players now who have entered the space, and they have really captured the imagination of the users. So, and then now that these platforms are available, the content is also coming up in different vernacular languages. So the consumers have now a variety of choice, and they are able to listen and watch the content in the language of their choice. This trend which we are seeing, and as per the latest reports, in India, the average time a consumer is spending on the mobile phone is anything around 2 hours a day. And I think we would all relate to how we spend our time and our family members every day watching one content or the other on the mobile phone. So this trend has increased because of two basic reasons. One is the penetration of smartphones across the country. More options are available at a reduced price, as well as the penetration of the broadband, which is accelerating this trend, right? And the pandemic had this positive flip side to actually give it the desired impetus. And that's why, as I said in the opening statement, I saw a complete increase and fast increase, and the demand has drastically evolved over the last few years.
Thank you, Abhishek. Yeah, may I move on to you? BroadBand works with service operators globally for providing video solutions. In your experience, what trends are we seeing on the 5G streaming market globally?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. Nice to be here with you. Sure. I mean, I cannot agree more with what Abhishek was telling about the trends in terms of the consumers. So to me, I mean, because we are working at BroadBand really in the streaming industry, we see this increasing growth of the OTT streaming services. I mean, this is really a heavy trend. And in some markets, broadcast viewing have even been overtaken by streaming. So just to see you to explain you how deep this is as a trend, and 5G will only accelerate this trend. This is for sure. And I agree with Abhishek. I mean, we see different things which are completely entangled, like the use of the mobile phone, of course, to watch TV. The non-linear consumption as well is an habit that we've seen over the last years. And mobile devices have become real TV sets. People sometimes, maybe mostly youngsters, they turn to the small screen even while at home. And by the way, sometimes they don't even switch to the Wi-Fi of the home gateway. They camp on the 3G or 4G network. So this is really new. The generalization of the multi-screen usage is something very important, because, as you know, broadcast and IPTV technologies are not applicable to these mobile devices. And one of the trends, I would say, is the live sport. I mean, this is really a very, I would say, interesting trend to see this live sports going to streaming. In India, of course, we see, for instance, Sony Live or Hotstar, or even, I think, 10 Sports TV, I mean, having rights and offering sports in streaming. We see also the internet giants like Amazon Prime, which are acquiring rights. In Europe, we see, for instance, DAZN emerging, also present in the US and Japan. So sports streaming is a very interesting trend. And to me, one of the most shining examples was that last year, the European Championship in the UK in 4K was only available on BBC iPlayer, so in streaming with the BBC app. Just to see that premium content with a premium quality, you got it only in streaming, okay? So then I could mention as well new features to augment the video experience, like, for instance, the watching together features, when you can chat while streaming, or the sound features like Dolby Atmos, or even adding code noise during a game, for instance. And of course, something which is also very trendy and also very applicable to 5G and to the mobile devices is the fact that you can orchestrate your own basically viewing, having multi-view, multi-angle, and you do the directed cut. You decide what you want to see. for F1, for instance, race or something like that. So yeah, those are the key trends. Streaming is really going very, very strong at the moment.
Okay, that sounds very interesting. So, that leads me to a question to you. As a company that has been instrumental in making the video content packaging, delivery, and distribution for leading video services in India, what is the impact of 5G in media, and especially in digital media distribution?
Our friend is muted, I think.
I'm sorry.
Better.
So that
5G
happens in all of these conferences. We forget to. Yes.
yeah. In fact, 5G is something which is basically may not have an immediate impact on the current setup of video distribution, largely because India is a different case, and I have always been advocate of giving more bandwidth to the less privileged people because they need the bandwidth the most. And if you see, when we started Dish TV or something, or all these, DTH, I think the biggest takers were the remote and the people which were not served. And that is how these distribution platforms are really solid strength for the country. Now, 5G, when we are talking about, is essentially, is not going to replace the fiber to home. It's not going to replace most of these applications which we are talking around, that ultra low latency driving cars and all. Those applications do require a lot of back end infrastructure. So if I have to go for a self-driven car, I should have some roads which are compatible. I should have the society to really accept those things. And when we come to that, we will find that there will be another technology which will be 6G or 7G. And all this, we will be wasting our money, which is in the transition. And that is why, and the other impact which definitely is going to have, that the short form content, which today the mobile users, like kids, as Jan has said, that the kids are really seeing those live or any of these short form content. The short form contents may really become a little long form if you get more bandwidth. And that is what the transition I can see, that maybe with 5G, in areas where people can afford and areas where the people will be served, maybe some of the long form content where the people are mobile has got some kind of an advantage. Otherwise, in the pandemic and all, anyway, mobility is not there. And to advance this 5G in this, I think it is a step which I think we have to take guardedly. And the impact is definitely is going to be there. If a subscriber spend 2 hours of screen time, I think he will have at least 1 hour, half of the time he will like to entertain himself, and half of the time he will like to be informed. Either it's a live match, either it's a news, either it's, and these content will then elongate for more time. So I hope that with 5G there will be increase in screen time. And today we have around 550 million smartphones. It may increase by the expectation what the smartphone manufacturers must be happy having that. So I think more or less I will recommend a guarded approach for deployment. And there are other means to really overcome and circumvent, and we should really exhaust that and do. Otherwise, I think the life is going to be same. If you talk about the linear TV, digital media, digital TV or streaming, or you talk about the print media, I think all of them are sharing the same ad revenue pie. the TV pie has gone to digital, print pie has also gone to digital, and that is why digital has come almost the same level. But I think if you see the most of these linear TV advertisement revenues are coming from the underserved areas and cable homes and things like that. Maybe 100 million cable homes are giving 25,000 crores of ad revenue to the linear TV people. So the change that we can assume that everything will come on 5G, it's very unlikely. And the consumption pattern change will definitely happen with the demographic change. We see what we were seeing, our kids are not seeing. What we are looking at with the objective, kids are not seeing. The only change I can see is that the media time will be taken away by video gaming, because 5G will nothing but promote video gaming to an extent where the people can play. And that's where I can see that is the challenge, where because the screen time is limited. No parent will allow more than 2 to 3 hours screen time to a kid, because he is already doing now in pandemic 5 hours of schooling on screen. So that's the challenge, where the cut will come on the media, because information anyway people will like to have. That half an hour information time everybody will make. So I think 5G will definitely improve, have a change in the consumption pattern, especially gaming will increase in this.
Yes, sir. Just to add to what you just mentioned about reaching out to the areas which are underserved, we heard Shashi Shekharji from Prasar Bharati this morning saying that free dish has reached around 50 million homes. When you convert that to individuals, that's around 250 million individuals. And when you compare that to YouTube with 400 million individual or monthly mouths for them, is pay TV getting the right due? Is the free dish getting the right due in terms of the ad pie? That's something which probably a linear video session might want to cover. Coming back to the video thing, Abhishek, video has been the driver for broadband consumption worldwide. We know that in every report that we pick up, be it the Cisco report, VNI, or anyone, the video would be a major consumption of the total consumption, right? So, but when 5G comes and it comes with a lot of capabilities, what other killer applications do you see besides video from 5G? What are your expectations?
Sure. So I think to be able to understand and answer this question, one needs to first look at what are the capabilities which 5G will bring. So if I have to summarize this, so one is, of course, we all know enhanced mobile broadband, right? That is one capability. Second is ultra reliable, low latency network, right? Things will be on a very fast pace. And third, very important, is massive Internet of Things opportunities. So if the enterprises can combine these three capabilities, one can envisage many use cases. So, and there are exciting opportunities. For example, it can empower the media producers to stay mobile while creating or transmitting the content, right? So journalists can cover events from very far remote areas without wireline connectivity, which was right now a kind of a limitation. So they can provide real-time news, and the packages which they used to give can be edited on the fly without disruption, right? We are so used to see these OB vans, the vans with big satellite standing. So the dependency on them will reduce because the 5G will provide the capability. Also, through advanced analytics and algorithms, the media companies will be equipped to provide tailored and video feeds to the subscribers on mobile devices, right? You can actually pinpoint what a consumer would like, and you can give premium customers exclusive broadcasting content. This is the capability which will enhance. If we combine what we call AR and VR, augmented reality and virtual reality, it will be a stepping stone for virtual gaming. And I think Vyasji already highlighted about it. Real-time, fast-paced virtual gaming will be possible for people who are distantly placed. Today, your brother or friend has to be with you on a common gaming console. So these gaming consoles will disappear. Your mobile phone, smartphone help you. So concept of cloud gaming might replace the console games, which will be a massive opportunity for the broadcasters. Of course, it will also support exceptional quality 4K ultra high definition videos, which can go to the consumers. They will be integrated with the AI and big data to further understand, as I said, the unique needs of the subscribers. And if I go a little bit outside our media and entertainment industry, again, huge benefits, Industry 4.0, smart factory management, high payload requirements for security and surveillance. I mean, I think it's all about the imagination of the experts in the specific industries, which apart from the use cases which comes to my mind, can be bring up and brought up to the consumer's needs.
Thanks, Abhishek. You mentioned about content acquisition from remote areas and what is being done by probably OB-Vans today. That would also be on a premise that 5G will be available nationwide and in the remote areas as well. So I'll come back to you later with a question on what kind of architecture transformation will be required to deliver these benefits, and what kind of business cases will be there for it to be rolled out at such a large scale. But I'll come back to you on that. Meanwhile, Jan, can I come to you? Would you let us know what kind of challenges are we seeing in video delivery and why 5G alone won't solve all the issues?
Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to pick up just before on what Eman and Abhishek were saying. It's very interesting, actually. I think I really agree with Eman that for the consumer market, I mean, 5G won't be a revolution. You see, I mean, it's gonna bring a lot of more comfort. I think it can play in favor on the underserved areas because you'll find extra capacity in the low bands in 5G as well, and it's going to be very useful for the remote areas in terms of the coverage plus capacity that 5G will be bringing. But then, of course, the promise of 5G is for the B2B markets. Okay, and I mean, circling back to what Abhishek was saying, I mean, this is where we should see the most interesting use cases. Okay, yeah. Then back to your question, Rajiv. I think the challenges in the streaming industry will probably be again on the live streaming. This is where we expect most of the challenges. I'd like to take the example of sports again. And by the way, sport is something that, is so popular. Everybody is watching sports. I mean, I know gaming is consuming a lot of bandwidth on the networks with people, but sports is also something that is universal. And I'm sure you know what I mean. I mean, in India, we have the cricket, the World Cup last year, the IPL. I mean, those are a lot of emotional moments and critical moments for the networks, okay? Because delivering a steady volume of data over the network is less of a problem for operators and service providers. But coping with unpredictable traffic in intensity and time is a different story. So yeah, the live streaming and especially the peaks of traffic are something which are really something that they need to cope with. I'd like to give you an example. In Europe, in Italy recently, Telecom Italia, for instance, they implemented with us, with BroadBand, the multicast ABR on the fixed line networks, okay? So they can cope with the peaks of audience. This is one example of solution how you can make your network smaller, better, and allow everybody to be happy. Everybody wins. I mean, the content providers, and this was for their content, especially for their sports content, the operator who delights its subscribers, and of course the end users. So yeah, the challenge, as I said, is the peaks of audience, and 5G alone might not always solve this challenge, because 5G capacity is not infinite. Okay, you'll see. I mean, 5G is coming in India, but you'll see that the 5G pipeline will fill up very fast. We've seen that in some areas in Europe and elsewhere, because 5G boosts usage, of course. And also, there is something that was mentioned as well, is that we talk about the error interface of 5G, 4G and 5G. What about the backhaul and the aggregation networks? They need to follow the pace, of the upgrade in radio capacity. It's not always the case. You'll find areas where you will have insufficient backhaul capacity, for instance. I mean, I know that in Europe, there's a lot of backhaul networks with microwave links. They will need to be upgraded, okay? So especially in suburban and rural areas. So yeah, those are the challenges, I think, coming with 5G. Usage is boosted, but the pipeline is filling up rapidly, and all what comes with the live streaming, it could be a problem. We see this problem arriving in the fixed line networks. I gave you the example in Italy with the football, actually the continuous football, and I'm sure we're going to see that as well on the mobile networks.
Thanks, Jan. You highlighted the issue of backhaul to the towers and the base stations, and that's correct. Today, the gap in India is probably larger than it would be seen elsewhere in the world in terms of number of towers being fiberized. And I'm sure satellite can play a huge role there. The new high throughput satellites would provide those backhaul links to enable these towers for high bandwidth delivery today, instead of waiting for a multi-year rollout of those fiber networks. So, but that, of course, that would mean balancing the spectrum between IMT usage and satellite usage and Wi-Fi usage. Vyasam, I would like to have your views on this. How do you see the growing spectrum needs for 5G? Is it an opportunity for balancing the effective spectrum usage between Wi-Fi, terrestrial, and satellites?
Yeah, in fact, if a spectrum is utilized with more efficiency, I think it's a logical thing. And the allocations which was made almost 30, 40 years ago, that time these technologies were not even existing, and even people were not aware of that. I can have 1 million devices, a requirement of 1 million devices in a 1 kilometer square of area. So I think we should really spare the spectrum which is underutilized. It should be done. There is absolutely no second thought about this. However, we have to keep some guard, in the sense that, say, there are some bands which are already allocated to, say, like for emergency purposes, for satellite communication, for like DTT, especially terrestrial TV. And we all know that a broadcasting of linear television on a 5G or a broadcast on a DTT will definitely, a broadcast on DTT will be much smarter than broadcast of linear TV on 5G. And when we know all this, I think we should really allocate some of these bands for these purposes. And point in case for our India also, we have generously said that yes, we will give C band 3.3 to 3.8 and something like that, and especially even the 500 and 500 to 600 megahertz. Now these are the bands basically used for DTT application, and it should be preserved for that, because there are technologies which are now available with the time, and India being a country where you have still a lot of linear TV scope which is there and which will be there across the world, but so that can be really done by that, so that the 5G applications can be really niche to the 5G requirement. And similarly on the satellite front, when you say that 3.3 to 3.7 and 8 onwards I think we are facing even issues from aviation and issues from the existing satellite band. And if you see, satellite application is not only broadcasting, it's basically an emergency network for entire communication. If anything fails, I think we really fall upon satellite. And that's where I think we should keep this entity of C-band. And C-band is the only band which operates even in hurricane and any adverse rain conditions and all those things. And I think there are bands, very smart bands, which are like at millimeter wave and all that 25 gigahertz, 30 gigahertz and all. These bands should be definitely be given to 5G or 6G or whatever the next generation comes. But I think some of these bands like 500 to 600 and 3.7 and 4.2, these are some of the critical bands which are for emergency purposes as well as for any unforeseen happens. I think these should be protected. Otherwise, I'm in for 5G, any spectrum which is unallocated, underutilized should be given to them, because this is a new technology which provides more bits per hertz as a efficiency, and we should definitely encourage that.
Thank you so much, Vyasa. Actually, every new technology, whether it's on the Wi-Fi side or terrestrial, like 5G or IMT or the satellites, they would need spectrum to be deployed and to be tested out. And any focus on only one single technology may not be in the interest of the nation. One has to have a balanced approach. You mentioned about the millimeter wave spectrum, and in the last ITU WRC, which was in 2019, around 17 gigahertz of spectrum was identified in the millimeter wave for IMT services. In the 20 that included the 26 gigahertz band, which is from 24.25 to 27.5. However, the recent consultation paper from PRAI, which was notified because of DOT, has kind of extended that to go up to 28.5, while 27.5 to 29.5 was earmarked for satellites at the ITU convention. Mm-hmm. So I hope the regulator would come up with a balanced proposition, which is suitable for the growth of each one of those sectors, because we need all of those sectors. We need the Wi-Fi, we need terrestrial, and we need satellites. Yeah? So thank you so much for that, bringing that up. And also you mentioned about the C-band and the difference of levels between the IMT power levels, transmit levels, and the C-band receive levels is millions and billions of times. So there has to be a guard band. The guard band needs to be protected, and I'm sure the authorities will take a considerable look at that. I'm hopeful of that at least. Yeah. So thank you so much for bringing that up. I'll be coming back to you, Vyasa, to talk about how the spectrum needs of 5G could be handled with alternate technologies. We have heard about 86, 3.0 and all. I'll be coming back to you, but before that, I would like to go back to Abhishek. Abhishek, we are hearing about the use cases, we are hearing about the spectrum needs, but there is also a lot of architecture transformation that will be required by the service operator to deliver these use cases. What kind of challenges do you see in terms of 5G operationalizing?
Interesting one. So to reap the advantages which the 5G will offer, I mean, namely ultra low latency and extreme throughput, it's like parts of the ecosystem have to come together and work together, right? So for example, if I talk about the compute will be very critical, because a massive amount of data needs to be processed on the edge. So which means there has to be a convergence between the transport and the core. So we will see significant convergence happening between the radio and the core piece of the network. So there is one major architectural change I see. Another thing would be to be able to efficiently use this spectrum. You need to really efficiently slice the network very well, because that is important to recognize and remediate any quality of service possible degradations, right? For such kind of a implementation, and this needs to be continuously monitored and analyzed while on the go. So such tools needs to be evolved to be able to leverage this thing. Another crucial decision which the telcos are currently grappling is whether to go on the standalone or the non-standalone mode, because there are pros and cons, right? For moving from 4G to 5G, because a non-standalone architecture will enable the telcos to leverage the existing 4G investment, while a standalone architecture would drive new services specifically to Industry 4.0, but then it will require considerable investment, which may not be possible to justify in the initial period. So this is another thing which I think some conversions will occur as we proceed further. Decision will happen. Another one which is very important is that the high-speed connectivity will also bring element of security. We will have to look at how we have to completely provide the security to circumvent the risk of any breaches or hacking, because there is a massive IoT devices which will come. Those devices would be used in critical implementations. So a complete framework needs to be developed for robust encryption and monitoring. Last important point which comes to my mind on this topic is, it needs to be sustainable. When you are doing so much of things, you would have huge energy sapping consumption needs. 5G rollout will require energy consumptions to increase, which would need more towers, more power to run the existing sites and build new sites. So all the stakeholders will have to work together to make it an efficient strategy so that the 5G rollouts are efficient. And here, probably the policymakers, and the powers to be can really help to expedite these things. For example, they need to make sure that the spectrum is, harmonized spectrum is made available to achieve economies of scale. To be able to roll out all these things, the right of way needs to be provided, and a lot of assets on the furniture, the street furniture, like the poles, and those things should be made available. And as this will evolve, the affordable devices will also, all these things have to come together, which I am clubbing under architectural change to be able to achieve the vision of the 5G.
Thanks, Abhishek. You rightly pointed out that the benefits of enhanced broadband, and Evan sir also touched upon that while 5G brings with it more bits per hertz kind of a thing, it also enables a wider radio, which means you need to have wider spectrum available. It doesn't have to be contiguous, because carrier aggregation feature of 5G enables putting small slots and bringing them together. At the same time, wider slots are available in the millimeter wave band. So if you look at the 26 gigahertz band, the 3.25 gigahertz between 4 operators in India, you would easily start with 400 gigahertz and then 400 megahertz per operator, and then start allocating further. But while you are enabling that mobile broadband through that wide radio on the millimeter wave, that also means the operator needs to go for network densification, which will add to more cost. It will need more backhaul. So yes, there is a lot of stuff to be done. On the low latency side, we can't change physics. So while 5G enables low latency on the radio side, if the core is not pushed to the edge, and if the traffic has to be traveling all the way to the core, which is somewhere far away, then those latency advantages cannot be given. So standalone architectures would be required, and thank you, Abhishek, for bringing that out. So there's connecting this discussion to the spectrum needs that we discussed earlier.
Mm-hmm.
We have seen alternate technologies like ATSC 3.0 talking about one-way IP, delivering not just video, but a lot of bandwidth hungry one-way applications like OTAs, to devices or IoT devices, right? Product upgrades, which are one-way transfer of traffic. I'd like to pick your mind on what's the business case for offloading some of the use cases to these alternate technologies and not put all of that into the 5G services load.
Yeah, in fact, I think when we talk about spectrum, I mentioned earlier that we have to keep certain spectrum for multicast application or IP multicast applications. And the one good thing about alternatives, what we should really think about is the low power and the low height towers, because currently what we are really looking at in the 5G and the other 2G 3G scenarios is the high power high tower heights, which has got a lot of implications about health as well as security. And essentially we are not really fully geared on the cyber security. I think that will be a great grievous threat, and which Abhishek has already mentioned about that. Now, when we talk about ATS 3.0, this is one standard. I don't say that we really follow this standard, but something like similar to that is really important for us, because we can then transmit, we can utilize our existing DTT band for maybe all the 100 or 700, 800 cities where we have already got some infrastructure, as well as it can be upgraded and we can have a real good terrestrial TV distribution. The other aspect is that, yes, the moment you talk about that million devices in a square kilometer, or maybe number of devices in a square kilometer, they need firmware upgrade, they need software upgrades. And if you go for million upgrades on a IP TCP IP network, you can see what massive data flow will be there. Or if you do it on a simple ATNC 3.0, you will have at least 1/10 of the bandwidth requirement. And these two technologies, say if you see 5G and the alternative similar to ATSC 3.0, I've seen a study where if you have to do it a 3 million subscriber network, it will cost around maybe $3,000, $3,000 million, $3 billion, as against 400, $500 million on the similar subscriber base. Now that is the difference in the capex, and that is the difference in terms of power, which is really spread around the circuit. So you can also replicate these frequencies more closely number of times. So there are networks in countries now which has used only one frequency, single frequency ADSC networks, and they are replicating because there is low power, low tower, so you can use it into that. So these advantages we should really take care, and these are the technologies which definitely we should really invest into it. Yes, there are some development, as Abhishek ji has already told, that in the infrastructure development we will have to do device development, we will have to do security and other things. So I think we should do that, but I'm very clear about that. Yes, all solutions are not there with 5G. There are something which we have to really separate it out. And that is something which I can say two things. One is media delivery. It should not be left alone onto 5G, because it's not their cup of tea. They cannot broadcast a live TV or a cricket match of a World Cup final to a billion people. Never, never, ever, without satellite. So we have to be very pragmatic onto this. The last thing where we have to really look at, when we develop this 5G network, we should really develop and strengthen the edges, and that will also save a lot of bandwidth and a lot of spectrum, because if your edges are smart, because today what you need is not a fat pipe, you need a smart pipe. And if you make the pipe smarter, you will consume lesser power, lesser bandwidth, and you will get more happy use cases and user experience.
That's an interesting take. Jan, we heard about video and 5G, uh, and would like to pick from your experiences from implementations worldwide by BroadBand. So, what considerations do service providers should be taking into account while preparing their 5G networks for video delivery, and the other way around, for the video delivery networks to 5G?
Yeah.
I would also like you to add something on the DVB IP, if you could help us. And is that option one should be looking at as?
So not sure I'll be the right person to comment on the second question. Sorry about that,
All right.
Rajiv.
That's okay.
But I think it was very interesting what Abhishek and Emmanuel were saying about the importance of the edge, for instance, and will 4G or 5G altogether be able to carry the amount of traffic that we see during the peaks? It's always the same type of questions. And Emmanuel was mentioning cricket because. And in France, we would mention probably, the Olympic game of football as well. And so I think there are two things which have partially been said. I mean, that 5G is bringing in terms of the architecture that video delivery networks should also embrace. The first one is that the user plane in 5G is designed to be more distributed. It means that we will give more, let's say, more power, let's say like this, to the edge, more processing power, more storage. The edge is become critical for all the applications that we see for the B2B markets, but not only, so the private networks, but also for the consumer market. And if we come back to streaming, I mean, in streaming, quality comes with proximity. So you need to bring the content closer to the end user. So you need in practice to multiply the number of points of presence, okay? And there is a real opportunity with 5G because the edge, as I think it was Abhishek mentioning that there is also in 5G the fact that you can centralize the radio access network functions, and Open RAN, which is also emerging, is another variant of the RAN, which is also highlighting this capability. You can decentralize part of the core network data plane, and you can have private network functions. So you see that the edge is crystallizing a number of different applications and network functions that start to make it profitable, okay? Because the edge is expensive. And this brings me to my second point of the fact that 5G is a kind of cloud native architecture by design, okay? So if I would give an advice to the service provider to prepare the network, is like really to start also selecting their cloud platform, okay, their cloud framework with the right orchestration. It could be private cloud, it could be public cloud, it could be hybrid, whatever. But at some point of time, they will have a gains in terms of the operability of having a unified platform for the network functions, for the applications, and CDN is no exception. CDN has to be also, virtualized or containerized now, because this is even more interesting, because it has to be dynamic, okay? The edge is expensive as well. The edge is costly. You need to bring power, you have all the civil works, all air conditioning, all the passive elements. And so if you want to make the edge profitable, you need to have the dynamic placement of the different functions, okay? I know it's a bit advanced, and we are not there yet. I mean, nobody is there yet, but we know that within 5 to 10 years, you will instantiate the functions. And by the way, network slicing is nothing else than that. You will instantiate the network functions at the right location at the right time. And CDN, and so cache server, virtual cache servers are exactly the same. Our vision is that you will need to instantiate a caching capacity at the right place at the right time. And then you may release it when the cricket game is over, you see. So decentralization, the prepare for the cloud, I would mention two other things. You need to make your video delivery network open, okay? Like 5G. 5G is like a platform that you expose to third parties, that you expose to the B2B market. CDN is the same. Some operators, they may want to build their video delivery network for their own content, but they also may want to expose it and to monetize it towards third-party OTT streaming platforms, for instance. And this is where open caching, which is a very interesting initiative where BroadBand is extremely active, is coming into play. Okay, open caching aimed at facilitating the interoperability between the operator CDN and the content providers CDN and origin server parts. And when we simplify this interface, we make everybody happy here again, because content provider, they can benefit from cache servers inside the operator's network, so they will deliver the content with a much better quality. Operators, they offload part of their network, having the cache nodes inside their network, and they delight their subscribers. And the end users here again is very happy with the quality. So yeah, open CDN is extremely important. And last but not least, I will mention also, because I was, when Emin was saying that we will never deliver cricket game in unicast, he's partially right. But at BroadBand, we're working at some functions like you may remember during the COVID crisis, we had, for instance, I think it was Netflix slightly downgrading the bit rates, the video bit rates to everyone to make sure everybody accesses the service. So at BroadBand, we have features as well in the CDN, in the cache server that allows, in critical moments, like the ABS of your car, sometimes you delegate the braking of your car to the ABS. Yeah. Here the same. Sometimes in a video delivery network, you may want to take control of the streaming and not anymore let the video players pilot the streaming. Right. So you may want to take control, and we have so-called server-side ABR streaming. So we allow the cache server to decide which video bitrate he wants to serve. And he might decide to downgrade slightly the bitrate to make sure everybody accesses the service. Okay, so this type of more sophisticated feature is very interesting when you want to make sure that everybody gets a good video experience. That would be my advice, is to build a sustainable CDN with 5G.
That's very interesting to know, the kind of advances that are happening on the video delivery side, especially on the dynamic CDN side, and that was very interesting to know here. Thanks, Jan. Thanks for bringing that up. We are out of time. We have run out of time. But Vyasab, can I just ask you 30 seconds between you and Abhishek? We are still not a full 4G country. There's still a lot of 2G, 3G devices. So what kind of time frame do you see for
Yeah, Abhishek, you'll take it.
Sure, sir. So it's a tough one. It's like gazing at the crystal ball to predict the future. But let's take it logically. As we stand today, already we know 60 countries in the world are having a running commercial 5G network, so that we know. We also know that in our country, all the telcos have done some kind of a use case testing in one city or the other, right? So I think the next stumbling block which we are looking to resolve is the auction. The March auction has been pushed to probably the July-August time frame this year. So once this is out of the way, then the next logical step is for the operators to start rolling it out. And it will happen, my guess is, again, logically speaking, this year, though the launch could be in few cities, the 10 to 12 cities where the testing has happened, and all the big names, Delhi, Bombay, Kolkata, Chennai, Bangalore, Ahmedabad, and some of the industry cities like Jamnagar, Gandhinagar would also probably fall in this category. So very hopeful, 2022, we can also tick mark we in India are 5G.
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to add anything to that. Just 30 seconds.
Anything between 3 to 5 years, I think we will have 5G. But my worry is the moment we do this auction, Next year, we'll be ready for auctions for 6G because already 6G trials are on. And essentially, if you see the device metrics, today we have maybe close to less than 1 million handsets of a real good quality for 4G, 5G compatibility out of 560 or 600 million smartphones. And to really, recycle all these handphones or smartphones, I think any time, anywhere between 3 to 5 years is the time when you will see the complete working, 5G services.
Thank you so much. We have run out of time. We have taken more time. And if it was not a virtual conference, I believe the organizers would have pulled me off the stage. Thank you so much. It's been nice talking to all of you. And I hope the audience got a lot of information through this discussion. Thank you so much. Over to you, Naval.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us.
Rajiv. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv.
Thank you, Jan.
Thank you, Aman and Abhishek, for the discussion.
Bye-bye.
Well, thank you everybody for this mind-stimulating discussion. And now we move on to another exciting fireside chat between Saurabh Sancheti, Chief Financial Officer, Jio Platforms Limited, and Anil Banwari, Founder, CEO, and Editor-in-Chief of IndianTelevision.com Group. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you all. Hi, my name is Anil Banwari, as I've been introduced earlier. I'm the founder, CEO, and editor-in-chief of the IndianTelevision.com. It's 20 plus years old, and we've been serving the needs of the industry ever since then. And I'm very happy to say that VBS is in its 18th year right now. We've been running it forever in different versions. The India Digital Pay TV Summit, IDOS, and now it's, of course, VBS with broadband becoming so very preeminent and so very ubiquitous almost everywhere. I have a fantastic guest with me today. He's been behind the initiatives of the Reliance Group in terms of the cable and broadband distribution. And over the last few years that, they've taken over companies like GTPL, Hathway, and Den Networks. And they've really helped get them into an organized structure, and they've streamlined operations, and they made it a very successful business. Of course, the stock markets will respond in time as they eke out the right kind of value out of the businesses. And I have Mr. Saurabh Sancheti, who heads these businesses for the Reliance Group. He's also the CFO of Reliance Jio. It's lovely to have him here. Saurabhji, good morning to you.
Hi everybody, and good morning, and thanks a lot, Anilji and India Television, for having me here.
Great. So, tell us a little bit about your interest in, one is the Reliance Groups, and your interest in, in running this operation. Tell us a little background about yourself, please.
Yes. So, I'm an engineer and MBA by education, graduated out of IIT in Electronics and Computers, and then straight away went to IIM Ahmedabad and was following a typical career path. Was doing well in whatever I did, but was still trying to find, I really don't find passion in what I'm doing. I really don't love what I'm doing. And that is when I interestingly entered in Reliance, and the rest is history, because it's too difficult to tell what you love till the time you get it. And the last 8.5 years at Reliance have been the most amazing years of my life.
Yeah. So, what you were suggesting that, working with Reliance changed your perspective. I've heard it from many other people that, the scale that Reliance thinks of and the vision that they have behind every project, it has to be a world-class project. It has to be top of class in terms of...
Coming back to the regulation, I think two things are happening in the regulation side. The first thing, if I were to say, is the way actually, the regulator is looking at this business is they're trying to paint everybody with the same brush, whether it is DTH or cable, IPTV, whatever. They say DPO is a DPO, we don't know, you do it. But they are not appreciating the specific nuances and the value that cable specifically brings. And I think, there's unintentionally, although this has been ignored, but this is where the regulators' focus should go on special needs of cable, and it's what you can say, trickle down impact in terms of the whole economy and the jobs it is generating and the potential it has. See, today nobody can do digitization better than cable, but we just need to enable these people. I think on the consumer side also in regulation, with the whole movement towards consumer choice, what has been happening is that we have not appreciated again a simple fact that we are comparing apples and oranges. And I'll give you an example. So typically people say that when you go to a restaurant, you choose what you want to eat and you eat a la carte, and therefore you should choose your channels. But it's slightly different, and the difference is in time duration. If I were to tell you that for the next 30 days, your breakfast, lunch, dinner, whatever you're going to eat, you write it down on a piece of paper and that is what I'll serve. But nothing apart from that I'll give you. You'll be confused. You'll say, boss, for next 30 days, I don't know. At this point of time, I know what I want. Next 30 days, I don't know what I want. And that is the same thing which is happening in the whole channel selection with consumers.
Are there any other areas where there is overregulation in cable TV and in television in particular overall? So when I was speaking to a cable operator, to an MSO actually, they said, even to pick up a pencil in our offices, we have to take permission sometimes from either the MIB or the TRAI.
I think
that was an exaggeration, by the way, Saurabhji. Yeah.
I think more than that, what has been happening is, the policy and the whole thought process has not kept up with times and been very consistent throughout. And I'll give you an example. So, this NTO regulation came, and it's a good thing. The whole must provide finally got implemented. And today, if you see, actually more than 1/3 of your current MSOs are the ones who are born in last 2 years, just last 2 years. But what this has also done, as with it, is the whole implementation of the law has been very poor. And I'll give you an example. Today, most of these so-called new operators, independents who are there, actually use non-standard Chinese equipment, prone to piracy. Everybody's struggling with it. Broadcasters are struggling with it. And it's you are having a case where there are a lot of fly-by-night operators who just start up a network, offer very attractive services, then wind down and then go out. And what this does is it causes a lot of pain to LCOs and consumers as well. And not to say that use of non-standard equipment, which especially can be tinkered with so easily, is definitely a national security threat as well. So I think largely in cable, the issues are not of over-regulation, but on implementation of the laws which exist, and whether it has been implemented properly and uniformly. And I have seen that is where it is lacking. I'll just go a step. I think why it is lacking is, see, unlike, for example, telecom. In telecom, you have a execution body, a monitoring body at each circle, the term cell, which is in detail looking at each violation, in detail looking at each event and telling what should be corrected. But today in broadcasting and cable, there's no such machinery available at regional level as well. I mean, the only thing you have is TRA, which again is located in Delhi, and MIB, which is located in Delhi.
But you have nodal officers. You have nodal officers.
But they are very few and their powers are very curbed. Do they have a team on ground, for example, which can just go and check the violation on their own? So what they have done is they have written the law, but they have left the implementation as open. I'll give you an example. For example, in telecom, we have something called as a WPC wing. Yeah. And any citizen can complain that there's an unauthorized emission, unauthorized radio wave at a particular frequency. And WPC has machinery of its own. Most importantly, machinery of its own to go and check.
The WPC is the wireless planning, right?
Yeah. And you take a contrast today. If there is a violation or there's something, you do have nodal officers, but do they have machinery to go check on their own? What they have left with is, okay, you do a self audit and just declare whatever you want to declare. I think the orderly growth is what is required.
That means you still believe that there is growth in the TV business because Many people say that, that it may have plateaued, the growth in television. In terms of pay TV, free to air seems to be growing. Pay TV revenues are going up, but not to that extent as they should. In globally, sports has been a major driver of pay TV globally, and especially video on demand and transaction video on demand.
If you go about, see, India has 300 million households, and 200 million have TV. So TV really has deep penetration. And but if you look at pay TV base, you talk to any broadcaster, any other research firm, it tops out at 120 million. So that's 80 million straight there. Those homes which have TV, but we are not there. They are using terrestrial, analog, free dish, etc. And I think where pay TV industry is under pressure is it is getting sandwiched between two people. At the top end, obviously, these people are moving towards the OTT, and the pressure is at the top end from OTT, and at the bottom end they are sandwiched by free dish, and those are a few challenges, and because of the stagnant base and increasing expenses. See, the NCF TRI has kept NCF stagnant. In fact, it has decreased it over time. So LCO's earnings are also now a lot under pressure. If you actually look at a typical LCO today, he's taking home less than 15,000 rupees a month, and that's like barely he's making minimum wages, and there's a multiple of that which he used to earn. So those are the challenges. I think where the growth lies is two broad things which we have to work. The MSOs and broadcasters have to work together for these 80 million base. These 80 million base who have TV today, but who don't have a pay TV connection, can be brought into a pay TV if you have a customized product. And you ask me what that product should be. It should be rupee a day. Rupee a day product. If you are able to work out the economics with broadcaster and LCOs, this is where I believe we'll at least get 30 to 40 million extra users. Now, coming to on the LCO part of thing, what they need to do, I think LCOs also to a large extent need to reinvent themselves. They need to adopt digital technologies so that they are able to give a better service to users, and just keep pace with the moving times. So that is where I think the potential is there, and just these 2-3 small things if we solve, certainly pay TV can at least go 1.5 times from here. Now, coming to sports and subscription, see, I think in general, if you see, subscription income in my view is linked directly to per capita income levels. Sports definitely globally is one of the drivers for it, but there are others as well, including reality shows, fiction, etc. Now, one thing we have to appreciate is the Indian market is still evolving. And one thing which I've myself seen over the last 10 years is the, I'll say, the ability, or rather the inclination to pay for subscription has gone up significantly now. 10 years back, if you were to talk of a subscription service, people would laugh it away. So clearly it is there. So as India is marching towards a $5 trillion economy, there's a shift in subscription which will happen. It will be really huge. And directionally, therefore, I see, over the next 5 years, subscription market at least doubling from where it is. Now, coming to, which segment or which medium will take it up, I think it will be split between both OTT and the linear TV. It won't be that OTT takes it all. I at least see it that way.
Yeah. So, you're talking about rupee a day model. Could you elaborate a lot more on that? Because to set up a cable infrastructure for, digital is not cheap. You're looking at anywhere between 3 and 5 or 7 crores per head end. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
So, anywhere between 3 and 7 crores, depending on the quality of equipment you're using along the way. So how can you afford a rupee a day to a consumer? What is your formula?
Yes. So I'll elaborate a bit on it. See, I think the way we have to look at is there is fixed cost and there is marginal cost. And the way to create rupee a day product is you have to run it on a marginal cost model. You can't expect recovery of fixed cost day one. The fixed costs are anyways amortized and realized over your current subscriber base. So I think as I said, there are three players who need to reinvent themselves for this rupee a day model, and I'll start with the first one. If you ask me about broadcasters, I believe there's this classic saying, they are only worried about their annual and quarterly targets. They are not thinking long term. It's what they call the death by annual plan. And if I were a broadcaster, I would take a step back and I'll say that, okay, next 5 years, can I grow the pay TV universe by 50%? And I'll tell you what, for example, I think is one thing they can fix. Now, when broadcasters are promoting pay TV on free dish, they are actually shooting themselves in the foot. Because
you're talking about pay TV channels specifically, not pay TV. Yeah.
Pay TV channels, correct.
Okay.
Pay TV channels on free dish when they run, they are shooting themselves in foot. And because of three reasons. First is, these free pay TV channels which are running on free dish, your subscription has anyways gone to zero there. Second reason being that on top of that, you have to pay a carriage to run it on free dish. And third, and the biggest thing is, no matter how big you become on it, that model, that platform can never give you monetization tomorrow. If you work with a DPO, think of the possibilities. You can see, as people's income level will increase, they'll tend to spend more on subscription. The people who came in or who are just at a free dish equivalent pricing, tomorrow they can take up all your premium pricing. They can become a regular subscriber. You're taking them up the funnel. But no broadcaster is taking that call today. And I think that is again short-termism from their point of view. And if you look, for example, from an MSO point of view, I think at an MSO point of view also, the challenge today is that the whole distribution network will need to re-architect. Today, the way we are looking at the whole cost structure of the distribution, that will re-architect. And where my thoughts there are is that today bandwidth has become very, very cheap. Can you have on a large scale multicast arrangement where you can have a very low cost of delivery to each and every gram panchayat? Maybe you can leverage BBNL. And secondly, on the set-top boxes also, from the current 800 rupee price point, they'll have to work it down. They'll have to kind of value engineer it and bring that price point down. And that I think is fairly doable.
But in this process where you have you're doing away with the high touch business, that's the only thing that the LCO has as far as the consumer is concerned, because he's been dropped out of the value chain in terms of distribution. He's got his own cable connections, which he's supplying to. So if he keeps a high touch, distinct approach, the fear is that he lose control of the last mile.
See, I think that is where that fear has to is a bit unfounded. I think what I've seen is that there's little rationality, and I'll tell you why. I do understand India is a high touch market and high touch is their capability, but I'm not asking them to to remove their touch everywhere. I'm asking them to give the convenience to users. So, for example, if a consumer has to pay the bill, why should he have to get the collection boy to his home? Especially in this COVID times, a lot of people are wary about people movement, and the collection boys is also risking their life by more exposure. Why can't it be online? Today, even municipal bills and taxes I can pay online. I think that is something which is truly possible. If you look at the channel selection, for example, the whole channel selection on a printed paper form, it's impossible. It's impossible. I won't be able to know the total until I do it manually, and it's so cumbersome.
The prepayment side, I understand prepayment, which is something which you and Next Digital are pushing in a big way, and so are the other evolved platforms are pushing the prepayment option and the online selection. But again, the fear is
a long-term pack. All those things are possible today. The adoption is lower. The adoption is lower because, as you rightly said, what advantage it has and how it can actually help LCO increase his earnings is something which the LCOs have not appreciated till now. This is something which we have
because they believe they'll get eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, so it's fear.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. That the LCOs have to evolve, they have to change. So what are the opportunities you're seeing in cable TV as far as your three different, now they're probably becoming one, they're separate listed companies. What are the opportunities you're seeing for DEN, GTPL, and Hathway in terms of where do you see the opportunities, more in video or in data?
I think the linear TV model has a lot of juice left in it. I explained the way I'm looking at homes, and I'll just re-summarize how I look at Indian home in terms of video consumption. See, so you have 300 million homes. There's a top tier of 25 million homes today who has pay TV, who has fixed line connectivity, and who has a large OTT consumption. And the number of these 25 million is growing very rapidly thanks to Jio and its intervention. And this is where the whole consumption and the way it'll shift is more and more towards on demand from linear. Then there's the second set of users, which I say the second set of households, the 100 million layer below it. And there, these are again mostly urban, almost 70% of them are urban. And they are consuming on the large screen, they consume only through linear TV. So that is the thing. But for on demand, they go to the private screen of mobile. And that again, this segment will slowly move into the first segment. And that is where again we are already there. The third segment, which is where we are not present. So these are these 80 million homes which have a TV today, but do not have any linear TV or a pay TV subscription. And I believe as income levels increase, as you are able to give more and more content which is suitable to them and more services which are suitable to them, these are the homes where truly you can tap in and get a huge market base. And finally, you have the 100 million homes which don't even have a TV today. And we should not ignore those, because eventually they will also move into TV ownership. See, as economy prospers, today India is at a 2,500-3,000 per capita income level. But as India goes from 2,500 to 5,000, the spend on all these services increases exponentially. The market increases exponentially. So now coming back to for DEN, Hathway, and GTPL, how do I see? I think this third layer is where I see the maximum growth to happen. And I really believe there's an opportunity to even double our base from where we are sitting. And that is what we are working towards by reinventing ourselves. Obviously, we can't do it without the support of our LCO partners.
Next Digital found hits as an easy option. So is that a direction which you all would likely go, or is it going to be via the usual?
I think the way bandwidth costs are coming down, it's no longer so.
Okay.
And I think one very important thing we have to see today, when you buy a bandwidth today, an internet lease line, a large part of it is because of what you can call it's a customized traffic which is coming to you. Now, if you do it on a multicast agreement, because the traffic is same, and actually therefore the the true bandwidth and equipment used is much lower, and you are able to truly leverage the power of BharatNet. See, BharatNet today is in 1.5 lakh gram panchayats, and it's very, very, very cheap even to get a dark fiber lease from BharatNet. Then you have a very low cost model, which definitely is much more reliable in reaching to these far flung areas. And I'll also like to point one thing, that see today it's not that these areas are not connected. So if you look at a typical village of a population of 10,000, it's not that the cable has not reached there. Cable has reached there, but probably has found only 500 homes as a subscriber. The art lies in doubling it by bringing what the next 500 homes need, especially on a pricing and a value perspective, and then bringing them into the fold. So I really think that the way bandwidth costs are coming down, and if we re-engineer a bit of the network, the existing architecture itself should serve us good.
So you're looking at transporting it via lease lines, and rather than building your own infrastructure, but the last mile is going to be, and the boxes you said you're working on getting them cheaper.
Low cost boxes we are
Yeah.
anyways working on the thing.
Okay. So that's great. I mean, and those are the TV nevers. What about the cord nevers? So that 100 million is the TV nevers, but cord nevers, people who never really subscribe to cable, the 100 million.
So cord
80 million, sorry.
cord nevers, I mean, in a way, that is where a low cost product, if I'm able to give them value, then they'll move from analog or free dish or whatever it is there. Today they don't have a offering. See, today minimum anybody would charge them is 150 to 200 rupees, and even in that package they'll almost get the same thing which they are today getting on free dish or something. So there's no incentive as such.
I think Sir will have to rejoin again. Saurabh Sancheti, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Yep, Namrata.
No, one second. Vinny, is it over? You can start the next session.
Yes, sir, it's over.
Yeah, Namrata, introduce. You can start, Namrata.
Yeah, 1 second. Well, that was quite an insightful chat, and thank you, Mr. Sancheti and Mr. Vanwari. Well, now we move on to the last panel discussion of the day, delighting the Indian consumer, their challenges and opportunities. And for this session, I would like to invite Nagesh Chavaria, promoter, Metrocast, Rajiv Mukherjee, EVP, Strategy, India Cast Media Distribution Private Limited, Ruz Koshi, Chief Operating Officer from Next Digital, Yatin Gupta, Senior VP, GTPL, and this session will be moderated by LV Krishnan, CEO, TAM Media Research. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Namrata. Thank you, Bini. Are we all connected?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, LV.
Thank you, Anil.
Roos, I can see. I'm seeing two. LV. I'm seeing two Rooses. I think Yatin has become Roos.
Okay.
No, Yatin not. Nagesh,
I can see.
Nagesh has become Roos.
Nagesh will also become Roos.
How come?
We'll have to change your name.
1 second.
Tech admin.
Nagesh, you need to change your name. Nagesh, you need to change
Absolutely.
your name.
Amol, can you get the name changed?
I cannot start my video. The host has stopped it.
Yeah, we'll start the video.
Yeah.
Amol, can you start the video?
Nagesh bhai.
Hello.
Amol, aap ho?
Audio.
Yeah, we can see. Rajiv bhai.
Yeah.
Hi, Rajiv. Anyway, and can you change Roos? One of the Rooses to the real Roos. Can the real Roos stand up?
Yeah, it's all getting done. It's all getting done. So I think now we have Yatin is there.
Yeah, I think everybody is there.
Everybody is there.
Nagesh is missing. I don't see Nagesh.
Oh, Nagesh is gone. Yeah, there she is.
She's at last back. Congratulations. You were taking over his identity and you were surrendering your identity.
Is it sorted, Anna, sir?
Yeah, we are sorted. Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's just one thing, Anil, just to check. Is my background looking okay? Because for me it looks just the other way around.
It's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine, sir.
Oh, great. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nagesh, Yatin, Rose, Rajiv, for joining on this particular panel discussion. Well,
कोई बात नहीं शाम को जाना इसको भेज दो डॉक्टर को अब तक
Upasana, switch off your mic. Upasana, switch off your mic. Sorry, you can start.
Okay, done. Great. Okay, I think this 1 year has been really a kind of a roller coaster ride for most of the platforms. And given the fact that we are entering in a post-pandemic era, it's always good to actually relook at what exactly happened during the pandemic time, pick up the learnings, and at the same time use that effectively in the post-pandemic period. So what we will do is we'll go through 3 sections of in this panel. One will be, we start with the pandemic learnings, how the distribution actually lived up to the expectations of the Indian consumers in a big way. Second, use those learnings to look at what is happening in the competitive side, specifically with free-to-air and OTT playing a significant role in eating into the pie of distribution, the traditional distribution. And then we'll come back to in the third section, look at the new technologies that are emerging out, which is going to compete with some of these traditional platforms in a big way. So let me start with Nagesh and Yatin and Rose to give a perspective of what exactly happened during this pandemic period time. Because while most of the sectors across industries we're seeing a dip in revenue, this is one sector, which is the traditional MSO distribution sector, which continued to reap the benefits with maintaining revenues, as well as in terms of growth, registering some bit of growth in certain pockets, actually. So what happened, or what did you do so magical, the fact that you continue to sustain the business effectively? Nagesh, you want to take it first?
Shall I take it?
Yep, go ahead.
Actually, during the COVID-1 first wave, so there was total lockdown in all the cities, and people started migrating from big metros to the smaller cities. And since it was total lockdown, I think cable TV and OTT were the only entertainment which was there for the subscribers and for the people. And they were glued or touched, they were continuously watching and consuming more of content and data. And touch wood, you can say, or by God's grace, we could keep our team motivated. We gave them all the safety kits and all, and we could still provide them the services to the consumers and to the subscribers. And we could see that the revenues didn't dip. Instead, in some smaller places, because of more of migration from bigger cities, smaller cities gained little bit of revenue. But in big cities like Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, the lockdown was too strict for even our lineman or a technical guy to go and give services. The societies were so strict that we could not even enter their societies and give, if any problem was there, then only the issue was there. If the problems were not there or no issues, then the collection was coming. We designed an app where people could give more of online payments. Personal touch was reduced. And I think very few sectors were there where the revenues were intact during this pandemic.
Interesting. So actually, you brought in technology like apps, etc., to make and create payment gateways for consumers. But at the end of the day, Yatin, these are new subscribers that actually that you managed to get, and therefore the revenue grew, or is it the fact that there were additional connections that actually happened that resulted in this particular growth?
So I think, LV, what happened was there was a mix of both. There were a large number of subscribers who were on lower packages, who also upgraded because they were at home. The kids were at home. The earning members were at home during the lockdown, and they needed content of a variety. Therefore, they upgraded their packs, upgraded their subscriptions to get additional channels, because of which there was an increase in the revenues. That was one of the factors. The second factor was, of course, that there were consumers, like Nagesh Bhai just said, that there were consumers who were migrating from one place to another. For an organization like ours, which has got a widespread, in some places we actually lost some subscribers because they migrated to their home, to their homes, and in some other places we gained. So, but in effect, what also happened was a large number of subscribers who had disconnected or were not on cable, they actually came and bought cable services because they wanted to be on top of things as far as news information was concerned. The other part also was, like Nagesh Bhai mentioned, that the infrastructure was built and people were given safety kits and all. The governments, respective state governments and the central government also declaring the sector itself as an essential service sector, ensured that we could provide service to our consumers as well as on the ground wherever possible. So whether it was the cable sector or the broadband sector, both of them, we were able to provide services seamlessly because we were declared essential service.
Interesting. Rose, you have a multi-state operation being spanned. How did you ensure the fact that the coordination happened across all the sectors, all the markets effectively, so that whether you're in Maharashtra or whether in Himachal Pradesh, you could actually ensure the same service being provided to the customer?
So, am I audible?
Yep, very much.
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Nagesh Bhai, Yatin, Rajiv. Long after actually I'm seeing LB. Nice to see you, LB. And just a quick rewind on this pandemic, how it started off. So initially, pandemic when it started off and when the lockdown was announced, it was like a black swan situation, LB. For us, we had never faced such a situation, and it was like for the first time we all were facing something called lockdown. So initially there was a major spike in numbers. All our numbers went up very high initially, okay? And then lockdown was announced, and then schools were shut down, offices shut down. All of a sudden we saw a huge requirement of broadband. Thereafter, the numbers still were growing up. So we saw a spike in numbers, spike in revenues. We saw a fabulous growth of numbers to start with. Thereafter, what happened? With the severity of the lockdown, we saw a lot of people losing jobs, salary cuts, and then economy taking a complete downturn, and then with no fresh content. Then subscribers, when they found there is more new fresh content if you have a broadband at home, people started moving into streaming videos, okay? So it was for us, we were just trying to cope up with the new situation. So we started massive levels of, because there was a challenge of LMOs not able to collect their monthly subscriptions. So we got into a major, transformation of our LMOs into digital. And we being 100% digital company, a prepaid company, our operators, for them, it was easy for them to go prepaid. And they would use our prepaid date as their prepaid dates for their consumers. And so we did a lot of workshops for our LMOs, and most of them, today I can say like 6-7 months back when we did a survey, almost 80-85% of my operators were already in digital collection payments. Everything is through digital. A very few of the subscribers, and some of these subscribers being senior citizens, they're still not capable of doing digital. So hence there is some part of collection still going on manually. For us, what we did was that all across, we being a pan-India company, and since we are there on the satellite front, for us it was very easy to come up with region-wise packs. We came up with Chota packs. We came up with packs meant for, with the financially, in case if somebody had a problem, we came up with small packs. We gave them some credit periods for the subscribers. So it was a complete transformation time during this pandemic time, where we transformed our operators to digital. And then gradually we started offering new products, something called, we developed a product called Lifetime Free product. And we also, today we are completely a digitally transformed company. We not only provide cable TV today, we also provide broadband, we provide OTT services, and we are into planning to launch a few more digital products. So for us, it had been a major transformation, and it's like a moment of truth for us that we are moving to a digital company.
Wow. Rajiv, two things came out of the discussion with Yatin, Rose, and Nagesh. That A is that the content which was coming out was largely, the old content that was getting played back again to customers. And second, on the linear channels. And the second is that there may be a cash management issue because of the fact that physically people were not going into the home. They are moving, the distributors are also going into creating apps. Now, these were two issues that could have compounded into a bigger level for a organization like Indiacast, which is managing around 60 odd channels of one particular broadcaster. So how did you think about overcoming this at the time of when the lockdown suddenly happened and the channels came back and say, listen, Rajiv, no more new content. It's all going to be old content going to play out. Now help us manage the cash flow from the ground so that we run the subscription revenues as the way it was planned at the beginning of the year?
At the onset, let me thank you and thank the entire Indian television team for having me here. Very good evening to Ruz, Yatin, Nagesh. Hand on heart, LV, I'll give a different perspective. People confined to their homes, unable to go out, what do they want? They only want to watch some kind of entertainment. We should be fortunate that as an industry, we are part of an industry of entertainment, but that's the first and foremost thing that people want beyond work. Yeah, food, shelter, clothing, I understand these segments, but obviously entertainment is something which is what people want to have. You can't go out and have a food at a restaurant. You can't go out and watch theaters. What do you want? You have this screen in front of you to watch. So people watch television. We went into deep dive into what kind of content was being watched. As the first wave started, news showed huge spikes in terms of TSV. The time spent per viewer on news went really high. Then the problem of the original content not being available because obviously shooting was not being able to be conducted at the studios. So we had to play dated content and brought back mythology and stuff to ensure that the ball keeps rolling. And we had decent viewership even on those parameters also. Having said that, your question specific to cash flows, obviously at that point in time, the collections took a hit. And we as IndiaCast, we realized that it is not the time that we can go and tell, give me the money or I'm going to switch off your signals. That's not the way to do business because it's an unprecedented times. And during these times, we ensured that we are there with our partners and gave them the leeway to take time and move forward. So we gave them the time so that cash flow does not become a big issue in terms of running their business also. And since original content was not being carried out at our end also, the pressures on cash flow was not that high as well. So obviously it was slightly easier to manage had it been the other way around.
So that leads to another question, actually, because you also, Ajib, on one hand, you're dealing with the linear channels, and the other hand, you're dealing with the OTT platform like Oot at the same time. So there was a pressure because, as Bruce rightly said, people were working from home, therefore broadband connections actually increased. And same thing is getting reflected even in the reports, the quarterly reports of Athens GTPL, that broadband subscribers actually increased. And therefore access to OTT content dramatically started going up. Now, on one hand, you had Oot delivering content which are being discovered by consumers in a delightful way. And on the other hand, you had the linear channels compounding to the problem of retelecasting the same program back to back. So was there pressure from these MSOs back to you saying that, listen, Rajiv, the favor of the audience, or the flavor of the audience is towards OTT, and therefore somewhere we need to now look at seeing how do you bring some of the OTT content onto your platform so that linear content also gets fresh content, and therefore audience are hooked on to linear channels in a sequential way.
I'll tell you, LV, you've been in this business for so long. The shows that are telecast on your linear channels go on for good 50 weeks, 52 weeks, if not more. Now, suddenly you can't have a 6-hour content replacing a 52-week content. So that's something that was a practical difficulty that we anyway had to. And the platforms were aware of the fact that the new content is not being able to being dished out by us because of obvious lockdown reasons. So I don't think that was a possibility that we could have even looked at, because there are storylines in the content which is going on. Launching fresh content with just 12 episodes, which is 6 hours of content, will not suffice. It will not go beyond 2 weeks only. So I don't think that is something we could have even thought of doing. Rather, we would have waited and got the fresh content back on our platforms and then showed it.
Interesting. Okay, coming back to Nagesh and Ruz and Yatin. is that during this time, you yourself saw the advent of OTT taking shape in a stronger way. And therefore, somewhere down the road, consumers were looking at that as an option to move away from the linear channels, specifically when the content was getting repeated once again in action. So how did you manage to ensure the fact that your subscription fees did not suffer during this period from subscribers, and continuity of these subscribers was there, so that when you came out of the pandemic sooner or later, you had good numbers to still report to? Nagesh, you want to start?
Actually, when the competition or challenges from OTT were there wherever the ARPUs were very high, because broadband was a necessary, or internet was necessary for them to watch the OTT platforms. And we had one more challenge of free to air also in rural places and taluka and district places. But what we did, we tried to create maximum local content. So we gave around 40 to 50 channels of NVOD, video on demand. And we also made around four channels for each language, regional language also. So that video on demand was the new content for the consumers and subscribers. And also we designed some combo offers to our broadband company, Big Ventures, where we could give them broadband and broadband and cable together. And also we have local news in each and every city of ours. So in bigger cities we have national news, but for local or district level cities, there's local channels, local live content, and NVODs. And also we tried to give maximum content. Like if anyone was taking a package of 250 rupees, we took some help from the broadcasters that during this time allow us to show some more of content in the same cost, which they helped us. And that was, we could retain our customers by giving more content in the same price. Like some people who had not gone for English channels or sports channel, we were giving them in that smaller pack also some sports and some English channels, so that they can see more of channels or more something new content. And this was the only way we could retain our customers from OTT.
Rose, you want to add anything to this?
So the initial days, what we saw the migration of subscribers from the linear TV to the free dish or to the free OTT apps. That has now plateaued. This is now plateaued. Now we don't see much of migration happening. Whatever initial, the NTO 1.0 brought in some migration, then the COVID 1.0, COVID 2.0. Now it is almost plateaued. That migration is not happening much. Now what we are trying to do is, in the same pipe, we are trying to provide all these services through one pipe. The video services, the broadband services, and the OTT services are all going through one pipe. So we are trying to retain our subscribers now by giving them a combo pack. The migration is almost now plateaued. The issue is now what be the new challenge in case if it happens is, in case of NTO 2.0, if we are regulated and if OTTs and broadcasters, in case if they are not regulated on the OTT platforms coming up with linear channels, in that case that will be a new challenge. If there is a price disparity in between the platforms, that is one challenge which I see. Otherwise, now we are almost there in the race, providing with a much better product today for the consumers.
I agree with Roos. Most of what was supposed to happen in terms of migration to OTT, I think it was. It's never been a complete migration for a customer. Some of the customers, very few, would have completely cut off from television viewing and migrated completely to OTT. The rest of them have kept some form of cable TV subscription active to be in to be in touch with news, information, and some basic entertainment, sports, because that's the same content. And while we are talking about OTT, like Nagesh bhai mentioned, the most important factor is availability of broadband. Today also, if we're talking about a broadband penetration in India, and the previous session, Mr. Sanjeti also mentioned that out of the total 300 million homes in India, today the estimated broadband penetration, according to TRI figures itself, is around 26, 27 million in terms of broadband, wired broadband. Wireless, while it is a very large number, but it will not give the consumer the experience to be able to watch OTT content for a very long time, because there are limited data packs or the connectivity itself is an issue. So we're talking about 25 to 30 million broadband homes who are able to watch OTT subscriptions seamlessly. And the scope is the rest of the 270 million homes in India. It's a huge scope. What we've also seen now, because of the various pricing that has happened, in changes in pricing that are being done by some of the OTT players, there is already a reduction in the subscription that is going there. So, for example, if a Hotstar went from the earlier plans of $399 to $499 and $899, a lot of people have actually stopped subscribing to that kind of service. Similarly, Amazon Prime has revised prices. Some of the other players have brought down the prices. Woot, for example, is coming at $299 per annum right now. So it's a mix. There are some people who are experimenting, and there are various reports, whether it is Statista or there are other organizations. They are quoting anything between 25, 30 million to 60 million users on the various OTT applications across India. Which is still, when you're talking about a user, it is an individual user. It may not be the household itself.
Exactly.
So there is enough opportunity for everybody to grow, I guess. But, and we don't see very much of a movement.
But over here, I think one of the things that we are seeing is that other platforms like distribution platforms like DTH, Airtel, or Tata Sky have gone about aggregating these apps into their own system and providing a choice between linear television and an app-based viewing action. So is that a route to stem the subscription loss that these platforms may be having? Is this a route that MSOs are also looking at as a next step to galvanize and say, hey, here is it as a customer, this is what you want. So why do you want to go to somebody else directly? I'm providing it to you on my own platform.
I think that will happen. We are also working on platforms. Bruce has already told you that they have a platform already. I think all the large platforms who are able to invest in the technology will be going that way sooner or later. So there are various plans that people will put together. on our front, we're coming up with a hybrid set-top box, which will have the option of both linear television as well as OTT content on one set-top box. Which basically takes care of the consumer's entire interest of entertainment, news, or anything else that he wants to watch on his television itself, without the additional spending on upgrading his television. So at a nominal upgrade cost, if it's a 2,000, 3,000 rupees that he needs to spend on a hybrid set-top box, he is able to upgrade to a smart TV experience and view all the content in the world. So that's one part which obviously everybody is looking at. The other part on the application aggregation like a Tata Sky has done or some other DTH players have done, I think that is also going to happen sooner or later. We are already working on it. So shortly we are looking at launching something which is an advanced form, let's say. Not disclose too much right now because it's still work in progress. But yes, it's going to be a segment. And I think what is more important is for the consumer, giving them that option that instead of going to 10 different OTT platforms and subscribing to each OTT service separately, here is a bundle, a small bundle or a large bundle, where you can get all the OTT applications plus the cable services all put together. And broadband bundling obviously will also come in wherever feasible. So a 3-in-1 product of broadband, cable, as well as OTT services is bound to take shape.
Interesting. And that's exactly what I think Rajiv's company is already doing. So because they have a fiber through Geo. They have an OTT content through OOT, and of course the linear channels actually. But the key element over here, Rajiv, coming based on what Yatin just said, is that the content is what is bringing audiences in, and now you have same content or similar content spanning across OTT, linear pay, and the new one, which today morning the Prasad Bharati CEO was talking about, the free-to-air platform, which is galvanizing at the lower end of the population base, the homes that are switching to the FTA platform to watch content. Now, therefore, you're straddling three different pockets: upper, middle, and lower income action. And because of which, there are some pressure points that are getting created, as I see it in the industry, on platforms that have been trying to traditionally support organizations like IndiaCast or broadcasters like Viacom in sustaining their businesses over a period of time. So how do you see this spanning in the next couple of years when all these three are going to coexist, and each one is trying to pull on you to take a call on what should go on each of these platforms separately?
Interesting. Now, LV, content today's date can be viewed anywhere, be it a free-to-air, be it a linear, be it an OTT, and we are forgetting today the rage is short format videos as well. Okay, we are still not getting into that short format videos. We are now discussing this stage. Now, the overall market in India right now, total 300 million households are there, and as per BARC, there are 210 million TV owning households. Out of the 210 million TV owning households, the pay linear business is around 120 million. And over the last 2 to 3 years, what we have seen is that the DD free dish, which is the free-to-air business, has gone up to 40 to 45 million subscribers. So it's a huge chunk of subscribers which you cannot ignore. And OTT has no limits, basically. I mean, the latest MPA report says that India has 102 million SVOD subscribers, which is huge. Which is huge. And free plus pay put together is what I read, I think in the Ormax media report or in that, is at 353 million, which is 25% of the country is on free and pay OTT. So the numbers are huge. Now, as broadcasters, as content providers, we have to cater to all three. Now, let's start with the lowest of the pyramid, which is the DD free dish. So, DD free dish is available to subscribers free of cost. It's only a one-time cost that they incur of getting the box. Now, as broadcasters, we are providing them dated content. We are not providing any current content because obviously every content that we make will first obviously go to where I can monetize the content most. What is happening with DD free dish? The content that we are providing to DD free dish is basically like a sampling. The subscribers are such who are unable to afford a pay TV model. They are sampling the product and they're sampling dated product. Post that, they come on to linear or they may even go to OTT. So for the regular linear business, we have a certain kind of content which is being dished out. Now, OTT audience is slightly different. They are not looking at 52 weeks, 6 days a week shows. They are looking at 12 episodes, 6 episodes, 15 episodes kind of show. So for that, obviously, Voot is catering to that segment. So we need to have segmented content for each of these segments, and all these three segments will coexist. We cannot wish away any of the three. It's not that because OTT is so large, linear pay TV is going to go out, not at all. If today we are seeing a bit pressure on linear pay TV numbers, is because the informal sector is going through a rough time in India. And because the informal sector is going through a rough time in India, there are economic hazards that people are going through, and they're not subscribing to linear pay TV, which obviously will come back once the pandemic situation gets over. As far as free-to-air concerned, is because there is that segment where people want to watch free-to-air, and OTT, obviously I said sky is the limit. Now everything is happening on OTT. All kinds of content is available, and you need to be prepared and give the right content so that you can attract consumers to your.
Yeah, but interestingly, this free-to-air part of it has grown on the earlier pay universe, because the television universe hasn't expanded that dramatically by 40 million to bring in a sudden surge of FTA platform, right? So obviously it has eaten into the earlier pay users to move to a free-to-air platform. So that's where I want to bring in again Yatin and Rose and Nagesh. How do you react to this, to this three-step strategy that group like IndiaCast is actually pushing along? And is this, you think, is from your perspective, your business perspective, helping the growth of the overall industry? Or is it that it's actually penetrating into your segment and therefore you mean it may become a challenging issue in the coming years?
So if you ask me, LV, we definitely don't see this as a challenge, the growth of OTT. As I said, we have already, all my LMOs can start offering on their portal. It's already available. They can start offering the OTT packs. And it's a good solution, as we have packed the entire top 10 of the OTT platforms or services. We have packed them into as a one bouquet and offering them. So we don't see this as a challenge. OTT, definitely, whatever consumer needs, we need to provide it to them. That's what we are working upon.
What about FTA?
Free to air, we have a product which is a lifetime free product we have, which our operators are offering into the consumers. In case if anybody wants to watch a one-time paid free product, they can watch the FTA product also throughout their lifetime. They don't have to pay anything more. It's a one-time payment is to be done. And the beauty of this product is, in case if the consumer, once in a while, if he wants to come and watch a particular sports event, or if he wants to come and watch once in a while a GC channel, he can come and pay and watch it and then go back to the FTA back again. He doesn't have to pay anything. So that's one new product which have launched in. And OTT packs, everything is available. And since it's as I said, the entire bouquet of OTT platforms are there. So that's a very good product for the subscriber. He can watch linear TV. He can watch he can have the high-speed broadband, as well as he can have the OTT packs. The challenge, again, what I'm coming back will be is, in case if there is no regulation on pricing front, we are already facing a problem of piracy. Okay, there are a lot of service providers, illegally actually providing services of other, platforms. I can see at times, Tata Sky, services on a particular dongle. I can see Airtel on that dongle. I can see various other, Roku, Shoku, everything, Hulu, everything can be provided today. They come up with a software which you can, the subscriber can download the particular software by which you can, the IP starts, seeing the IP of a US or that of a Brazil or any place, and they can start watching the content. So the challenge is, if I'm completely for forbearance. I don't believe in pricing as a strategy and everything. Let there be forbearance, but there has to be a fair play. What we are lacking today is there is no fair play. So if there is a fair play, absolutely let the pricing be whatever it may be, but that has to be all across the platforms. And we welcome competition. We welcome technology. We should give what the consumer wants. So we don't see FTA as a free dish as a challenge. We don't see OTT as a challenge. We are preparing our LMOs, and our consumers should be able to get whatever they want. We are trying to take the, to a one-stop, all sort of a digital solution shop.
Yatin, Nagesh, any viewpoints on this?
So what I feel, I actually agree with LV that the connections which have gone to free dish are part of the pay channels. If you go to all rural areas, which was around 70% of our base, they were paying what amount to the MSO? They were hardly paying 50 rupees or 100 rupees ARPU earlier. And suddenly with digitization, they came to 150 rupees. But after NTO 2, there was no package of any MSO which was lesser than 200 rupees. So that was the time when we all MSOs watched around 20% of our base of rural went off to free dish. And today also, when there is problem of pandemic, where we are facing problem of unemployment. There is some agriculture problem in smaller rural places. Small shops are having problem. We see that our base is getting diverted to free dish. And it is actually a very big challenge, you can say, that because we have LCO in between, LCO has to get some share for the free content which we are giving them. And government has said that we have to collect 150 rupees for 100 or 150 free to air channels. And if someone is getting the same thing for free of cost, how to fight it out? Unless we tell the operators to reduce the margin. If they reduce the margin, they cannot survive. So we are in cash 22 position. We try to reduce MSO's margin. We try to show some channels like Discovery is there or some other important channels which we get at lesser cost, and we put them into an FTA pack and say that let the customer watch this. But it is of very little effect because in last 2-3 years, free dish is still picking up and we are losing base. I think around 1 or 2%, it's a monthly thing that we lose base in rural areas. Unless the important channels which broadcasters are giving them, maybe it might be a second channel of theirs or less important channel of theirs. But in other words, I can say that this might be a prospective customer for me if they do good, if they can pay money to me. But at current position, it is a challenge we are facing from free dish. It's a big challenge. At least MSOs who have more of rural areas, they are facing a big challenge. And yes, as Ruth said, giving all the triple play, I give you a combo offer of broadband, I give you a combo offer of internet and cable TV, all put together. That is there for metros and wherever ARPUs are high. But for rural places, still we are facing a big challenge because of price, uneven prices. Because government, I don't think government is going to make it any pay money for the free. Till then, will be facing the same problem.
But
absolutely,
I am not looking at
Nagesh bhai. I agree with Nagesh bhai to a large extent. Actually, it's a combination of what Roos and Nagesh bhai have said. But the first, one of the primary questions that we have been asking here also internally as well as with some of the stakeholders is like Rajiv mentioned that it's a free dish is a 40-45 million households today. It's all estimates. Frankly, we don't know. Nobody knows. It's like a balancing figure right now. That Bark has said 210 million. The pay channels are getting paid for 120. Therefore, it might be 90 million. TRAI has declared that it's 180 million as against 120 million. So, okay, 60 million, 40 million. It's all estimates. We actually don't know because there is no cash that free dish has of actual numbers on the ground with respect to free dish. And I think there is a skew because of the perceived numbers. Bark has put in some additional boxes, or the skew of the barometers in the rural areas on these free dish networks. That's why all the free-to-air channels are running there. That as soon as they go there, they see a spike in their viewership, because of which they are able to gain advertising revenues. Therefore, it makes sense for them. Some of the channels have moved out of traditional TV platforms and gone exclusively to free dish. Right now, going one step backwards, what was the purpose of Prasar Bharati? I don't want to get into the complete details, but purpose of Prasar Bharati was dissemination of information to the public. I don't think the purpose is being met by having private channels at all, whether it is free to air or pay channels. It just doesn't make sense.
That's true.
And at the cost that the broadcasters are paying for getting onto the free dish platform. Small examples, I'll not name the channels as such, but if some channel has bought a slot on free dish for 8 to 10 crores, they're earning advertising revenues of 200 to 300 crores, where on the flip side, a DD National, which was earning 300 to 400 crores on advertising revenues, has come down to 157 crores, according to one report tabled in the parliament a couple of months back. So I don't understand why Prasar Bharati is gung-ho about free dish as such. Going to the other end of the spectrum, OTT. While I agree with Rajiv's point that the consumer should have enough choice, I think it's also the broadcaster's prerogative to understand that ultimately it's the same consumer who is being serviced, whether it is through free dish or through cable or traditional platforms or through the OTT platforms. There has to be some amount of segregation, and there has to be some uniqueness of content that is being offered. Otherwise, why would a consumer go to a cable TV platform or a DTH platform to watch the same content in a linear format, which he is able to watch on OTT, the same content without advertising on an OTT platform for a lesser cost? So these are decisions that I think the broadcasters and the OTT players will also need to make. What is it that they want to finally do? Because whatever growth they are going to get from OTT, they will lose some part from the cable MSOs as well as DTH platforms. While all the platforms are working towards offering all these services to the subscribers, ultimately there will be a hit somewhere to give for a gain somewhere else.
I agree with that, Yatin. I think it's all a balancing act that a company like Indiacast is also trying to do, given the repertoire of genres and platforms that they want to operate in with the kind of content. But interestingly, when we look at the future, there are a couple of things happening. And one is the fact that broadband penetration is likely to increase. Okay, although we are estimating wired broadband to be around 27 million to 30 million, I think with the new technologies like sky broadband or broadband from the sky, or bigger pipes being laid down into the smaller towns, etc., coming through very quickly, cost of accessing content is going to be far more cheaper, although the price for the value of the content may start going up, given the quality of production and the amount of subscription fees that they're presently getting in Asia. So if that happens in the next 2 to 3 years, actually, and at the same time, there are other competitors like connected TV sets slowly making its way. Samsung is already trying it out. LG is already on its way to, in US, they have a specific company monetizing the entire advertising of connected TV on their platform. So there are all these niches that are going to start nibbling into the big, massive cable TV base, actually. Where do you see, therefore, all these three organizations, Metrocast, GTPL, and Next Digital, in the next 3 or 5 years, in trying to battle the competition at the same time, thriving extremely well, growing very well?
So let me start with. Okay. So we are very, very optimistic, Kelvi, on this front. More the connected TV homes, better for us. No investments on hybrid box or on Android box, nothing. I will provide him the broadband. I can provide him with the linear also, and I can also offer him the OTT packs. Let him comfortably sit at his home, watch on his connected TV our services. That's point number one. Point number two, currently, yes, we are facing a challenge of taking broadband to various parts, right? So for that also, since we are one of the or only the platform which is available through satellite, we are already on the stage of doing some POCs with some companies on the delivery of broadband through satellite. So very shortly, our POCs will be done through, and we are very hopeful that we would be able to kickstart that particular sector also, giving an opportunity for my last mile owners to provide even broadband through satellite. All what we are expecting is our last mile owners to get up and to prepare that big highway, the fiber to the home. So that once that is done, we are very optimistic. There's a big role to be played. Linear TV is anyways, it's there for all of us to be there. It is not going to die anyway. As we said in the earlier sessions also, there is a humongous scope for linear TV. All what we need to do is all our DPOs need to start gearing up what the consumer wants and look at the changing technology, innovate, and try to be there in the space. That's what we are looking forward.
Nagesh?
What you said about net through the sky, I think it's still very very early to speak on those things. But yes, we have to go with the technology. All the MSOs have to go for the high-end technology where we can serve the customers with the combo offer of providing all the three services of broadband, giving and be an aggregator for OTT content, and give all our contents of cable TV. Plus the added NVODs and local what we can give would be the only differentiation. And also the services of LCOs and our team, which make a big difference today when a bigger player come into the role. But it is, you can say, next 3 to 4 years is a challenging phase for all the MSOs. We see very few investors coming into this sector, and also it is a difficult sector how to invest money into this sector, where we are in cash 22 situation. Should we become, should we go on putting more boxes, because today boxes are seeded free of cost. So once we go to metros, we know we are facing challenge through OTT. If we go to smaller places, we know we have challenge through FTA model. But we are trying to come to some balance. We are coming to some balance, and we still believe, I still believe that cable is still there to stay for 7 to 8 years. And if we get the act properly together, we can still be a major prominent player in the market.
Yatin?
I'll give the cable industry more time than that, Nagesh bhai.
Yeah. More time the better. But me and you should not say, others should say. MSOs will say we'll have more time.
Absolutely. I think it has a lot more time, considering that, the advanced countries even till date have cable platforms. Yes, they have evolved. They have evolved into content creation rather than just distribution. And I think that will also ultimately have to happen from the content perspective. So there will be a much more scope for people to get into content production. While you were talking about the broadband availability and connected TVs, I think there is more than enough scope. Like I said earlier, 300 million homes and just about 10% of that on wired broadband. That scope of 270 million is too huge. I think
That's
all
true.
new kinds of services or platforms that can come in can very well coexist in that space. Connected TVs, of course, like I said earlier, there's an option for the consumer. Either he upgrades his television from a non-smart TV to a smart TV or a connected TV, or he spends a nominal amount, which Roos doesn't agree to. Roos is saying no, connected TV is fine, but hybrid boxes are obviously an option. Because at a nominal cost, the consumer is able to experience the connected scenario without actually doing anything additional, taking an additional cost on the TV. So both models will obviously coexist. There will be a certain amount of movement. I think the last figure that I read for smart TVs today is around 18 to 20 million in India, which is again 10% of the BARC estimated TV households.
That's true.
Right, 210 million. So there is enough scope for any kind of service to grow. We as a service provider, we will have our focus on providing various kinds of service for the consumer, whether it is broadband, whether it is cable, linear, with additional benefits, plus the OTT space. So we will be there providing all kinds of services, offering all kinds of services to the consumers. Just going back one step and saying that, while we are offering all these services to the consumers, there is a strong correlation between us and the other service providers, including the broadcasters. So in the value chain, the broadcasters, the platforms, and the affiliates, and then the consumers, all of us have to work together to finally fulfill what is it that the consumer wants,
Exactly.
without actually trying to kill each other, which is a normal scenario in our business, that we're trying to kill each other and then get something for ourselves. I think we'll have to coexist, and work together for the common benefit of all the players.
Truly, very well said, Yatin. Rajiv, final question to you on behalf of the rest of them. What are the expectations that you have from Roos, Yatin, and Nagesh?
The expectations, as I think Yatin rightly put out, is that it's not, the existence is not or either I will exist or or the platform will exist, we both will exist. Now, to ensure that we both exist, I have to provide good quality content, and I need to cater to all kinds of audiences. In a similar way, the platforms will also have to evolve themselves and figure out that if I still need to own the consumer, then what I need to do. Like a classic example today is binge plus linear being offered by a Tata Sky. What is the objective? The objective is to ensure that I need to hold on to the consumer. So to hold on to the consumer, you need to keep your ears and eyes open and figure out what the consumer is wanting. It's not the other way around. 20 years back, whatever we were dishing out, consumers were taking because there was no other way of consuming content. Today, they have multiple ways of consuming content. And if that is the case, then we need to be aware of what he wants and be fleet-footed to change our direction and ensure that we are able to satisfy the consumer. Then we'll all coexist. And India is a 300 million household market. 90 million households still do not have a television. So Nagesh, you will get linear television going because there are 90 million people who will still move on to linear television. So you will have a pie for everybody.
If you let us be there, we'll be there.
We will.
I think we're coming to the end of the time, but I must say the fact that there's been a delightful session hearing all your perspectives on this particular subject. I think as we go forward in terms of understanding consumers and audiences and delighting them with offerings, I think one of the key things obviously will be data actually. So, but we'll reserve that for another session where we can discuss data specifically on how we pull out data and how do we analyze the data and what are the insights that we should actually look for in the data so that offerings can be made even more specific to customers and retain them pretty well in nature. But as of now, we'll end it over here with the statement saying the fact that everything looks rosy as we head into future. The technology is playing a terrific role. Content, Rajiv is saying, will ensure the fact that will deliver to enhancing consumer experiences even more stronger. And Rose and Yatin and Nagesh, all of them agree the fact that we'll all coexist beautifully in the new family. So thank you, guys. And thank you, Anil, Namrata, Upasna, everybody else in the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anil and team. Thank you so much, Elvi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anil and team, to have organized this virtual session. And that's the only way we could have met and had a meaningful discussion, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Agree, Rajiv. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Right. Thanks. See you.
Thanks.
Well, that was quite a session.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Yatin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elvi. It was lovely. Thanks all of you all. And great. Nagesh bhai, salam alaikum.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So thank you, everybody, for that delightful exchange. And well, this brings us to the end of the Video and Broadband Summit 2022. And once again, I would like to thank our partners for their immense support. And none of this would have been possible without the tremendous support of our partners. And we would like to thank them all. Our presenting partner, Disney Star Network. The event is co-powered by BroadBand. Our summit partner, Next Digital. Our industry partner, SIA India. The event is produced and executed by ITV 2.0 Productions. And on behalf of IndianTelevision.com Group, I would like to thank all the speakers and viewers for taking out your time and joining us today. We hope you had a fruitful time, and also do share your feedback with us. Use the hashtag VBS2022, VBS in caps lock, in your post and tag our official handles. Well, we can also be found at ITV News on Twitter and Facebook, and IndianTelevision.com on Instagram and LinkedIn. Have a nice evening, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.